Chapter 1. My life was never marked by any special or bright moments. Everything in it was like everyone else's, gray and ordinary. And, let's be honest, I wasn't really trying to change that. I was content with what I had. Well, either that, or I just thought so. Because if I had looked into my own future, I would have realized how wrong I was. My whole life turned upside down in a single moment. And afterward, like a snowball, incredible events filled my life one after another. Was it worth it? Would I want to change anything? Did I do the right thing? Would I have acted differently if given the chance? I don't know, but one thing I know for sure. I regret nothing. It was a perfectly ordinary day. Well, maybe not entirely ordinary, because it was on this very day that, passing by the library I'd walked past hundreds, if not thousands, of times before, I inexplicably decided to step inside. I wasn't a fan of the smell of real books and all that. Quite the opposite, I preferred the convenience of reading on my phone, which was always at hand. But this time, something just came over me. Something inside simply pulled me in. After exchanging perfunctory greetings with the librarian and declining help in finding a book, I, not knowing what exactly I was looking for, walked along the rows of bookshelves. It's worth noting that I was a lover of reading. Although my reading list was mainly filled with various light novels rather than golden classics, reading was still reading, no matter what you read. So, my strange impulse to enter the library was even stranger than one might initially think. I wandered for a long time. About 30 minutes. Something just wouldn't let me give up and leave. A feeling on the edge of my consciousness that any moment now, just a little more, and I'd find what I was looking for. And I did. My attention was drawn to a single black matched-covered book, standing out from all the others. It looked somehow too luxurious, too perfect, and at the same time, too alien. The History of Death, I mumbled to myself, examining the book that had found its way into my hands. Without moving from the shelf, I began to flip through this work. Throughout my reading, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had read something similar somewhere before. The story told of a demon who had entered another world. Along his path, he encountered new acquaintances, battles, friendship, and betrayal. Lots and lots of betrayal and disappointment. Sometimes I even wondered how one could be so incredibly foolish and naive. The end of his journey was quite tragic. Or rather, it wasn't quite the end. His journey in the world he was summoned to was finished, but it wasn't the end. But just as I was about to turn the page, I saw only a blank sheet. And behind it, another, and another, and another. Roughly half the book was simply blank. But just as I was about to express my disappointment, events suddenly took a completely absurd turn. The blank pages suddenly began to emit black mist, which I initially mistook for smoke. But a book in my hands couldn't just spontaneously burst into flames, right? I reflexively dropped the book. Only, that worked like throwing an old dusty mattress off a roof onto the ground. The mist simply exploded in thick clouds the moment the book hit the shelf. And the last thing I managed to see was utter darkness. It was incredible. The scene that unfolded before my eyes simply took my breath away. It took it away so completely that I didn't even think about the unreality of what was happening. The world was dying. That was the only thought that came to mind. Crimson tones covered everything as far as the eye could see. To the very horizon. Ruins, burning remnants of houses, explosions, but that wasn't the main thing. The world was literally crumbling. The sky cracked, revealing an endless blackness. The horizon seemed to tear apart. Space itself burned with bright flames that mercilessly devoured absolutely everything, piece by piece. And this entire scene was complemented by strange demon-matched-like creatures flying through the sky and screams echoing here and there. So, we succeeded, a voice to my left echoed. Enthralled by the scene before me, I hadn't even noticed the presence of several other beings next to me. I don't know, Your Majesty. But we definitely managed to summon someone. The two speakers were demons. Real, honest matched-to-matched goodness demons, like those described in typical books about magic, dragons, and elves. The horned kind, with wings, black eyes, and pale skin. Do you understand us, human? Though, what, human, are you now, anyway? Yes, I answered automatically. And then the meaning of what one of the demons had said hit me, and I abruptly reached up to my head, only to discover the same brutal pair of horns there that my interlocutors had. There was no panic. What was happening still felt surreal. And even if it was all real, so what? Right now, all I could do was silently accept what was unfolding. Well, the being in front of me, the one dressed most majestically. Anyway, one of the demons thoughtfully examined me. His gaze lingered particularly on my right hand. It seems we truly succeeded. What a shame it's already too late. My gaze also shifted towards my hand and discovered an impressively sized scythe. A damn war scythe. Memories of the book I had just read sharply pricked my consciousness. At the end of that book, the world died. The demon failed his task and couldn't save it. He despaired, became disillusioned with everything, and lost. Such was the end of that story. We apologize for tearing you away from your world. The majestic demon bowed. Your Majesty. The second demon, who was apparently a servant, did not appreciate such a gesture from his king. It was not fitting for demon kings to bow to some otherworldly plebeians. Don't interfere, Marcus. We might have broken this youth's life due to foolish curiosity. Broken my life? I was still a bit out of it, and even the book I'd read hadn't shed much light. Yes. The king nodded. We lost, and so our world is dying. The victor gets everything, the loser gets nothing. Your summoning was a long-matched standing experiment of our people, but we never used its results. And now, when all is lost, we decided to test what we had worked on for so many years. I still don't understand how this is connected to my broken life. You can't send me back. Or will I perish with your world? Strange. All of this was damn strange. For some reason, the thought of my own death caused absolutely no reaction in me. No, you won't die with us. But you'll hardly ever be able to return to your own world either. To be honest, we ourselves don't know what will happen to you now. You've become part of a massive force, drawn into its game because of us. Because of our selfish curiosity. Again, I apologize for that. The demon bowed again. Seeing a constantly bowing demon was strange again. I see, so what now? That was all I could ultimately say. We have lost, but we are not defeated. The Demon King's eyes filled with resolve. If our world is destined to perish, then we will take as many enemy lives with us as we can. This is not your battle, so I will not ask for your help. And so, the king, whose name I still didn't know, waved his hand. You no longer need to be here. And pushed me with a force I couldn't resist. Falling backward, I caught a glimpse of a red glow behind me. Just as I had time to think that, despite all the pompous speeches, they just wanted to get rid of me, the king spoke again. And, it might have been my imagination, but I could make out deep sorrow and weariness in his eyes. And along with them, some kind of relief. I hope that at least you can live your life without regrets. And I wish you good luck, guest from another world. And then, again, there was darkness. The rift, once I was fully inside it, immediately collapsed, leaving me in utter darkness. I didn't even notice when consciousness left me. Holy crap, once again, I was jolted awake. This time, far from as comfortable as I would have liked. I felt as if I'd been flung onto a cold stone floor, landing on my butt. Oh match-do, please, brave heroes. I beg of you, save this world. And then I heard it. Besides me, there were 4 others. Each of them, in turn, grumbled about what was happening. And then they even started demanding things from the people who had summoned us. Wait, summoned? Something tells me this has gone on too long for a dream or a hallucination. First that strange book, then the first summoning and the subsequent flurry of events, now another summoning, and all of this reminded me of something. Like the plot of a light novel I'd once read. Hold on, shouldn't there only be 4 heroes? Someone from the crowd asked. I looked around again. 4 young guys, and each of them had some kind of weird thing on their hand. Sword, spear, bow, shield. I replayed that thought in my head. Sword, spear, bow, shield. Oh my pasta god, I involuntarily blurted out, I landed in a damn light novel. The very man who had asked us to help their world looked at me thoughtfully. In any case, the more heroes, the higher our chances of survival. Please, heroes, come with us to the king. He will listen to your wishes and answer your questions. And so it was settled. I just switched to autopilot mode and silently followed the crowd while my brain was busy processing what was happening. I had landed in a light novel. One of those typical stories about a protagonist transported to another world with magic and all that entails. Well, I wouldn't say entirely typical, but quite close to it. The Rising of the Shield Hero. How long ago did I read that light novel? Long enough to forget many details, but not enough to forget the main plot. And it wasn't exactly making me happy. The world was ending, and if I was right, I had just recently witnessed the very end of a world that had already lost in a clash of worlds. I don't know how I ended up in this, game, twice, but that wasn't important now. What was important was that I knew how it could all end. And I really didn't like that ending. But the prospect of risking my life and dancing to the tune of an idiotic king was highly questionable. I am the king of this country, Alt-Cray Melromark 32. Brave ones, raise your heads. The king looked like a typical king. Old, gray-matched haired, with an arrogant gaze and a crown on his head. Nothing unusual, except for his unreasonably inflated ego. After all, matriarchy reigns in Melromark, meaning all power is concentrated in the queen's hands. The fact that she wasn't currently present gave Alt-Cray some freedom of action and illusory power, which would crumble the moment the country's true ruler returned. Subsequently, our summoned quintet had to listen to a long and extremely dramatic story, which all boiled down to the fact that we simply had to help the poor and unfortunate inhabitants of this world. In short, this world is threatened by waves of monsters. Once in a while, at intervals measured by magical hourglasses, waves come to the world. A hole opens in space, from which hordes of monsters start pouring out. And with each new wave, the strength and number of these monsters only increase. And this will continue until the world simply perishes. Something like that. Basically, only the summoned heroes can oppose these waves. From my own memories, I know that heroes have no limits in their development and generally evolve much faster than ordinary people. The only catch is that the current summoning, if I recall correctly, is defective. I still remember those moments from the light novel where poor, unfortunate Naofumi almost single-matched-handedly repelled the waves, while the other three were useless to an almost complete degree. That's why I felt even more disappointed when I heard the next words from these pseudo-matched heroes. Your problem is clear, but who gave you the right to summon us to dirty our hands for free? What an incredibly convenient story. Indeed, it can only be called selfishness. If this world is destined to soon become ruins, then so be it. TT doesn't concern us in the slightest. Yes, they were right, but they were just trying to inflate their value. And an unreasonably high value at that, in no way corresponding to their actual strength. They hadn't even understood anything yet, but were already trying to bite off as big a piece as possible. And that was irritating. But the king, of course, simply couldn't defend what the inhabitants of Melromark considered almost gods in human form, the three heroes, even having founded a corresponding church, the Church of the Three Heroes. Which meant Alt-Cray, of course, promised mountains of gold to the saviors of their world. Now, heroes, state your names. Once the gold promises were done, it was time for introductions. Everything was as I remembered. The sword hero, Ren Amaki. The spear hero, Motoyasu Kitamura. The bow hero, Itsuki Kawasumi. The shield hero, Naofumi Iwatani. But when it was my turn, will you not state your name, esteemed hero? And, please, satisfy our curiosity. The prophecy spoke of only 4 heroes, so your appearance is somewhat puzzling to us. The king stared intently at me. So, noble hero, what is your name, and what legendary weapon do you wield? And I pondered, and there was plenty to ponder. Opening square bracket question mark. Specialty, demonic hero Reaper level 1. Equipment, demonic scythe legendary demonic weapon parallel world clothing. Skills, life absorption, magic, none, and I had no name. My former name never pleased me, which the system, it seems, understood. I'm not even talking about the fact that my weapon isn't holy at all, and I, as it turns out, am not a hero, well, not entirely a hero. Not, my name is not, and I am, I glanced at the scythe in my right hand, the scythe hero. And why not? I didn't even lie, just omitted a few details. And yes, it was very original. Not, unlike the, nothing, already sounded quite like a name, albeit a strange one. Not, the spear hero was surprised. What a strange name. You are not from Japan. Or are you just hiding your name? Yeah, it does sound suspicious. The bow hero joined in. I'm indeed not from Japan. I decided to clarify a bit. As for the second question, does it even matter, but not as much as my companions in misfortune would have liked. Well then, the king clapped his hands, interrupting the argument that had barely begun. You must all be tired, so I have already arranged for servants to escort you to your rooms. I advise you to rest well, and tomorrow we will proceed with forming your teams. And so it was decided. I already knew this, but the king also informed us that we wouldn't be able to level up together. Legendary weapons simply block each other, preventing their owners from gaining experience in close proximity to one another. A strange quirk, and whether it would even work on me was an interesting question, but all of this truly would be better to think about in the morning, with a clear head. That's how this incredibly strange day, full of unbelievable events, ended. And my story was only just beginning to unfold at that moment. 36 comments 0 vote. Chapter 2, turns out, rest would have to wait. First, there was a slightly belated dinner ahead, which we still had to wait for. The 4 heroes decided to kill time by chatting and exploring their abilities. I was doing the same. The only difference was that I didn't join their conversation, instead waiting for dinner in the room assigned to me, earning plenty of surprised and confused stares. What? It's not like I did anything wrong. I already knew what they were going to talk about, and honestly, I had zero interest in their petty bickering. It was already clear that we wouldn't come to any agreement, at least not with 3 of them, so why waste my nerves? Even though I already knew a lot about this world, reading about it just doesn't compare to actually experiencing it. That's why I decided to explore my new abilities myself. I remembered that heroes can borrow power matched up methods from one another, all they need to do is believe such methods exist. The only question was, did this also apply to my weapon? Now, this part was particularly curious. Unlike the usual game matched-like interface, which I assumed the other heroes had, mine was, how do I put it, intuitive. There was no standard dialogue window to click on. Instead, a sort of data sheet just poured directly into my head, showing all the information I needed. Honestly, it was super convenient, probably a unique feature of my weapon. As I got lost in thought, I started considering different ways to enhance the weapon. I didn't need to believe they existed. I simply knew they did. I was sure of it. And sure enough, a second later, I suddenly became aware of all the upgrade methods I had seen in the novel: tempering, enhancement, enchantments, you name it. All very MMORPG matched-like. The only exception was my own skill, life absorption. I still didn't fully understand what it did, and there were plenty of other things I needed to test, but even what I had now was more than enough for countless hours of experimenting. In the end, I skipped dinner. Wasn't even hungry, really. That thought made me suddenly raise my hands to my head. Phew, I sighed with relief. They're gone. A bit late, but I finally remembered an episode from my previous summoning, when I had horns. Brutal ones, but still horns. Not exactly a human trait. Then again, I wasn't so sure I was human anymore. There were plenty of reasons to doubt that. Not that it mattered, I never had much affection for humanity anyway. Actually, I never understood why protagonists in these kinds of stories cling so desperately to their humanity. Humans are weak. That's just a fact. Weak and flawed. And if the price of gaining strength is giving up being human, that's barely even a trade matched off. I'd pay that price without hesitation. Well, maybe I've been doing too much thinking today. I was feeling a bit worn out, more mentally than physically. With those thoughts, I went to bed. Tomorrow was bound to be an eventful day. The plot would soon come knocking. I didn't plan on interfering with the princess's plans, that part was too important for Naofumi's development. Besides, I didn't see much point in meddling with the Shield Hero's storyline. Though, I'd need to think more on that later. Despite the flood of thoughts, sleep eventually won out, and I didn't even notice when I drifted off. Grand plans are great and all, but a proper sleep schedule is sacred. In the morning, while washing up, I noticed something odd. The horns were gone, sure, but they weren't the only thing that had changed. My facial features had become more delicate, and perfect. My eye and hair color were a few shades darker. My skin looked cleaner, smoother, paler. Even my moles had disappeared. My teeth were straighter and gleamed like a toothpaste commercial. Something told me all these changes came from my first summoning. And the conviction that I was no longer human just kept growing stronger. Other than that, morning greeted me with a decent breakfast and strange glances from the other heroes. Honestly, the only one I had any interest in was Naofumi. Though I might also try talking to Ren, he seemed like the least hopeless of the bunch. Too bad I never finished reading the novel, so I didn't know how it all ends. The author made the other 3 heroes such hopeless, stubborn idiots that I really couldn't imagine how anyone could get through to them. But that's a problem for later. Because in a few hours, I'd get to see her in person, the bitch princess whose face I'll never forget. That image really burns itself into your mind. Mine, also known as Malti Melromark, princess of the country that summoned us. And, if things go like in the novel, a complete piece of trash. Only 12 people volunteered to become companions to the heroes. Pretty underwhelming, considering, we're supposed to save the world. And their levels weren't exactly impressive either. Most of them hadn't even cleared the level 40 promotion yet. As promised yesterday, I have brought the companions who will accompany you on your journeys. It seems everyone here has already chosen which hero they wish to follow, the king announced. And yeah, they apparently had. Unsurprisingly, no one stepped forward for the shield hero. What did surprise me was that two men started walking toward me. Leaning on my huge scythe, arms crossed on its hilt, I gave them a small half-matched smile and shook my head while looking them straight in the eye. Message received. Loud and clear. A little too fast. In fact, they scattered in opposite directions and ended up with the sword and bow heroes. Weird. Was my smile really that creepy? Wait a second, Your Majesty. Now Fumi cried out like a wounded whale. And honestly, I couldn't blame him. He was a pure tank. Zero offense. Without companions, he was screwed. The king seemed surprised too. Or at least he pretended to be. This farce dragged on until a voice came from behind Motoyasu. Excuse me, I'd like to join the shield hero. Well, who could that be? Now Fumi lit up like a Christmas tree. Can't blame him. Mine really did have a striking appearance. Silky red hair, cute face, perfect figure, generous chest, yeah, not many guys could resist. And not a single hint of the monster she really was. Along with her looks, Princess Melromark had some top-matched tier acting skills. So that's everyone, and the side hero didn't get anyone either. Unfortunately, now Fumi matched Dono, not matched Dono, that means you'll need to rely even more on your talents. But worry not, each of you will receive monthly financial support, and I'll grant you both an extra share. Now Fumi matched Dono and not matched Dono will each receive 800 silver coins. The rest of you will get 600. Use this money to buy equipment. Tossing the weighty pouch in my hand, I shot a glance toward Naofumi and the princess who was already clinging to him. Honestly, I didn't feel like getting involved in the whole betrayal thing. Naofumi was way too naive right now, and if he stayed that way, I don't think I could handle a fourth idiot in this story. So I slung my absurdly light scythe over my shoulder and followed the sword hero. Did you want something? Not matched San. Ren, predictably, noticed me approaching. Yeah, I heard this world is a lot like the games you guys played. Ren nodded silently. Great, then I'd like you to point me toward good grinding spots. If it's not too much trouble. And smile. Always smile. Ren flinched. What's up with that? Well, I can help with that. We already divided some areas for leveling, but there are still a few good ones left. Here, on the map I had acquired earlier, Ren drew out a full route heading north of the kingdom. From weak to stronger monsters, he basically gave me a beginner's leveling guide. Thanks. That's a big help, Ren. HMPH. Just make sure you're useful. The sword hero even looked a little flustered. If I'm right, he's actually much simpler than he lets on. And being the youngest summoned hero probably plays a part too. So, after the leveling advice, I headed into the city. I wanted to meet the legendary weapon shop uncle in person, which turned out to be surprisingly easy. Just ask anyone for the best weapon shop in town, every answer pointed to the same place. Oh, welcome. The moment I stepped through the door, a large bald man in classic blacksmith garb greeted me, and I instantly recognized him from the anime and novel illustrations. Good day. I returned the greeting. Huh, that smile of yours is creepy as hell, kid. Especially with that scythe, straight to the point, huh. Well, at least someone said it out loud. I'll take that as a compliment. Though I don't think your shop has what I'm looking for. After scanning all the displayed weapons, I didn't see even a hint of anything resembling a scythe. Not surprising. Yeah, the man glanced at the weapon in my hands. So you're the scythe hero, huh? In the flesh, I gave a theatrical bow. Huh, no one uses that kind of weapon here, so I don't have anything ready-matched made. What if I ordered one? Could you make something worthwhile if I brought the materials? That was a really important question. After all, I needed to copy weapons and get their stats to grow stronger. I was already forced to use placeholders because there were no scythes for sale in Melromark, if this guy wouldn't take custom orders either. If you let me examine that scythe of yours more closely, then, yeah, I might give it a try. He scratched his beard thoughtfully. Perfect. One problem down. I don't have the right materials yet, so for now let's stick to armor. Got anything to recommend? Armor? Huh, another thoughtful look. Your weapon suggests mobility, so something light. What's your budget? I've got 800 silver. Don't want to blow it all, but I'm not looking to skimp on quality either. Got it. Give me a minute. The blacksmith disappeared into the back of the shop. For 10 minutes I heard clanking and rustling. A few loud curses too. Then suddenly everything went quiet, and he reappeared. Here, he placed something on the counter. Looked like a leather coat with short sleeves. Light armor, with thin metal plates and enchantments for durability. Best I've got for now. It looked pretty damn cool. I definitely had the vibe of a classic anti-matched hero. And how much for this masterpiece? 450 silver. Have mercy, old man. I gasped dramatically. That's quite a hefty price. I'm not really familiar with the pricing here, so maybe I should come back later with my shield hero buddy. Eck, the blacksmith flinched. No need for that, kid. I don't want to go bankrupt here. 200 silver. That's the lowest I can go. Deal. I smiled and shook his hand. His smile now looked a bit forced. Oh yeah, I knew about the shield hero's haggling skills. I figured he'd already been here. Do I feel even a little guilty? Not at all. That's just the kind of bastard I am. I mean, I'm risking my life to save a world that isn't even mine. I deserve a good discount. Honestly, the idea of world saviors having to pay for their own gear is just absurd. But hey, what can you do? After securing some decent armor, I finally headed out in search of adventure. I planned to spend the rest of the day grinding, fully immersing myself in the fantasy world. I'd never actually held a real weapon before, and that's a problem I needed to fix. Fortunately, I already had a few ideas in mind. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 3. This is actually exciting. By some twist of fate, I'd recently witnessed the literal end of the world, which had its own haunting beauty, but what I was seeing now was also breathtaking. As soon as I stepped outside the city walls, I was greeted by a view untouched by civilization. Lush greenery, grass swaying in the wind, stretching almost all the way to the horizon. Flowers grew here and there, and balls. Yeah, further out from the city walls, actual living bouncing balls were hopping around. Orange, yellow, blue, walking mushrooms. I even spotted something that looked like a rabbit a couple times. This world really was a fantasy brought to life. Alright, let's get started. Adjusting my grip on the scythe, I moved forward. Following Ren's advice, I headed north of Melromark, but I decided to start with the monsters closest to the city. After all, I had zero combat experience, and this was a good chance to practice using my weapon in relative safety. Though even the balls could surprise you. Turns out they had actual mouths and knew how to bite. I found that out firsthand. I offered my leg to the first one that noticed me. Stupid, maybe, but now I had a sense of my pain threshold. And it was impressive. I was expecting something like a dog bite, but I barely felt anything. Poke, pop. The ball, on the other hand, didn't survive even a light jab from my scythe's tip. Yeah, that was sad. With a skeptical look, I tossed what was left of the ball into the round stone near my scythe's blade, which I figured was the core of the legendary weapon. The stone flickered and absorbed the offering without a fuss. Now, the loot. Upon mentally asking to see what I got, a small panel appeared before me, showing a single line. Orange ball hide X1. I could have just instantly received the knowledge of what and how much I'd collected, which I planned to do from now on, but I was a bit curious about the system's interface. To be honest, I wasn't a fan of these kinds of systems. Actually, I kinda hated them. Probably thanks to all the light novels I'd read, where the system was shoved in at every opportunity. Eventually, I developed a distaste for it. Maybe that's why mine manifested as a mental interface. In the end, the balls weren't exactly challenging, but they were good enough for practicing basic swings. And even that had its quirks. With every swing of the scythe, I intuitively understood more about how to move. Each slash became sharper, cleaner. I could feel myself sinking with the weapon. After about an hour, I was mowing down packs of them without breaking a sweat. The swings came naturally. At some point, I even got bored and started showing off with flashy scythe tricks and skill acquired. Scythe Mastery LV. 1. That line hit me like a brick to the head, leaving me briefly stunned. I didn't remember anything like this in the novel, which meant either the shield didn't have this feature, or I was the only one with such a weapon-matched based skill system. While grinding, I also spotted the shield hero with his temporary companion. And I got to witness Naofumi beating the crap out of balls with his bare hands while mine just stood there smiling. Yeah, didn't spend too long watching. It was mildly amusing, but I'd clearly outgrown ball farming. Time to move on. So I finally headed north, just like I was supposed to. Along the way, I entered a forest and ran into monsters resembling rabbits, mushrooms, birds, insects. Honestly, I was kind of surprised that so many different creatures were found so close to the city. In the forest, I encountered my first, let's just say, emotional hiccup. A monster popped out, one of those rabbit-matched looking ones. Fat, fluffy rabbit. It jumped out of the bushes so suddenly that I instinctively did a horizontal slash with my scythe. Splurt. As expected, the scythe didn't meet any resistance. It just cleaved the thing clean in half. And since it had been mid-match jump, a good chunk of its guts and blood landed right on my face. No idea how long I stood there, but I must have stared at the blood puddle and guts for at least 5 minutes with a dead matched-eyed stare. It felt weird. I was definitely grossed out by the scene, but at the same time, oddly satisfied. Especially when the following text popped into my head. Skill activated. Life absorption. Express. 12+3. At first I didn't get it. Then I still didn't get it. Then I focused on the skill and mentally asked for an explanation. Eventually, I got this. Life absorption, a skill that allows you to absorb the death emissions of living beings, gaining bonus experience. Now that was interesting. And kinda broken. What kind of experiments were those demons doing to create something this op? If they'd summoned someone like me from the start, there's no way they would have lost. I looked at the monster's blood again. And the longer I stared, the less disgusted I felt. Sure, it was still nasty, but, over time, I started seeing it as just part of the process. Something normal. Until now, I'd never seen real blood like this before. I'd never butchered an animal or anything. So it was pretty normal that the sight hit me hard. But just as suddenly as it hit me, it passed. Whether that was my own mental resilience or a trait of my race, I couldn't say. And did it even matter? I knew there were many more battles ahead, not all of them with monsters. In that sense, I was actually glad it happened. So I spent the rest of the day grinding. Ren really came through. Following the route he mapped out, I eventually reached a village in Melromark called Ort, where I could spend the night. By the end of the day, I'd reached level 12 without much effort, unlocked and mastered every type of scythe available from local monsters, and picked up a few professions. I learned beginner-matched level mixing, cooking, mining, logging, and fishing. Sure, all just basic stuff, but even that could take ordinary people months to reach. For heroes, though, all it took was killing monsters and feeding their remains to the weapon. I also unlocked a few combat skills. Phantom Scythe creates a phantom scythe up to 15 meters away. Phantom Slash, a crescent-matched shaped slash that flies off the blade, just as sharp as the real thing. And, somehow, my scythe mastery reached level 2. I'd been feeding my scythe everything I could get. Ore, stones, monster remains, tools. Some things immediately unlocked new variations of the weapon, others didn't, probably because I hadn't unlocked prerequisite forms yet. But the most surprising was the scythe's reaction to an ordinary garden sickle. That gave me not only the phantom scythe skill but also a handy compact version of the weapon. Now people wouldn't immediately recognize me as the scythe hero. I could even wear the mini version on my belt under a cloak. All in all, I officially declared the day a major success. The village chief somehow knew I'd been responsible for the local monster genocide and offered me a spare room in his house. Worked for me, so I didn't say no. The next day promised to be interesting, and my brain wouldn't let me sleep peacefully. First, there was a certain raccoon girl on my mind. Honestly, I wouldn't mind taking Raftalia for myself, but she's really important to Naofumi. She's a core part of the story, and tampering with that was probably a bad idea. Still, I wasn't 100% sure. It's not like the world revolved around just one raccoon girl. Second, I wasn't sure how much I should support the shield hero. Or how often I should even interact with him. The novel showed that Naofumi could handle everything on his own, but maybe I could smooth out a few especially painful moments. And third, I really had to hold myself back from killing mine too early. The bitch princess was the most unpredictable factor in any plan I could make. Who knows what ideas she might get into her head, or if she'd decide to backstab me for fun. She probably wouldn't succeed, but she'd definitely cost me a few brain cells. And we all know they don't grow back. Besides all that, I still had to keep leveling up, gaining combat experience, and eventually get into local magic. There was also something called chi in this world. I remembered very little about it, but it'd be nice to figure it out. Not to mention the various professions, I needed to pick a few core ones to focus on. Right now, I was leaning toward mixing and blacksmithing, with enchanting as a bonus. Seemed like a solid combo. But picturing myself working as a blacksmith, yeah, that was still tough. So, I was undecided. I still had time to figure things out. And depending on how tomorrow goes, my evil plans may just begin to take shape. 23 comments 0 vote. Chapter 4. Turns out I slept for about 3 hours that night, but strangely enough, it was more than enough. I was really starting to like my current body. First thing in the morning, I set off for Melromark. I wasn't sure when exactly the setup against the shield hero would happen, so I decided to head out early. No one knew how things would play out, so I wasn't about to pass up even one extra level. Levels are never useless, after all. So I took a longer route back to the city and managed to gain 2 more levels by wiping out monsters along the way. As it turned out, I was a little late. The city was already buzzing with whispers about some heinous crime committed by the shield hero, which had prompted the king to summon all the heroes. I was honestly amused to hear the theory repeated more than once that the 5th hero, the Scythe hero, was also an accomplice and had fled the city without ever showing up at the palace. Hilarious. The new developments made me pick up the pace. Sorry, Naofumi, if I don't make it in time, but there are things far more important to me than trying to interfere with the inevitable. So instead of heading for the castle, I made my way to an elegant building that looked like a temple, home to the dragon hourglass. Yeah, I should have done this earlier, but I just straight matched up forgot. What can I say? I'm an idiot. Not that anyone cares. Oh, one of the nuns noticed me approaching. You, she frowned slightly. Scythe hero, at your service. I gave her a mock-match theatrical bow. I see, the nun seemed a little surprised. What brings you to us, honored hero? I'd like to see the dragon hourglass. Also, I need some of its sand. The first is no issue, but your second request, the nun hesitated. It's necessary for my mission to save this world. I'm not asking for the impossible, am I? I will speak with the High Bishop. Well, that was better than being flat matched out denied. At least they let me approach the hourglass. 26 hours 13 minutes and 41 seconds. That's how much time was left until the wave. 20 matched 6 days. More than enough to hit a decent level. If I remembered correctly, glass didn't appear until the 3rd wave, and the second one was still almost a month away. Back then, the heroes were around level 50 and still couldn't do a thing against her, so I'd need to work hard if I didn't want to get embarrassed. So you're the side hero I've been hearing about. A man in his 30s, dressed like your typical priest, interrupted my thoughts. His face wore a frozen, kind smile, which I wasn't buying for a second. I vaguely remembered some story about a lunatic bishop, but I couldn't recall the details. Probably not this guy. Yep, that's me. I gave a casual nod and spun my scythe playfully, tapping the blade on the floor and resting my hands on the handle. Looked pretty cool, probably. I believe you. You're here for this, aren't you? The priest pulled out a tiny pouch from his robes. The other heroes have already come for sand, so we have some left in reserve. And you're just handing it over. A bit of skepticism crept into my voice. It is our duty, as servants of the church, to provide heroes with everything they need to protect our world. It doesn't matter which legendary weapon they possess. Oh, really? Let's see how long that attitude lasts. And hey, while we're at it, I admire your devotion to duty. A smile crept across my face, which made the priest's smile twitch slightly. In that case, would you mind giving me one more pouch? I'm sure one of my comrades didn't know about the sand and still hasn't received this vital resource. That is, his smile was looking real strained now. You mean the shield hero? Yep, I nodded cheerfully. Well, he's also fighting to protect your world and needs support. Surely he deserves a bit of help too, no? Yes, of course, honored hero. You are absolutely right, Marie. The priest turned to the nun who greeted me earlier. Bring more sand for our heroes. Be matched, but she hesitated. Marie. The bishop's tone brooked no argument. Even I felt a little chill from his glare. Yikes. The nun left, and we spent the next few minutes silently smiling at each other like nothing had happened. When the nun returned and saw us, she hiccuped and handed me the second pouch with visibly shaking hands. My appraisal skill, picked up from a monster, confirmed the contents were real, not some fantasy-matched world knock-matched off drug. Best of luck in your sacred task, honored hero. Yeah, you too. Don't catch a cold. Waving to the poor nun and still matched smiling bishop, I left that lovely place. Now it was time for today's main event. The guards at the castle gates froze when they saw me approaching. For a good 30 seconds, they just stared as I walked up. Then, seemingly remembering their job, they led me to the king. I was a bit surprised they didn't shackle me or drag me in like a criminal. What's gotten into them? Maybe the king hadn't lost his mind yet. But the moment I stepped into the throne room, hey, this is what you wanted, isn't it? I walked in on Naofumi, half-matched naked and furious, hurling a now much-matched lighter coin pouch at Spear Guy. What the hell are you doing, bastard? Motoyasu reflexively caught the pouch, stumbling a little from the impact. Not bad for a guy who can't attack, huh? Looks like I missed the good part. The Scythe hero, the king gave me a condescending look. Decided to grace us with your presence. For a brief second, I imagined myself standing behind the throne, smiling as the bloody tip of my scythe jutted out of the king's gut. On the floor before him lay the decapitated corpse of his bitch daughter, and he stared down in stunned disbelief. I shook the vision away, but a strange, lingering feeling stayed with me. Yeah, I answered a bit slowly. I was busy and didn't catch what's going on. Why the gathering? With some effort, I composed myself and returned to my usual tone and expression. That scumbag Naofumi tried to assault his companion. Motoyasu, of course, never missed a chance to show off his IQ. Wow, that's quite the way to start your life in a new world. Wasting no time, huh, Naofumi? I raised my brows in fake admiration. Not, you too, I didn't do it. The shield hero didn't find the joke funny. Shame. Oh, alright then. I nodded calmly, face neutral now. Huh, Naofumi blinked, confused. You believe this scum, not? Oh, for the love of, Motoyasu, just disappear already. Well, yeah, if Naofumi says he didn't do it, then he didn't. Simple, isn't it? HMPH. I thought the side hero had more sense. Clearly, I was mistaken. Screw all of you. Naofumi stormed out of the castle. Still in his underwear. Ahem. My apologies. While Motoyasu was still processing, I casually walked up and took the pouch Naofumi had thrown. Well then, thanks for the show. I bowed to the king. I'll take my leave now. Hey, wait, I didn't bother turning around. Real heroes don't look back at explosions. Who said I was fleeing? I just wasn't going to waste more time here. Instead, I walked outside the castle and spotted Naofumi's retreating figure. Still in his underwear, it was kind of funny. I didn't see much point in going after him just yet. He'd manage on his own. For now, I had other priorities. First up, finding the magic shop run by that old lady from the novel. Took me a while. Most townsfolk didn't use magic, so they didn't care about magic shops. Plus, there were several of them. Eventually, I found her, the witchy-matched looking granny with the big hat behind the counter. Oh matched ho matched oh, a new customer. Welcome to my humble shop. She greeted me with a smile. Good day, I'd like to know my magical affinity. Ah, I see, the witch looked me over. Then please, gaze into this orb. She pulled a crystal ball from behind the counter. I leaned in and did as instructed. The orb glowed faintly, didn't mean anything to me, but the old lady seemed surprised. My, you have talent for 3 branches. Light and darkness will allow you to create illusions, and you also have an affinity for ice. What's odd is that your ice affinity is very high, but your affinity for water, its source, is minimal. Well now, that actually made some sense. Darkness for the hero of death, sure. Light, maybe tied to the life-death duality. Ice, death is cold, right? I could roll with that. In that case, I'd like to start with a book on illusion magic. The price tags shocked me. Even the most basic books started at 1 gold coin. And the cost skyrocketed with each level. I could try getting books for free later. Like when I saved Ryute Village, the old lady's grandson lived there. In the novel, she gave Naofumi and Raftalia some books in gratitude. Alternatively, I could ask the king or some other bigwig. That could work any time. But I had reasons to act fast. So, I made my next stop a normal bookstore, where I picked up a couple of beginner books, the equivalent of an alphabet and a dictionary. Yeah, I was going to learn the local language. Why? Silly question. Literacy opens doors to all kinds of knowledge. I plan to use the time before the wave productively and develop in multiple directions. And after the wave, I could collect some rewards from grateful villagers. Cynical, maybe, but I didn't care. If I'm being honest with myself, I didn't really care about the fate of this world. The lives of strangers, human or not, meant very little to me. So, pondering edgy anti-matched hero thoughts and strolling through Melromark, my eyes caught a figure in a green cloak, and a brief glint of a shield. The figure noticed me too. Not. Now Fumi looked surprised. Small world, I admitted. I see you got dressed. Yeah, wait, what are you doing here? Now Fumi was suspicious. Understandably so. He probably expected another betrayal. Oh, you know, stuff, oh, right. Catch. I tossed him the pouch of silver he'd thrown earlier. Kind of dumb to throw away money when your life depends on it. I wanted to scold him a bit more, but I understood the emotional outburst. So I let it go. Got it now. Oh, and this too. I tossed him the second pouch, the one with the hourglass sand. I don't need Hando. What's this? Sand from the dragon hourglass. That big chapel over there. I pointed. Once you hit level 50, absorbing it with your shield unlocks teleportation. Contacting the hourglass now shows a countdown to the next wave. Also, legendary weapons can copy weapons of the same type. Just touch any shield and you'll see. What else? I stroked my beard. W matched weight. Now Fumi flailed. Why are you telling me all this? Took me a second to understand. Then it clicked. Oh, simple. I don't care. I told you already. Now Fumi. I believe you didn't do it. Quote. Well, that's all I've got for now. Good luck, shield hero. If you ever need help, you can ask. Though we probably won't see each other for a while. I waved to the stunned now Fumi and walked away. Why didn't I tell him about the other enhancement methods? Like he'd believe me. The key to unlocking those features was believing they existed. Did now Fumi believe in anything right now? Highly doubtful. To become stronger, he'd need to crack the shell of mistrust he'd built around himself. And to help him, I'd have to earn his trust, which I didn't have time for. And anyway, that sweet raccoon girl would do a much better job than some creepy guy with a scythe. Yeah, I decided to leave Raftalia to Naofumi. They needed each other. If I looked at this world as reality, and not as an opportunity to collect waifus, then, from a practical standpoint, any slave could fill that role for me. So, after picking up a nice travel bag, I hit the road again. The wave was coming, and I had to grow stronger. No time to waste wandering around. Time to grind like a champ. Chapter 5. Grinding. Back when I was a hardcore gamer, I used to spend days, even weeks, farming the same mobs over and over just for a single item. It brought me actual joy. And when that item finally dropped, there were no words to describe that feeling. In real life though, grinding felt a bit different. My body tired much slower than a normal human's. Add to that the stat boosts granted by the legendary weapon, and I was basically a hard matched-to-matched kill machine. Practically tireless. A fantasy world Terminator. So, it was mental exhaustion that caught up to me far faster than physical fatigue. And boredom. So much boredom. I spent an entire week alone in the forest, surrounded only by the local wildlife. I sliced monsters, chopped them up, beat them down, even played hide and seek. In other words, I tried everything I could to shake off the monotony. I'd always thought of myself as more of an introvert. But that assumption came with one key condition, the existence of humanity's greatest invention, the internet. Which, in this world, sadly or luckily didn't exist. After spending 7 full days in the woods, with no one to talk to, no internet, and no outlet to express my thoughts or emotions. Well, let's just say my sanity started to leak a little. Why didn't I just go back to the city if I was suffering so much? Good question. Honestly, I'm not even sure myself. It felt more like a trial. A kind of training, not for my physical stats, but for my mind. Or you could just call it idiocy. Or mule-matched-headed stubbornness. Or masochism. Take your pick. Anyway, back to the present. In the past week, I'd gone from level 14 to 38. Progress naturally slowed with each level, but it was still pretty solid. I also unlocked a new active skill, Phantom Grip. That one creates a zone around the target filled with phantom scythe blades. And when I give the command, the zone collapses, shredding the victim in a very non-matched phantom fashion. Its radius and versatility made it one of my best tools. There was also a slightly embarrassing incident that gave me another new skill. I got carried away doing scythe tricks in front of a mirror, which I still regret deeply, and broke it. While cleaning up the shards, my weapon reacted and I gained illusory double, a skill that creates a ghostly clone. It's intangible, so it can't deal damage, but it's perfect as a decoy. Most of my new skills were passives. Stat boosts, crafting bonuses, basic utility. Out of boredom, I even started mixing ingredients, something I hadn't originally planned to touch. But it turned out to be a good call. Mixing let me craft all sorts of potions myself. And using the same materials, I could produce potions of far higher quality than normal people. Yet again, legendary weapon owners proved to be total cheats. If I really wanted to, I could flood the market with potions and collapse the entire economy. Lucky for the world I was too lazy to bother. Still, messing around with herbs and brewing stuff could actually be kind of fun. Time passed, and I kept heading farther north from Melromark. A day after that long week, I stumbled on another village. The local chief gave me a tip. Roughly a day's travel from the village lay an old dungeon. These places are usually cleared out from time to prevent monsters from spilling into the overworld, population control, basically. But this particular dungeon hadn't been touched in a while, and a scheduled sweep was coming up soon. Well, I'm a big fan of free loot, so why not make the lives of the cleanup crew a little easier? Work that finishes itself is a beautiful thing. Easier for them, and good XP for me. Thus, I gained a new goal and partially quenched my social starvation. The villagers gave me a few odd looks. Not with hostility, exactly, but there was definite distance between us, a sense of separation due to status. But really, what else could you expect when there's a church of heroes? The locals genuinely saw us as gods. To them, we were beings of another order entirely. And I had a sneaking suspicion the church was built in our name on purpose. Not in honor of divine patrons or the legendary weapons themselves, but in honor of the heroes. Ordinary mortals, even if summoned from another world. Flesh and blood, makes you wonder, maybe ancient people were so awed by heroes' power that they deified them. Or maybe heroes really were connected to something divine or had the potential to become divine themselves. It's a shame the story lost its spark after Naofumi's name got cleared. My interest in the plot took a serious hit. I wish I knew what ultimately happens to this world. But for now, I'd have to deal with problems as they came. Speaking of which, gross, I grimaced at the massive spider in front of me. The thing came up to my waist, its twitchy little eyes scanning for food. The hairs on its legs were clearly visible, thanks to my heightened senses, and I could hear the disgusting noises it made. Honestly, I had a fleeting, cowardly urge to just turn around and find another place to grind. After all, even the surface monsters were plenty monstrous. But I stomped that thought down immediately. I'm an isekai protagonist, damn it. So, I braced myself and moved forward. Kia, the spider let out a shriek, and lunged. And for the first time in a while, I actually felt a bit of tension. The difference between dungeon monsters and surface ones was definitely noticeable. Still not enough to be dangerous, though. My scythe grew from sickle-matched size into a massive black blade nearly my height. I took a slow step forward. 5 meters between us. Another step. 3 meters. I swung the scythe back behind my right side, letting its weight pull me into motion. 2 meters. My foot traced a half-matched circle on the damp stone, and I spun, dodging the jumping spider while letting the momentum carry me. Then, shifting my balance and hauling the weapon upward, I cleaved the thing diagonally in half. With a squelch, its 2 halves dropped to the floor. Scythe Mastery LV. 5. It was hard to judge the growth rate of the skill, since I'd never heard of anything like this in the original story. But based on how I felt, I was getting pretty damn good with this weapon. I was approaching that elusive point where a weapon feels like an extension of your body, or in this case, more like an extra limb altogether. I could feel its weight perfectly. Sense its balance. I intuitively knew how to chain moves together without breaking the rhythm of combat. So, yeah, I began my genocide of the local population. Spiders, centipedes, giant pill bugs, worms. You name it, this dungeon had it. If someone had described its inhabitants to me ahead of time, I'm not sure I would have gone in at all. From spiders I got a sewing skill, increased agility, and a new scythe. From tough matched shelled bugs, I gained defense and endurance boosts. As I went deeper, I started noticing oddly shaped patches of wall. It reminded me of that episode where Naofumi mined ore in a cave or dungeon. Maybe I should have brought a pickaxe. I mused, walking deeper. 1 floor at a time, I descended further and further. Until, in one cavern, I heard a loud scraping sound above me. I looked up. Just in time to throw myself into a roll. Boom, something massive crashed to the ground. A huge spider, absolutely enormous. It was twice my height, covered in hair, with 6 legs and disgusting, twitching mandibles. Nearly pitch-matched black, perfect for blending in with the shadows. And those eyes, 6 shiny black beads glaring right at me. While I was still trying to overcome the revulsion, the monster screeched and lunged. I'll admit for its size, it moved way too fast. I barely dodged with another roll. The thing didn't give me a moment, stomping and stabbing with its legs like it wanted to skewer me on a spit, still screeching all the while. I dodged again, spun on my heel, wound up my scythe, and dropped to one knee, slashing with all my strength at the leg it conveniently extended toward me. Kee! It howled as murky green liquid sprayed from the severed limb. But I didn't like how much effort it took to chop that leg. The chitin was insanely tough. I had to go all matched in just to sever one. Illusory double, I whispered, leaping back. 2 of us jumped away in opposite directions. But the bastard still somehow guessed right, probably just luck, and attacked the real me. I barely managed to block with the scythe shaft, the impact slamming me into the wall. I shook off the stars in my vision and charged again. Another double. This time, the distraction worked. The monster hesitated, giving me the opening I needed. I spun the scythe and dashed toward its side, positioning myself in front of 4 of its legs, 2 right, 2 left, and whispered my next move. Phantom slash. A horizontal sweep, and from the blade flew a violet crescent. It cleanly sliced through 2 of the legs in front of me. Not bad. The other 2 held up, and the skill dissipated. But still, more than enough. Phantom scythe. A phantom blade materialized at the spider's side. The creature began to topple and given its weight and momentum. The curved phantom blade plunged into its abdomen. The skill would last 15 seconds, and while the spider flailed to remove itself from the blade, irony, I prepared the finisher. Spinning my scythe once more, I struck the shaft against the floor. Raised a hand as if to grab something and phantom grip, half-matched circle violet blades erupted from the ground around the spider's thrashing head. Then, I clenched my fist. The blades converged. Some shattered against the armor, but enough pierced softer spots to reduce the monster's head to chunks. The screeching finally stopped. Skill activated. Life absorption. Express. 420 plus 50. That was exhilarating. I muttered to no one in particular, staring at the fallen beast. The world is definitely a better place now. As I stepped forward to collect the loot, I froze. There it was. Reaper's scythe. Floating in front of me was an icon of a sleek black scythe, decorated with thorn-matched like spikes resembling the spider's own features. And the stats. Reaper's scythe 0/30th C. Ability not mastered. Equipment bonus. Attack plus 30. Special effect. Wither active. Mastery. 0. The name said it all. But the effect explained more. Each hit that made physical contact would slightly weaken the target over time. It wouldn't be enough to disable a foe of equal strength, but it'd definitely soften them up. All in all, not bad at all. This dungeon run brought me a solid level boost and a powerful new weapon, one that would clearly become my main gear for quite a while. Less than 20 days remained until the next wave. After some mental math, I decided to rest a bit once I returned to the city, which would take about 4 days. After that, back to the grind. And I was curious, how's that shield hero doing? If I remembered correctly, he should have gotten himself a certain adorable companion by now. Can't wait to meet the title's main waifu in the flesh. I was never a big fan of Raftalia, personally, but still. Decision made. No appeals allowed. Time to move out. Just you wait, Raccoon Girl. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6. Just as I expected, it took me 4 days to return to Melromark, arriving by evening. On the way, I didn't focus much on grinding, only killing monsters that crossed my path. As a result, I gained just 2 levels, finally reaching level 40. My biggest achievement was progress in learning the local language. I'd been dedicating nearly all my free time to it, taking breaks only to make potions through the Scythe system. I still wasn't sure how that process managed to suck me in. But back to language study. Language comprehension LV. 1 acquired. That's the message I saw on day 4 while digging through something like a dictionary. My memory has clearly improved since I came to this world. I can feel the difference, and the skill has given me an instant boost. Suddenly, everything makes more sense. At the moment, I'd even managed to raise the skill to level 2. At this rate, I'd be able to start studying local magic in about a month. Although, I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea. Local magic was defective, to put it politely. The problem, chanting. Some spells had such ridiculously long chants that, in the time it took to cast one, I could have sliced up that spider boss 3 times over. First thing I did upon returning to the city was visit Uncle Blacksmith to talk about something that had been on my mind ever since the dungeon boss fight. A little late, I know, but I realized that blocking enemy attacks with the scythe's shaft wasn't always ideal. If that boss had been just a bit faster, I might have taken real damage. As it was, I got off with a few bruises. My defense stat wasn't bad either. For the record, my dominant stat was attack, followed by agility, and then endurance. Life in Melromark, well, it bustled, if you could call it that. People still whispered about the shield heroes, crime. Amusing, really, treating someone who fights for your world like that. Idiotic. I hate to say it, but for saving the world, something like a basic assault accusation is a pretty cheap price. In any other country, the government wouldn't even blink at a hero's indiscretion. But Altcray was a special kind of moron. Oh, if it isn't the Scythe kiddo. Uncle Blacksmith greeted me. Been a while since your first visit. Thought you'd vanished for good. What, and miss out on your bargain deals? I asked, mock offended. Ho match dough, you and the shield brat are gonna bankrupt me at this rate. He chuckled. So, what brings you here? I'm hoping I've gathered enough materials for, well, something useful. Think you can make anything out of this? With that, I gave the scythe a mental command to unload most of its inventory. Spider chitin, feathers from bird monsters, reptile scales, animal pelts, metal ore, and all kinds of other junk poured out. Kiddo, the man actually looked stunned. What, you think it's not enough? I've got bones and tongues too, hang on. I started summoning another pile, but, no matched no, stop, Uncle flailed his arms like a madman. So, it is enough. I have no idea, but seriously, did you wipe out the entire ecosystem? Well, I actually had to stop and think about that. His eyes widened even more, and he started coughing. No, probably not, though I may have trimmed the population a little. NNGH. Damn, compared to you, that shield kiddo's barely scraping by. Oh yeah, he's a hard worker. Turns out Naofumi had recently visited the shop and, surprise matched surprise, he wasn't alone. With him was a little raccoon girl. Which meant the canonical meeting had already happened, and I was officially too late to claim Raftalia for myself. Not that I'd really planned to. Our personalities were way too different, pointless arguments would have been inevitable. She'd definitely be more comfortable with her shield hero. That girl deserved a bit of happiness, honestly. If only Naofumi weren't such a blockhead. Still, credit where it's due, his approach wasn't bad. Jumping into a relationship this early, especially with someone who's mentally still a kid, would have been a mess. Peak puberty and all. Actually, now that I think about it, I'd probably do the same. Or the exact opposite, either back off entirely or go full assertive and set clear boundaries. But yeah, the cautious approach felt more reasonable. Honestly, sex and relationships were weird topics. I definitely felt attraction to pretty girls, but it was muted. Distant. It didn't cloud my thinking or cloud my judgment. Most likely a perk of my altered race. Probably the only reason I hadn't sprinted after Raftalia the moment I saw her. Back to business, Uncle and I sat down and hashed out the design I had in mind. We crunched some ideas, weighed the pros and cons, and finally agreed on a single blueprint. The result was a sketch of armor that would serve me for a long time. We based it on my current gear, but shifted it from light to medium class. My stats were more than high enough to handle the extra weight without losing mobility. The highlight was a set of special alloy plates, mixed with chitin from the spider boss, built into the forearms. With that, I could block medium matched level hits using my arms alone in an emergency. The gloves and boots had similar alloys. In the gloves, the metal was lighter and more flexible, ideal for close matched quarters combat. In the boots, it was heavier, giving my kicks some serious punch. Hey, the cloak stayed the same, more or less. The fabric was a bit stronger and better quality now. I'd have to take it to a seamstress Uncle knew, but that was a minor detail. Overall, the armor's quality far surpassed what I had before, thanks mostly to the materials I'd dumped on him. We only had to buy a bit of extra metal, because I hadn't thought to bring a pickaxe. Not that I wanted to lug ore around anyway. This might be the best thing I've worked on in years. Uncle said, looking at the plans and material list. So, how long will this masterpiece take? And how much do I owe you? Honestly, I'm excited to work on something like this. I can probably finish in 3 or 4 days. And it doesn't feel right to charge a guy who's risking his life to save our world. Man, what a good guy. Now I wouldn't feel right taking the armor for free. Yes, I do have a conscience. Granted, it's mutated into something strange and borderline unrecognizable, but hey, it's still a conscience. Alright, we'll figure out the details later. So, 4 days, huh? I thought about whether it made sense to leave the city during that time. Turns out it didn't. There weren't any suitable monsters nearby for my level. The closest effective grinding area was 3 days away, same for the return trip. So, leaving town would be pointless. What to do with myself in the city for 4 days? I'd figure it out later. After finalizing things with Uncle, I headed to the herbalist next, to the shop that sold potions and herbs. On the way, I stopped by another merchant and sold off various hides, claws, and other leftovers that hadn't made it into the armor. And when I finally reached the herbalist, 3 voices of surprise, one after the other. The last one, though, was more confusion than surprise. Another unexpected encounter. You never cease to amaze me, Naofumi. I was the first to recover. And this time, I see you're not alone. When did you get a kid? Adorable. I smiled at the little girl with the animal ears hiding behind him. She's not my kid, Naofumi blurted out, exactly what I was waiting for. My goodness, Naofumi, you stole a child. I covered my mouth in mock horror. What? No, that's not, he stammered. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep a straight face. My mask cracked. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Well, maybe a little. You're just too easy to mess with. You're charming, charismatic, witty. I cut him off gleefully, making up for nearly 2 weeks of social starvation. Annoying. You wound me. I clutched my chest. Anyway, you haven't introduced your precious companion. My gaze returned to Raftalia. Who else could it be? A scruffy 10-matched-year-matched old girl. Reddish-matched brown hair, matching raccoon-matched-like ears, and wide, wary red eyes. You could tell she hadn't lived an easy life, a bit sickly, bags under her eyes, thin frame. But also clear signs that Naofumi was taking care of her. Her hair had been trimmed neatly, her clothes were suitable for travel and combat, and her face no longer looked like a broken slave's. She was clean, too, no grime, no mess. This is Raftalia. Naofumi reluctantly introduced her. She's my slave. Wow, you've grown since our last meeting, Naofumi. I approve. I gave a few thoughtful nods. You're going to twist everything, aren't you? Damn, you're catching on too fast. Boring guy, you could have played along, you know. I sighed dramatically, then addressed the girl directly. Nice to meet you, Raftalia. I'm not. I crouched down in front of her. She didn't step out from behind the shield hero, eyeing me cautiously. But hey, she didn't flinch at my smile. Even Naofumi did, a little. Impressive. You matched P matched pleased to meet you, Mr. Knot. Naofumi matched Sama. She then turned to Naofumi. Mr. Knot is your friend. GKH. Naofumi twitched hard. He's also a summoned hero. The 5th one. But aren't there only 4 heroes? Raftalia tilted her head in confusion. Yep, that's how it was supposed to be. But something went wrong, and here I am, I answered before Naofumi could. And hey, the more heroes, the better, right? I added, quieter, especially when 3 of them are useless morons. Match do. Raftalia nodded cheerfully. That was pretty funny, given what I'd just said. Naofumi, by the way, had heard me, and actually chuckled in agreement. I could hear the surprise in his voice. Anyway, since we ran into each other, he began, but then paused, giving me a weird look. I wanted to say, thanks. Huh, for what? You don't remember? He stared at me. What you told me, about copying weapons of the same type. And the hourglass sand. Thanks for that, too. Though I can't even imagine reaching level 50 right now. Oh, that. I paused, then had a very intriguing thought. No need to thank me. I just did it because I felt like it. By the way, what level are you now? 12. Same for Raftalia. Oh, that's surprising, though I guess it makes sense. She joined you recently, right? So you only just started being able to deal damage. Right, but is that really so shocking? What's your level? Apparently, my reaction gave me away. 40. At first, Naofumi didn't react. Then he processed the number, and his eyes went so wide I actually felt a tiny bit of concern for him. Just a little. F matched 40. Have you been living with monsters? Pretty much. Week and a half or so. I nodded casually. Anyway, I've got more stuff to tell you. What do you mean? Naofumi still looked a little dazed. And I started to realize how I'd be spending at least part of my 4 free days. It's time you learned the secrets of the universe, now Fumi, I said, striking a dramatic pose. I'm going to teach you how to upgrade your weapon beyond just absorbing materials or copying gear. The question is, are you willing to believe me? Because that's what determines whether it works. Now Fumi stared in silence, long and hard. Raphtalia kept glancing between us, visibly nervous, not understanding what was going on. I was fine with either answer. If not now, then later, once we were on better terms. But I didn't have to wait. All right, I'll believe you, not. You've already helped me once. I'm not stupid enough to forget that. Good, I smiled. This time, neither of them flinched. Though my smile slowly stretched into a grin I couldn't quite contain. In that case, now Fumi, I suggest you make the most of my 4 days in the city. What? 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7. We chose to enlighten ourselves in a clearly and unanimously designated place, resolutely dubbed our meeting point. Namely, no, I get it, but, why did you all gather in my shop? Elhart asked us with a tone of quiet resignation. By the way, did I ever ask his name? Now Fumi genuinely pondered that. It's the only place I know where we won't get kicked out, unless you prefer the slave trader's tent. The blacksmith glanced at little Raphtalia. You know what, kiddo? Just stay here. I don't get many customers anyway. I won't be offering tea though, I've got enough work thanks to a certain someone. Followed by a very pointed look in my direction. Not accusatory, though, hey, I even stayed in town for 4 whole days just for this. I'm really counting on that order, old man. Order. Now Fumi blinked, glancing between me and the blacksmith. Order. I nodded. A very specific one. I asked him to make me armor with certain traits suited to my combat style. I watched Elhart's back disappear into the forge, then turned to the shield hero. Custom matched made armor, now Fumi muttered thoughtfully. I heard that's pretty expensive. I provided most of the materials. Elhart just charged me for the work and a few things from his own stock. And, well, I've got a little trick for getting discounts. I gave a modest smile. And what might that be, if you don't mind me asking? You. Seeing his confused face, I added. I overheard how you bargained with him once. So when I met him, I told him I'd rather check with you about the price first. Since then, I've been getting stuff just a bit above production cost. I mean, I don't want to completely devalue the work of a true craftsman. You, seriously, that's your trick. I honestly couldn't say what emotion he was trying to express. He probably didn't know himself. The sigh came out on its own. You see, now Fumi, I'm just that kind of person. Or not quite a person. What kind of? That. Well, I could threaten, blackmail, extort, but I'm just not built for bargaining or begging for discounts. I shrugged. Quote. Now Fumi just stared at me with an unreadable expression. Things were getting tense. Even Raphtalia pinned her ears back, shooting us confused looks. Right, let's begin. Now then, now Fumi, listen closely and absorb the truths of this world. His face shifted from confused to laser-matched focused almost instantly. I wasn't planning to disappoint him. The truth is, my dear friend. Quote. Lawless are the best. What? Now Fumi blinked, baffled. You. Allow me to explain. Seeing his confusion, I decided to clarify my stance. You see, now Fumi, the concept actually splits into 2 branches. Wait. The first and most common branch is the depiction of children. Underage little girls. Pure, innocent, naive. That's the classic perception of the archetype. But I believe that's fundamentally wrong. I put on my most serious expression. Can't even describe now Fumi's face at that point. Because that's just, kids. Actual kids. But a loli is a woman with a petite build. An adult, developed personality in the form of a small, fragile girl you want to hug and protect. Lawless are multifaceted. They can be T-Sun matched, Deer matched, Heim matched, Dan matched, Cooter, you name it. Their charm lies not just in their appearance, but in the fact that they have actual character. And they only break their trope when you reach their heart. Just stop. Psycho. Now Fumi flailed and, half-matched panicked, moved Raphtalia behind his back as if shielding her from me. Gods, uncultured, now Fumi. I made my stance clear right away. I glanced at the girl. Raphtalia is a sweet kiddo, sure, but, that's it. She doesn't move me at all. You brought me here for this. Geez, this guy is exhausting. Fine. I rolled my eyes. If you're not in the mood for serious talk, let's go simple. Legendary weapons can be enhanced through reinforcement, enchantments, mastery progression, class upgrades. Wait. I stopped and gave him a sharp look as he flailed again. Now you're interrupting me. What's your deal, Naofumi? He looked too stunned to even form words, opening and closing his mouth like a goldfish. My deal. What about yours? And then he rudely jabbed a finger at me. Lord Naofumi. Even Raphtalia looked at him in confusion. But nothing could stop the shield hero now. First, you go on a heartfelt rant about how lawless are amazing. Please note I put genuine soul and emotion into that speech. He completely ignored me. Then you casually start explaining how to enhance legendary weapons. And what about before? Do you just enjoy messing with people? Well, yeah, I nodded with a perfectly straight face, silently asking, you're only realizing that now. I give up. Naofumi sighed deeply and raked a hand through his hair. Lord Naofumi, don't worry, Raphtalia, your master's just having a minor cultural meltdown. It happens. I reassured the girl. Let's forget it. What were you saying about enchantments and the rest? I've never seen anything like that in the system. So he chose to ignore everything. Sensible. Ineffective, but sensible. Explaining all the upgrade methods took a while. I even told him about my own tricks, skill acquisition and development. I decided not to mention life absorption, at least because it'd be useless for him, once I finished. Weird, I haven't seen a single one of those options. Even now, the help menu doesn't show anything. Well, that's a very interesting point, my dear companion. And also, a very slippery one. He kept frowning at me. Sigh, the thing is, Naofumi, all those options do exist. Even if they're not in your system menu. You just need to believe. Believe, in what? In their existence, of course. Are you kidding me? My companion was clearly starting to get irritated. I could practically see the disappointment spreading across his face. No, strangely enough, I'm being serious right now. I didn't tell you before because, at the time, you simply weren't capable of believing in anything. There was no humor in my voice anymore, only indifference. The sudden change was especially noticeable to Raphtalia. Kids are sensitive like that. Even if they don't get the details, they pick up on emotional shifts. Or the lack thereof. Still, I continued. The question is, are you ready to believe now? I figured you were. My gaze shifted to the well-matched groomed Raphtalia. Now I just need to see if I was wrong. So you weren't joking, I didn't respond. Decide, Naofumi, are you ready to rethink your worldview to become stronger? Or would you rather cling to your petty hatred? That last part clearly struck a nerve. His face twisted as the words sank in. Petty, those bastards framed me, that scumbag king, that slut Malty, even the other heroes who were summoned just like me to a foreign world. They didn't even try to believe me. And you want me to just forget it all? Clearly, you still don't get it. I shook my head. I'm not asking you to forget, Naofumi. What? He faltered, losing steam. On the contrary, never forget it. Always remember that every joy has a dark side. And with that, the conversation faded out. I'd said enough, and Naofumi had a lot to think about. And he did. He sat there thinking for a good long while, staring between me and some invisible point in space. Probably poking around in his system window, closing his eyes, opening them, repeat. Over and over for like 20 minutes, until, quote, comma, exclamation mark, quote. His eyes shot wide open. It worked, he whispered in disbelief. Then he excitedly began jabbing at a screen only he could see. It's working, they're all working, tempering, mastery, enchantments, rarity, though I still can't open the skill tab. Maybe my weapon falls outside the usual framework of the 4 legendary weapons. Still, it's incredible, weapon power that depends on belief, even the concept sounds absurd. But now I've got another question. Naofumi looked at me. How did you find all this out? Oh, that was a bit of an awkward question. But I'd gotten what I wanted, so I figured I could mess with him a little. Let's just say, I've got my secrets. I smiled. I've told you plenty. Gotta keep something to myself, right? Besides, that info won't give you anything but a satisfied curiosity. Fair enough. You've already helped me a lot. I still don't get why you're helping me, though. Well, there's no special reason. We're both heroes, even if neither of us wanted to be. I'm not exactly hero material, either. Naofumi snorted. Let's just say it's for our shared craft. After all, we'll have to fight the waves together. I'd feel a lot better knowing I had a top-matched tier tank by my side. Fair point. After that, seemingly accepting my motives, now Fumi tested all the enhancement methods he'd unlocked. He dumped most of his resources into his strongest shield. He tried to go all matched in, but I stopped him. Too early. None of his current shields were strong enough to justify that kind of investment. He accepted my logic, though I could tell he was itching to dump more into upgrades. As I watched him, my eyes wandered to Raphtalia. The girl was visibly bored, with nothing to do. Since I was already helping them grow stronger, why not go a step further? I had nothing better to do anyway. Once the idea took shape, I moved to put it into action. Why did you bring us here again? Now Fumi asked, skeptically eyeing the clearing around us. Honestly, it's more about Raphtalia. The girl's ears twitched in surprise. Adorable. You're not. Oh, come on. I rolled my eyes. I made my stance clear. I meant her combat skills. Combat skills? You're gonna teach her how to fight? His look turned even more skeptical. Look, right now, I could kill both of you without breaking a sweat. Even with your new upgrades. And it's not just the level gap. Quote. Now Fumi didn't argue, just got a lot more serious. Truth be told, I couldn't teach her much. My skill was literally called Scythe Mastery. But my words weren't empty. The trick was in how the skill system actually worked. I didn't just magically gain the ability to wield a weapon, especially one as niche as a scythe. Each skill came with a sort of intuitive knowledge pack. I felt when I made mistakes. I sensed how to adjust my movements for better efficiency. A skill was like a download of reflexes and instincts straight into my body and brain. Sounds absurd. And it is. But it works. Because of that, I had a solid understanding of how weapon handling worked in general. Center of gravity, movement efficiency, even breathing and mental state. All of it affected combat. So, I started training Raphtalia while now Fumi fiddled with his shield and brewed his usual suspicious potions which, let's be honest, I did too. Eventually, he joined in. It's good practice for him to fight something more human-matched like. That went on until evening. Would have gone on for all 4 days, probably, but at some point, a totally ordinary orange ball bounced into the clearing. Raphtalia, excited to test her new skills, charged right in, and then it happened. Now Fumi's eyes went so wide it actually unnerved me. What happened? Did my training blow your mind with how much she improved? What? Now Fumi barely registered my words. No, that's not it. Then what? Who the hell are you? Not. All that surprise came from a single line that appeared in front of him. A line that made me stop and think about a lot of things. About what I really was to this world. The line said, Express, +1, 5 comments 0 vote, Chapter 8, Not, Level 40, Specialization, Demonic Hero Reaper. Equipment, Demonic Scythe Legendary Demonic Weapon Light Armor. Skills, Life Absorption, Scythe Mastery LV. 6 Phantom Scythe, Phantom Slash, Phantom Grip, Illusory Double, Language Comprehension LV. 3. Magic. None. That was how my status window looked at the moment. After what happened in the clearing, I couldn't stop thinking about how my class differed from Naofumi's and the rest of the hero gang. Naofumi's status identified him as the shield hero. Meanwhile, I was the demonic hero. But what did that really mean? 1,000 theories flashed through my head in the blink of an eye. The one that made the most sense was that I hadn't been summoned as part of the 4 heroes at all, I was something completely separate. The 4 heroes were one system. The demonic hero, something else entirely. We weren't part of the same unit. Just one simple line in the status window, and yet it opened a whole storm of thoughts. But I should probably explain. The thing is, legendary weapons are, how to put it, incompatible. Once another wielder of a legendary weapon enters a certain radius, both users stop gaining XP from monsters. Worse yet, they can't learn any new skills. The system itself calls it a rejection reaction. I didn't really get it. Maybe someone was trying to enforce a balance, or just wanted to mess with the heroes. But now Fumi was still gaining XP, even though he was just a few steps away from me. Quote. Who are you? Not. That question caught me completely off guard. What was I supposed to say to that? And should I even answer? What would happen if I told him about my class? Did anyone in this world need to know I wasn't their typical hero? I'm not sure. Not sure about what? About whether I should be spilling everything about myself like this, I admitted honestly. All I can say is that I'm a bit different from you guys. Though, I mean, that much should be obvious from the fact I'm some never matched before matched scene 5th hero. But I was summoned with the rest of you. And I think the reason I was brought here still lines up with yours. I shrugged. The conversation was awkward, to say the least. But in the end, we agreed to meet up again tomorrow at the same spot. So yeah, that's how my weird little weekend went. Raphtalia and Naofumi kept taking turns attacking me, sometimes both at once. I fended them off easily, careful not to accidentally slice off a limb. I also did a bit of power-matched ferrying, helping them level up to 24. It wasn't hard for me, we didn't have to go far, and it was good for them. And I gotta say, watching Raphtalia level up and physically grow was pretty interesting. Although, the fact that Naofumi, just like in the source material, completely ignored her transformation. Kinda baffling. If I remember right, he couldn't taste anything either. Wonder if that's still a thing. Anyway, those were small matters. The real fun was just getting started. Here it is, Elhart said proudly as he laid his creation out on the counter. Took me 4 days, just like I promised. Well, what do you think? What could I even say? I looked like a textbook villain now. Just like we discussed, it was medium armor as a base, covered by a cloak with useful daily enchantments, heat retention, waterproofing, all that good stuff. Naturally, it was all black. Combined with my dark and grim scythe. Fantastic. My admiration for your craftsmanship knows no bounds. This is incredible. I call it the Reaper's Mantle. You cool with that? He asked, a bit shy. So your world has the Reaper concept too? That actually surprised me a little. Sure, the whole soul-matched collecting, death-matched guiding thing. Usually shown with a scythe. Figured it suited you. You have no idea how well, old man. Guess I'll take that as a compliment. His work really was top-matched tier. Even a total amateur like me could tell it was no small feat. The fact that a master like Elhart needed 4 days just to make it said enough. It had loads of detailed design elements and functional parts. And yet I couldn't find a single flaw. Refusing to hear any protests, I handed over 10 gold coins. Honestly, it wasn't that much. Especially after selling off all the junk and outdated gear I had. He tried to turn it down, of course, but I wasn't budging. And so we parted ways, both extremely pleased with the deal. 16 hours 14 minutes and 4 seconds. The timer told me there were just 16 days left until my first, and the world's second, wave. I wanted to hit at least level 50 by then. Ideally closer to 60. My skill set was solid. I could fight at any range except maybe extreme distance. I was a melee fighter, sure, but my skills let me handle mid-matched range just fine. Long-matched range, that was bow hero territory. No point in stressing over it. Would I like to patch that hole in my arsenal? Sure, but I never knew what the next absorbed material might unlock. And the original story didn't help much. Naofumi was a shield, most of his skills were defensive. If I were comparing with a spear or sword, maybe I could guess what a scythe might unlock. But a shield, totally different game. Not to mention, I barely remembered the fine details. The main plot was a jumble in my head. Waves, that whole mess with the church, Calmira Island, Lark and company. The other world, the one waging war against ours, was a whole different beast. Shame I had no idea how to solve the wave issue. I really didn't want to kill the other world's heroes. People might call me heartless or a monster, but honestly, I'd rather sacrifice a chunk of this world's population to awaken Lark. But all that could change the moment I ran into Team Glass. Our first meeting could go south real fast. Still, that was future me's problem. Right now, I needed to focus on what it meant to be a hero in this world. Namely, grinding. Before I knew it, I was back outside Melromark, hunting monsters solo. I was starting to get used to being alone. Sure, it was more fun with someone around to banter with, but being alone had perks too. Like, no one around to banter back. Right, my dear friend. HSSSSSs. My conversational partner replied. Yeesh, lousy dialogue partner. The anaconda-matched sized snake clearly didn't appreciate the critique and lunged. To be fair, the deeper into monster territory I went, the tougher the beasts got, finally matching my level. Express. 1281 plus 320. And the XP's finally decent too, I muttered, staring at the severed head. Skills, though, whole different story. Either the number of skills I already had lowered the odds, or something else was at play. But I just couldn't seem to pick up anything useful. Most scythes gave stats or useless junk. One could scream. Or, make a loud noise. Sure, maybe useful against monsters with sensitive hearing, but overall, easier to just kill him with my Reaper's Scythe. So the days flew by. I leveled, the wave drew closer, and the fights got more fun. Somewhere along the way, I realized I was enjoying the battles. Didn't matter if they were even, one-matched-sided, or suicidal. I liked fighting. I liked the rush of dominating. The thrill of an even match. The danger of a stronger foe. It was strange. Back in my old life, I was never an adrenaline junkie. Never into risk. But maybe I unlocked something buried deep. Level up. Not. Level 54. 2 hours 7 minutes and 34 seconds. And that brings us to now. 2 days till the wave. I'd passed level 50 and was closing in on 60. My Scythe mastery had hit level 7, and language comprehension bumped up to 4. Something told me 10 was the cap. Whether that was a hard limit or just a gateway to evolution. No idea. I chose to wait for the wave in a nearby village. No point in heading back to the city, the wave would teleport me to the Melromark area regardless. Or at least, that was the plan. You're not welcome here, hero. The village elder spat the words as I asked about lodging. I tried to get an explanation, but nothing he said made any sense. Interesting, but I chalked it up as a one-matched off. None of the previous villages had treated me like this. Sleeping under the stars again. Not a big deal. The weather was fine, and my new physiology made the night chill irrelevant. I spent the last 2 days before the wave working on alchemy. Brewed a bunch of potions, salves, and ointments. Even tried grinding and mixing herbs by hand. Strangely enough, sometimes doing it manually unlocked new scythes with decent stat boosts after mastery. Makes sense, in a way. No way the weapons crafting menu could cover every herb combo. If it could, heroes would be revolutionizing pharmacology left and right. Or, maybe none of them ever thought to try. Too lowly for a sacred hero, maybe. Something to ponder. 0 hours 0 minutes and 4 seconds. I packed up the mortar and pestle, slung the bag over my shoulder, leaned against a tree, and closed my eyes. No time left to do anything else. 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. Was I nervous? Scared? The only thing I felt as I stared at the ticking numbers was anticipation. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. With a loud hum, the world around me warped like flipping through a phone gallery. One moment, peaceful green forest. The next, sky ablaze in red, a gaping black rift tearing through it. Like the fabric of reality itself was unraveling. The wave had arrived. Not. Now Fumi's voice broke the trance. This is near Ryute village. Raftalia shouted. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Ren, Itsuki, and Motoyasu bolt forward. Figures. But Itsuki's look surprised me. Maybe I imagined it, but, was he angry? Genuinely pissed. Hey, wait up. Now Fumi called out, but of course, they ignored him. Something tells me our heroes don't care much for background character survival, I smirked. Background characters. Now Fumi snapped. TCH. Raftalia, let's go protect the village. Why match dies? She shot me a weird, almost apologetic look before chasing after him. What's that about? Well then, I stretched my back. Switching my belt sickle for the Reaper's Scythe, I spun it around and rested it on my shoulder. Ahead, swarms of bugs, zombies, hornets, beetles. Guess it's showtime, I muttered, the grin spreading across my face unbidden. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 9. The Waves of Catastrophe, a strange phenomenon mercilessly tearing apart the world to which the legendary heroes had been summoned. Fighting the waves, that was the very reason for summoning them. Some might have been excited by such an adventurous twist of fate, but now Fumi Iwatani, one of the summoned heroes, the shield hero, wasn't thrilled in the slightest. Sure, maybe he would have even enjoyed going on an adventure, carving his own story, but this world did absolutely everything to turn the life of the one meant to protect it into pure hell. Especially its people. But then why was he, the one who had faced nothing but betrayal and injustice in this new life, fighting so fiercely right now to protect these same people? Now Fumi could have said a lot about that. But the truth would never leave his lips. He was kind, way too kind, and no matter how hard he tried to act like the complete opposite, that fact wasn't going to change. Now Fumi Iwatani was capable of doing terrible things. But the moment someone showed him even a sliver of kindness, he couldn't help but repay it with 10 times more. That's just how the shield hero of this era was. Now Fumi matched Sama. I know. Shield prison. Blocking yet another insectoid monster that lunged at one of the villagers from Ryut village, Naofumi wasted no time turning to the next enemy. Relentlessly blocking the endless attacks of the swarming monsters clinging to him from head to toe, the shield hero kept scanning the battlefield, searching for anyone else who might need help. Counting on the other heroes was pointless, for them, only killing the boss mattered. But for Naofumi, saving the villagers was the real priority. Besides, if you asked him, he owed a lot to the people of Ryut village. Some Scythe kiddo would have called him an idiot for thinking that way, but right now, this wasn't about him. Suddenly, Naofumi's gaze caught a shadow flickering at the edge of his vision. And then, amidst the chaos of blocking non-matched stop attacks, he noticed something odd. The density of enemies wasn't what he remembered from his initial glance. Sure, the villagers were trying to fight back too, but their efforts were barely effective. Did someone come back? Naofumi wondered. Gradually, he started noticing how the familiar shrieks of the monsters changed. From threatening and disgusting, to almost desperate. With a roar, Naofumi shook off the clingy mass of locust-matched like bugs and quickly scanned his surroundings. What he saw made his mouth fall open in disbelief. Not the Scythe hero, as he called himself, and as many others believed him to be. Yeah, he was summoned alongside them and wielded a scythe, but, over time, enough little details had surfaced to make Naofumi seriously doubt who Not really was. But right now, that didn't matter. The kid who was summoned to this world the same day as Naofumi was effortlessly slaughtering the wave's monsters. His speed was so insane that Naofumi literally lost track of him sometimes. One moment, he cleaved through a swarm of locusts with a single swing. The next, he spun around and thrust his hand forward. His lips moved soundlessly, and a second later, a pack of zombies was shredded by spectral scythe blades erupting straight from the ground. Then, without missing a beat, he dashed toward the next group. Violet crescent blades flew from his scythe, illusionary copies appeared here and there, distracting the incoming waves of monsters, and the blade itself sliced through enemies like butter. What level did he even reach while we were apart? Naofumi couldn't help but wonder. The ease with which the Scythe hero dispatched enemies was a painful reminder for someone like Naofumi, someone who, by design, couldn't attack at all, only defend and endure damage. Naofumi matched Sama. Watch out, he was so lost in thought, he completely ignored his surroundings. Which is why he didn't notice the colossal club descending toward him from above until it was almost too late. How the hell did I miss something that huge? An enormous zombie-matched-like creature, only this one wasn't your average undead, armored and massive beyond reason. I'm done for. Naofumi had just enough time to think, reflexively raising his shield when. Whoosh! The club's speed plummeted mid-matched fall, its trajectory thrown off, grazing his shield at an angle. A blow like that, the shield hero could tank it no problem. Looking up, Naofumi saw the giant frozen in place, helplessly dropping his club and lowering his arms. And just as confusion set in, Yo! Not popped up right in front of him, giving a casual wave. Why isn't he falling yet? He tilted his head at the undead giant. Ooh, watch out! Not gently shoved Naofumi to the side. A split second later, the massive zombie keeled over, and with the motion, so did its head. Completely detached from its body. One hit, Naofumi watched in shock as the hulking corpse crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Incredible, that was, impressive, young man. Naofumi turned to see the village elder approaching. What the hell are you doing here, old man? The shield hero was far from thrilled. Well, hero matched Sama. This is our home, we're not just handing it over to those monsters. Alright, men, let's protect our village. Yeah, the villagers, armed with whatever they could find, pitchforks, rakes, hoes, were ready to charge into battle, but just as Naofumi was about to scold them for their foolishness, Not's cheerful expression suddenly shifted to something dead serious. Cast your shield, now. Naofumi didn't understand the sudden urgency, still rattled by what he'd seen, but the abrupt tone made him react instinctively. Shield prison. The shield barrier instantly surrounded him, Raftalia, and the village elder, shielding them from whatever unseen threat Not had detected. They were close enough to huddle together. The rest were still approaching. A few seconds later, something slammed into the shield's surface with a metallic clang. How long can that shield hold, Naofumi? To his surprise, Not asked the question with unsettling calmness. So calm, Naofumi felt a chill crawl down his spine. 15 seconds. The shield hero managed to answer. But I can lower it sooner if. No, don't. The threat's still here, but the attack's already over. Naofumi frowned, confused. The threat isn't for us. Just, hold the shield, now Fumi. Not took a deep breath. And exhaled, like he was, calming himself down. Is he angry? If only now Fumi knew, or saw, the expression on Not's face right now, he would have understood everything without words. He wasn't angry, not irritated, either. He was furious. Not didn't remember every detail of the original storyline. It had been a long time, and there were way too many minor events to keep track of. Besides, back then, it didn't even seem necessary. You only remember the interesting or impactful moments. And only now, after the attack, did Not recall this incident. As their shield prison began to dissolve, Not had managed to suppress most of his boiling emotions in those 15 seconds. But not all of them. So that's the shield hero, huh? As the shield disappeared, a squad of soldiers approached. And look at that, the 5th hero's here too. Hiding in the back while the brave 3 heroes are fighting with all they've got. How typical. The sheer arrogance dripping from the soldier's voice made now Fumi instantly want to punch him. He even noticed, from the corner of his eye, Raphtalia preparing to lunge at what was obviously the knight's captain. But there was a small problem. Didn't expect anything less, Biwak. In the blink of an eye, the knight speaking found himself airborne, coughing up blood. And standing where he had just been, was Not, calmly lowering his foot back to the ground. Captain, you bastard. The remaining soldiers rushed him, and now Fumi was about to intervene when he realized there was absolutely no need. The attackers didn't even register what happened. The arm swinging a sword at the Scythe hero bent at an unnatural angle. A scream of pain followed, the first of many over the next few minutes. Soldiers were flung aside like ragdolls, powerless before the overwhelming force of someone the world called a legendary hero. Effortlessly twisting the next attacker's arm, Not yanked him forward, making him stumble, then drove his knee into the guy's stomach. Even from where he stood, now Fumi heard the faint crack of bones. The next strike came at him from behind, but Not casually blocked it with his forearm, the sound of metal clashing against metal echoed. The soldier's arms trembled, while Not didn't even flinch. Until he spun around, and kicked the guy halfway across the battlefield. 20 seconds. That's all it took for a squad of soldiers, supposedly trained for years, to turn into a moaning pile of broken bodies. But apparently, that wasn't enough for Not. His eyes locked onto the mages, whether by chance or luck, most had been thrown to one side. Approaching them, he crouched and stared one of them dead in the eye. He gave the order to attack even though we were inside the blast radius, didn't he? Not asked calmly, nodding toward their leader. Go to hell, you damn monster. The soldier spat at him. I didn't saw, gah. Now Fumi didn't even catch when Not's hidden scythe materialized, the blade driving into the ground, right between the man's legs. Friendly advice, don't be rude. I asked a simple question. Yes sir. No. Not casually tugged on the scythe. The blade started to rise, plowing through the dirt. Wait. Yes. We said we'd hit the villagers too. But the captain said it didn't matter. Gotcha. Thanks for the chat. Not stood and slowly walked toward the captain, who was barely getting back on his feet. You bastard, you won't get away with With sudden speed, Not was right in front of him, lifting him off the ground by the throat. I figured you were too dumb to think straight. But I never thought you'd be this dumb. The man flailed and gasped as Not stared him down, calm and cold. You summoned us here to risk our lives for you. You need our help, our strength, our protection. The man's struggles weakened. And yet you idiots do everything in your power to make us hate you instead. And if that's really what you want. By the end of his words, the knight was unconscious, but Not's grip remained firm. Should I stop him? Now Fumi wondered. If he kills him, it'll come back to bite me too. But while now Fumi hesitated, someone else acted first. Not matched Sama. Raphtalia rushed to the scythe hero. Please, stop. You don't need to kill him. The wave is still going. We have to protect the people. Now Fumi was honestly stunned. He never thought Raphtalia would be so bold. Not that he'd ever admit it aloud, but even he found this whole situation a little terrifying. And understandably so. It's one thing to quietly hate everyone and wish them dead. It's a whole different thing to act on those thoughts. Not, meanwhile, turned to Raphtalia with an unreadable look. Then glanced back at the knight. Then at Raphtalia again. He exhaled long and heavy. Thud. The unconscious, but alive, knight hit the ground. That's exactly why I didn't save you myself. Not muttered so quietly, even Raphtalia with her sharp demi-matched human hearing barely caught it. Then, louder, But yeah, I got a little carried away. This whole thing's just annoying. He cast one last glance at the body on the ground, then turned toward the advancing monsters. Hey, old man, he called over his shoulder, his scythe returning to combat form. Why match dies, hero matched Sama. Those idiots are definitely gonna say we attacked them for no reason. Hell, they might even off one of their own and blame us. So, at the very least, make sure they don't drag the shield into it. The rest doesn't matter. But hero matched Sama, but wasn't listening anymore. With a powerful kick off the ground, he dashed forward. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 10. The second wave for this world was finally repelled. The casualties among the people of Root Village. Practically zero. Not even seeing the official stats, I could tell, that result was phenomenal. But what about other countries? Could they, without even a single summoned hero, boast similar success? Highly unlikely. I knew about the existence of the heroes of the star weapons. And most likely, they were the ones taking the brunt of the waves elsewhere. From the canon, I remembered that each major country was supposed to summon a hero. But Melromark decided to stray from that plan. That's exactly why the Queen of Melromark wasn't even in the country right now. While she desperately tried to fix, or at least soften, the consequences of her idiot husband's nonsense, that very same husband was doing everything possible to ruin her efforts. His actions alone were enough to turn 2 of the 5 heroes against him. Or hell, maybe even the entire country, or humanity itself. And that's not even considering that there were originally supposed to be only 4 heroes. In my case, there were 5. The fact that all 5 were summoned to Melromark. Yeah, that didn't exactly make the Queen's job easier. I couldn't help but wonder if she'd manage to survive the negotiations with the other countries. Who knows what all this might lead to in the end. But the Queen, I needed her. Sure, somewhere out there was an entire nation of beastkin girls, but I barely knew anything about them. Definitely not enough to make the demi-matched human countries a viable part of my long-matched term plans. Melromark, on the other hand, was simple and predictable. All I needed was to get rid of the lunatic on the throne and crush the influence of the church, something the Queen herself was perfectly capable of handling. After that, this country would do everything it could to have me as an ally. At least, I had no reason to believe otherwise. Morelia was a wise woman and a skilled ruler. I really wanted to believe she wouldn't make any stupid mistakes. But for now, back to the wave. Once it was over, I managed to hear a few flattering words of gratitude from the villagers, and then I set off on my way. Well, I wanted to. Brave heroes. To celebrate your victory over the wave, what the hell is this? It was pretty obvious that reinforcements wouldn't be limited to just a small squad of knights. Sure enough, more arrived a little later. Some even returned to the village alongside Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki. And some had just shown up now. So caught up in singing praises to the valiant trio, they didn't immediately notice the groaning, moaning pile of bodies nearby. They probably tripped or something, I suggested casually. The older knight giving orders eyed me with suspicion, then glanced back at the heap of soldiers. Tripped, huh, he chuckled to himself. Well, we'll deal with that later. Get these useless fools to the infirmary, he ordered, watching with visible disdain as they were carried off. That was unexpected. Maybe things weren't as bad as I thought. As I was saying, the man cleared his throat and continued. His Majesty, confident in the hero's valor, has prepared a banquet in honor of the wave's defeat. All heroes are, of course, invited. The rewards will also be distributed there. What do you think? I asked Naofumi. I hate to admit it, but I'm broke. That scumbag king's promised monthly allowance would really come in handy. Gotcha. Perfect. For a second there, I thought I'd have to convince him to go to this banquet. Well then, let's not waste time. After all, the upcoming events promised to be very interesting. The banquet was exactly what you'd expect from a typical gathering of aristocrats. One look was enough to tell, none of them gave a damn about the wave or the human lives lost. The only thing they cared about was their own assets. A bunch of people desperate to boost their influence, and what better way to do that than getting cozy with one of the heroes? Whoa, Naofumi matched Sama, the food here's amazing. Raftalia, whose mind was barely older than a teenager's, wasn't the least bit bothered by such thoughts. Naofumi and Not both could have envied her for that. Yeah, eat all you want. We don't often get the chance to eat anything that isn't cooked over a campfire. Right. The girl nodded eagerly, but then, her face suddenly darkened. But, if I eat too much, I'll gain weight. That's nothing you need to worry about, my dear. A man's voice sounded right behind Raphtalia, catching her completely off guard. Kya, the startled Tanuki girl let out a squeaky yelp, hopping in place. Where the hell have you been? Naofumi asked, unimpressed. Oh, you know, things, stuff. You'd be surprised what you can overhear when you know where to look. Not, who else could it be? Smiled that unsettling smile again, sending shivers down the shield hero's spine. If Naofumi had to describe it, it was like staring into the eyes of a snake, already licking its lips in anticipation of its meal. Not matched Sama, what do you mean? Raphtalia butted in curiously. Oh, right, you, Raphtalia, really don't need to worry about gaining weight. Not only is your body still developing, but with your lifestyle as a fighter, you'd have to seriously try to put on anything at all. His words made the girl stare at the dessert table with visible hesitation. Seeing her doubt, Not decided to nail the final blow to her resistance. And besides, he leaned in close, whispering devilishly into her ear. A little extra in certain places never hurts, right? Especially, the kind that draws every man's eyes, he said, casually glancing toward Naofumi, who was currently debating whether to sneak a snack or two into his cloak. Raphtalia's eyes widened, her face turning crimson at lightning speed. She couldn't even tell what shocked her more, the intimate proximity, or the heavy implications behind his words. Why matched eyes? You're absolutely right, not matched Sama. Beaming, her tail wagging like crazy, the Tanuki girl decisively began annihilating the banquet's food supplies. Not almost melted into a puddle from how cute that sight was. I can't pet someone else's slave even if I really want to. I can't pet someone else's slave even if I really want to. Not even a head pat. He clenched his mental defenses tight, though it was taking every ounce of restraint. But he had to. The real fun was still ahead. And it didn't take long to arrive. Naofumi. A loud, confident voice echoed through the crowd. What now? Motoyasu, the spear hero, was storming toward Naofumi with a determined scowl. And no matter how much Naofumi rolled his eyes to the heavens, he wasn't escaping this. I challenge you to a duel. Motoyasu dramatically pulled off his glove and threw it at the stunned shield hero. What? Naofumi muttered under his breath. What the hell for? Have you completely lost it? Was the boss tougher than I thought? And Motoyasu took a blow to the head. Looking around for backup, Naofumi realized with frustration that Not had vanished again. Why was I even hoping? His feelings toward Not were still mixed. On one hand, the guy helped him, believed in his innocence. But on the other, Naofumi couldn't understand his motives. Hell, he couldn't understand him at all. The fifth hero was just too unpredictable. I know everything. Raphtalia matched Chan only follows you because she's your slave. Seriously, this is about Raphtalia. Huh. The girl in question, currently stuffing her face with another pastry, froze mid-matched bite. Her ears twitched at the sound of her name, and she looked up with wide, confused eyes. Somewhere in the crowd, muffled groans and the sound of heads meeting tables echoed. And, Motoyasu's temper boiled over at Naofumi's casual, utterly confused response. Seriously, you bought a slave, Naofumi. Aren't you, as someone from the modern world, disgusted by even the thought of that? But we're not in our world. Here, buying a slave is no big deal, and slavery's legal. So why can't I do whatever I want with my slave? Whatever he wants. The spoon fell from Raphtalia's lips as she closed her eyes dreamily. But no one paid attention to her. Except one single guest, watching the scene unfold. You bastard. Motoyasu, completely failing to process basic logic, raised his spear at the shield hero. Fight me. If I win, you'll set Raphtalia matched Chan free. And if you lose? Naofumi asked, deadpan. Then, you can do whatever you want with her. Whatever he wants, Raphtalia whispered again, practically glowing. So, either way, I win. Seriously, I refuse. KGH, Motoyasu was at a loss. Not wouldn't have been surprised if that idiot just attacked right there in the crowd. And Motoyasu probably would have done just that, if not for an unexpected interruption. I've heard Motoyasu Machedano's concerns. King Altkray of Melromark entered the conversation. Even though you're a hero, using a slave, I've only heard rumors of such a thing. But if it's true, then the shield hero really is a criminal. The king shook his head theatrically. If it matters so much to Motoyasu matched Dono, I'll allow this duel. I don't care about your approval. Just give me my promised reward, and I'll be on my way. But they weren't going to let him off that easy. With a wave of the king's hand, knights surrounded both the shield and spear heroes. Now Fumi matched Sama. Now Fumi turned to see Raphtalia restrained, unable to reach him. KGH. That bastard, can't he stop screwing me over for 1 second? While you remain in this country, my word is law. I have the right to confiscate the shield hero's slave if necessary. So fight, and earn your right to keep her, if that slave means that much to you. They're not giving me a choice, I've invested way too much in that slave to lose her now. I hereby declare, the duel will take place in the palace garden. The king smirked, seeing the resignation on Naofumi's face. What he didn't notice, was the pair of cold, violet eyes watching his every move and word from the shadows. This duel had no point from the start. A man who couldn't attack, and a man built for nothing but attack. Shield versus spear. A ridiculous, one-matched-sided show with a foregone conclusion. At least, that's what everyone thought. How is that even possible? The crowd buzzed with excitement, whispering as they watched the scene unfold. And there was plenty to see. At first, Motoyasu's advantage was clear. But over time, thanks to some sneaky tricks, the shield hero managed to bring his opponent to his knees. With Naught's help, information, power leveling, you name it, now Fumi wasn't that far behind the others in strength anymore. And by getting creative with his arsenal, along with a few orange balloons he'd kept hidden under his cloak, those little monsters turned out surprisingly useful in tough negotiations with stubborn merchants. Now Fumi managed to turn the tide of the fight. Give up, Motoyasu, you can't win. You lost the moment you couldn't break my defense. No, impossible, I can't lose to a useless shield. Ha, still clinging to that nonsense. Now Fumi smirked darkly. Well then, his eyes gleamed mischievously. Maybe I should use a more effective way to crush your will, he said, aiming an orange balloon straight at Motoyasu's crotch. W matched what or why? Take T, huh? Just as now Fumi swung his arm back, he felt a hard shove from behind. Stumbling, he twisted mid-matched fall, and saw the smug, disgusting face of the red-matched-haired bitch who had framed him the moment he arrived in this world. Hat, bitch, something inside now Fumi churned unpleasantly. My chance. The situation flipped in an instant. Motoyasu, now cautious and aware of now Fumi's tricks, no longer fell for them. The shield hero couldn't hold out for long. Victory goes to Motoyasu matched Dono. The king declared as now Fumi collapsed to the ground. The girl you saved awaits her true hero. Now Fumi didn't try to get up. Didn't try to argue or seek justice. He knew, it was pointless. The shadows. Grinning, mocking shadows of failure. They danced around him, their twisted faces reveling in his misery. They laughed, they taunted him. They craved more of his suffering. More injustice. More hatred. HMPH, just as expected of the hero chosen by my daughter, Malti. The king placed a hand on mine's shoulder. What? That last sentence broke through now Fumi's haze. She's the king's daughter. Yes, I only wanted to contribute to saving our world. She clasped her hands, modestly, in front of her. I see, now Fumi's thoughts fell completely silent. So that's how it is. Bubble. And then, like a switch flipped, his quiet despair turned into a raging storm of hatred. It felt as though all his anger condensed into thick, black liquid, dripping straight from his soul. What does it matter that I have a shield? That I can't attack? That I bought a slave? Is that my fault? Is it my fault they left me no choice? What does it matter, that I'm not as strong as him? The image of the Scythe guy, effortlessly mowing down wave monsters, flashed in his mind. The hatred blinded him, fed him images of sneering shadows, showed him Raphtalia's expressionless face as she walked away with the spear hero. She left him too. On the edge of consciousness, now Fumi heard the sharp sound of a slap. Coward, but it didn't matter. He didn't want to hear their laughter anymore. Didn't want to see their disgust. Didn't want to feel the pain of betrayal again. Cursed series. Shield requirements, fulfilled. A system window popped up in front of Naofumi. And then, through the lingering fog of hatred, another image appeared, a familiar silhouette. It was Raphtalia. Naofumi matched Sama. She dropped to her knees, grabbing his hand. Her touch burned like boiling hatred. He yanked his hand away violently. Demachedn't touch me. Get away. Naofumi screamed, not recognizing his own voice. I've heard the rumors, that Naofumi Machad-sama's a disgusting hero who tried to force himself on his companion. He's a rapist. Bet he made you a sex slave too. You know that, right? Why would you say that? Naofumi matched Sama never laid a finger on me. I didn't do it. Naofumi matched Sama. Raphtalia's eyes softened with concern. Without thinking, she did what her heart told her. Matched what? Naofumi gasped as he felt her embrace him. I know how to earn your trust back, Naofumi matched Sama. She whispered gently. You only trust slaves who can't refuse you. Then take me back to where we met, and brand me again. Why matched you're lying? You're just saying that to trick me. But, her voice didn't fuel more hatred. On the contrary, it cleared away the dark clouds. No matter what happens, I'll always believe in you, Naofumi matched Sama. I don't believe you forced yourself on anyone, no matter what they say. You're not that kind of person. The words he'd needed, since his very first day in this world. The words he desperately longed for. I believe in you, Naofumi matched Sama. And not matched Sama believes in you too, I'm sure of it. And one day, others will too. So please, let's go back and renew the mark. The shadows were gone. Looking around, Naofumi saw no sneering faces. Most of the crowd had dispersed. Only the other heroes, a dazed Motoyasu, the king, Malti, and Not, appearing out of nowhere, remained. You, who are you? Naofumi, confused, stared at the girl embracing him. I'm Raphtalia, Naofumi matched Sama. What do you mean? No matched no. Raphtalia's a little girl. Oh, Naofumi matched Sama, still seeing me as a child. Raphtalia, now he was sure it was her, pouted. That voice, that attitude, unmistakably hers. Maybe I should start taking not matched Sama's teasing more seriously. Please, trust me, she pressed on. I know Naofumi matched Sama did nothing wrong. You're the shield hero who saved my life, gave me medicine, taught me how to survive and fight. I'm your sword, and I'll follow you, no matter what hardships lie ahead. Naofumi had no strength left to resist. For the first time, his defenses crumbled. Drip, drip, tears fell onto the cold floor, uncontrollable and relentless. Naofumi fought back the storm of emotions, but kept losing. Finally, surrendering completely, the shield hero broke down, sobbing in the arms of the only person who truly accepted him in this world. Perhaps, that really was the best ending this story could have had. 18 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. As expected, the scene between Naofumi and Raphtalia turned out to be pretty emotional. Hell, even I was touched by it. That was one of the reasons why I personally didn't save the girl, leaving it to Naofumi instead. They needed each other. What a disappointing conclusion to this story. The king scoffed, leaving his fancy little seat in the arena's royal box. Don't worry, Naofumi, I muttered, watching the shield hero holding the now matched dozing Raphtalia on his lap. The real fun's still ahead. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't suppress the grin crawling onto my face. Now, you shall receive your rewards for defeating the wave, as well as your monthly allowance. The king declared pompously, looking at the five of us. As expected, Motoyasu got the most 4,000 coins. Then Ren 3,800 coins, Itsuki, also 3,800 coins, and finally, Naofumi and I got 500 each. The shield hero clearly needs to try harder. And the Scythe hero should finally stop ignoring guild requests. Excuse me, what? Okay, I'll admit it, that caught me off guard. They sent me something. Somehow, I'd spent nearly all my time wandering forests and dungeons, barely setting foot in the city. Honestly, I didn't even think the king would allow the guild to send requests my way. It almost made me want to reconsider my next moves, but that'd be boring. The shield's payment is confiscated for removing the slave mark. What? Naofumi exclaimed, shocked. Yep, they removed Raphtalia's mark. And seeing Motoyasu's face when she rejected him after such a heroic act, man, that was priceless. Just a little bit of pity. A tiny bit. And that slap, the look on his face after. But, Your Majesty, well, time for me to spice this little drama up. Shouldn't you, if anything, increase Naofumi's payment? What? Why the hell would I pay that criminal more? Oh, come on, I feigned surprise. Not only was Naofumi forced into a duel he couldn't possibly win over some ridiculous, matched-up reason, I'm not wrong to say slavery is officially legal in Melromark, right? Well, in that case, you could issue an arrest warrant for all those noblemen who openly keep slaves without fear of the law, right now. Yeah, looks like I hit a nerve there. On top of that, even that ridiculous, one-matched-sided duel got rigged, and nobody's saying a damn thing. Pretty sure rigging a fight against the shield hero is way too obvious. Yeah, I saw Motoyasu's companion using magic too. Itsuki chimed in. Same, Ren nodded right after him. You're wrong, honorable heroes. The shield hero. So, what say you, your majesty? I completely ignored that red-matched-haired B***Teach's voice like she wasn't even there. Her cute little face twisted with frustration. I'd hate for the crown's honor to get tarnished, after all. You little. But, I suddenly raised a finger. I believe there's one universal method in all our worlds for determining who's right and clearing one's name. You're not suggesting. Itsuki seemed to catch on to where I was going. A duel, I declared proudly. A duel, not, you want, to fight the old man. Ren spoke up. That's kinda rude, I muttered thoughtfully, but I like it. Shame you're wrong though. No need to fight personally, you can just have someone do it for you. I glanced at Motoyasu. Why all this? Oh, trust me, I had my reasons beyond just wanting to have fun or vent my frustration from reading the novel and constantly facepalming. Though, honestly, that alone was a damn good reason. So many witnesses saw that obvious rigging, I looked around at the nobles present for the reward ceremony. Good thing no official event could happen without at least a few of them around. What must they, loyal subjects of the kingdom, be thinking? If the king so easily plays with the fate of a legendary hero, what does that mean for ordinary people? Ooh, you should have seen those noble faces. I could practically watch their thought process playing out. And the way Altcray's eyes darted around nervously. But everything can be settled with one simple duel. Ahem. Motoyasu matched Dono. The king cleared his throat, shooting a businesslike glance at the spear hero. Would you mind? W matched what? Me. Well, who else but the princess's chosen one? You're not going to defend your father matched's honor. Cough matched cough. KGH. The king and the princess both coughed in sync, while Motoyasu went pale. W matched well. I guess I have no choice but to make you take your words back and clear the king's name. He started off unsure but somehow managed to hype himself up by the end. His color returned too. Perfect. Absolutely wonderful, Motoyasu. I practically purred. I don't know what came over me, but right then, I had an overwhelming urge to tear Motoyasu apart right there on the spot. All my fake reasons, my schemes, my plans, they all faded to the background. Right now, I only wanted one thing. To feel that sweet sense of superiority. To see that smug grin on his face melt into shock and inadequacy. The walk to the arena passed by in a blur. Now Fumi even tried talking to me, but I didn't hear a word. I saw his mouth moving, but eventually, he backed off, looking confused. I waited, anticipated, stared at the spear hero like a present all wrapped up just for me. And then, finally, begin, the king of Melromark announced. H-match da. Motoyasu lunged at me, spear aimed straight ahead. Seriously, it was so dumb. He just charged at me, like he was trying to ram me. One step forward, I changed my scythe's form, spinning it reflexively. Another step and a pivot. The scythe hooked onto the tip of Motoyasu's spear, right where the shaft met the blade. A quick tug lifted the spear, throwing him off balance. I completed the spin, delivering a roundhouse kick straight into his solar plexus. Skill leveled up. Scythe mastery, LV. 8, cough matched cough. Motoyasu hit the ground like a train wreck. Even I was surprised by the impact. Come on, Motoyasu. You're not done already, are you? It can't end that fast. I saw him struggling to breathe. But, clenching his teeth, he forced himself back up. Now, it was personal. You're celebrating too early. Chaotic thrust. The spear hero charged again, this time his spear splitting into multiple afterimages, striking from all directions. But, how disappointing. His technique was garbage. Shining spear. Suddenly, a glowing, radiant spear shot toward me. Not bad for a ranged attack. Pretty decent speed too. I blocked with my scythe, the impact sliding me back slightly. Better. What the hell, what's your level? Motoyasu shouted, eyes wide with shock. Everyone's got their secrets. I smirked, charging in again. A downward strike with the blunt side of my scythe. Motoyasu hastily blocked with his spear's shaft. Growling, he jumped back to a distance awkward for spear fighting. You, seriously, what exactly are you planning to do now? Obviously, beat you. Deadly combo. Motoyasu attacked again, this time a series of 5 strikes. The first was a straight thrust, the second aimed at my legs to trip me, and the last 3, clearly designed to skewer a fallen opponent. Yeah, things didn't go his way. I deflected the first strike, throwing him off balance again. He barely recovered enough to launch the second, but I deflected that too. On the third, I caught his spear, yanking him toward me, and jammed the scythe's handle into his stomach, lifting him off the ground. KGH. Don't take it personally, but that's for being a hopeless idiot, and for all the brain cells I lost watching your stupidity. I slammed his spear down, sending the spear hero crashing to the ground. But before he could even hit the floor, I crouched and delivered another spinning kick. His unconscious body rolled across the arena, finally coming to a stop 10 meters away. The arena fell into stunned silence. I suppose this counts as my victory, I asked casually, scanning the crowd. No way, that easy. Ren muttered under his breath. What hacks did you use? Itsuki asked. I used the greatest advantage there is, Itsuki. I used my brain. I highly recommend it. So, Your Majesty, I had no reason to listen to the remaining heroes' nonsense. Looks like your champion failed his mission. Such a shame. I glanced at Motoyasu's limp body, grimacing slightly. Now, ready to discuss compensation for the shield hero. You dare demand anything from me? Seems the king lost his temper. How careless. Do I dare demand anything? Me, the one you summoned to this world, the one you asked to protect it. Hard to say. That criminal deserves nothing from our world. He jabbed a finger at Naofumi. But fine, I'll allow the minimum payout. With a wave of his hand, a servant quickly handed Naofumi a coin pouch. I see, I sighed dramatically. You're absolutely sure about that decision, Your Majesty. Naofumi, like me, is a legendary hero protecting your world from the waves. Who knows how this could turn out? Are you threatening me, Scythe? A vein bulged on Altkray's forehead. What's his problem? Well, maybe, just a tiny bit. I gestured with my fingers, showing a minuscule gap between them. I knew it, you're just like him. I didn't want to believe the rumors, but it's clear now, you're a criminal too. What? Okay, credit where it's due, that actually caught me off guard. Did they seriously come up with some nonsense while I was wandering the forests? Rumors. What rumors? Ren and Itsuki exchanged confused glances. I've received reports that in villages along the Scythe hero's path, people mysteriously disappeared. Later, they were found, beheaded. Always in places where the Scythe hero passed through. What? Is that true? Not matched San. Itsuki stared at me in shock. If you're seriously asking, no. First I've heard of these rumors. But damn, they sound badass. Suddenly, it all made sense. That cold reception I got at the last village, if rumors were already spreading back then, that explained a lot. But I hadn't given the king or the church any real reason to want me gone, or maybe, my existence alone was enough. After all, the church only worshipped 3 heroes, and I wasn't one of them. My appearance could easily be twisted into heresy. But their motive still felt off. You're only free because there's no solid evidence. The king sneered. Take your money, and never set foot here again. Melromark doesn't welcome criminals. That works too. I nodded to myself, pocketing the pouch from another servant. Can never have too much cash. Let's go. Not. There's nothing left for us here. Naofumi was ready to leave, but I wasn't done. Couldn't resist one last jab. While everyone was lost in thought, I shot toward the king at full speed. Before anyone could react, I stood beside him, leaning close to his ear. Nice move, Your Majesty. But don't overestimate the church's protection. Keep that in mind when you come up with your next, brilliant, idea. I immediately returned to my spot. Now, come on, Naofumi. There's still so much fun ahead, I can't wait to get started. And with that, we left the royal castle, leaving everyone around us scrambling to process what just happened. I was extremely pleased with myself. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 12. Leaving the castle, each of us was silent in our own way. Naofumi was deep in thought, occasionally glancing at me. Sometimes, he looked at Raftalia too, and in those moments, his face would relax, taking on some peaceful, almost serene expression. But the second his eyes landed on me again, that expression turned sour. Fascinating little metamorphosis. Was that really necessary? He suddenly asked me. What exactly? What you pulled off back there? Don't get me wrong, I love the way you wrecked that idiot with the spear, but still, I doubt we'll be welcome in the palace now. It wasn't hard to see the storm of mixed emotions Naofumi was wrestling with. On one hand, his enemies got publicly humiliated. On the other hand, I stirred up a conflict we could have easily avoided. Truth is, the king hadn't really given me any reason to act against him yet. You could even say, I started this whole thing for no reason at all. But as it turned out, the king and the church had already made their move. I just hadn't known about it, until today. You see, Naofumi, I had several reasons for doing what I did. Hands clasped behind my back, I switched my walking pace into full matched on, wise old sage, mode. First of all, it was painfully obvious the king favors the spear, sword, and bow heroes. Especially the spear hero. That kind of attitude towards people they themselves summon to save their world, says a lot about his wisdom as a ruler. I paused for a moment, giving Naofumi time to digest the info, then continued. Second, based on that, I decided to poke around and get a feel for the king's overall stance. There's a thing in this world, Naofumi, called the Church of the Three Heroes. Catch my drift, 3 heroes? Yep, and guess what? The shield and the scythe aren't on that list. Later, I found a few more reasons to act the way I did. But in the end, the final trigger was that rigged duel. That's why I decided to strike first. With my words alone, I've already planted doubt among the king's little entourage. The nobles will start thinking. The duel with Motoyasu showed there's no absolute advantage on Altcray's side. Just Motoyasu alone isn't enough to tip the scales, and Ren and Itsuki, they clearly aren't eager to play along with the king's games. Plus, I showed that I'm stronger than Motoyasu himself. Though, the ease with which I beat him worked out even better than I planned. Odds are, the other heroes aren't much stronger than the spear. Naofumi remained silent. He simply stared at me with wide eyes, as if I were not a person, but some kind of deity. A snake deity, I would guess. That small spark of fear in his eyes. The way people look at slippery things. That's impressive, and kinda logical, maybe. In truth, all of this was secondary. Sure, making sneaky plans and weaving schemes could be useful, even fun. But I honestly didn't care much. Almost everything I did for myself. For my own entertainment and amusement. I barely thought about consequences. Well, if it isn't the shield and the scythe heroes. What brings you to me today? Eventually, we arrived at our destination, the slave trader's tent. Raphtalia flat-matched out refused to stay by Naofumi's side without the slave mark. She even declared, I want to be your slave. Naofumi matched Sama. Damn, if someone ever said that to me, I wouldn't be responsible for what happened next. As for the fact that this guy already knew about me and what I looked like, not surprising. If I remembered right, it was the queen who sent Naofumi to him in the first place. So it made sense that she told him something about me too. Well, quite the transformation, the man muttered in awe, eyeing Raphtalia. By my estimate, I could offer you 20 gold coins for her, assuming she's not a virgin. What makes you think we brought her here to sell? And I am a virgin? Raphtalia exclaimed, cheeks burning bright red. Incredible. Then how about 30 matched 5? Of course, after I check whether she. Naofumi matched Sama. Meanwhile, Naofumi himself was off somewhere deep in the void. Mentally AFK, as they say. 30 matched 5 gold, he mumbled under his breath. Naofumi matched Sama. That's not funny. Relax, Raphtalia. I placed a hand on the girl's head. Nobody's selling you. Right, I nudged the shield hero with my elbow. Naturally, my little jab went right through his defenses. Ahem, of course not. Why would I sell my beloved daughter? Forget it. Slipped out by accident. The brief exchange between Naofumi and Raphtalia made me sigh and look at the girl with a sympathetic gaze. You've got your work cut out for you. I gently patted her head. But remember what I told you at the banquet. I believe in you, you'll be fine. Not matched Sama. Raphtalia looked at me with those big, trusting eyes. Maybe I'll give you a few more tips later. So don't lose heart. Not matched Sama. Her gaze shifted from trust to full matched on admiration. Yeah, figures. What are you two even talking about? Meanwhile, Naofumi was completely lost. Whatever. We're here to restore the slave mark. Let's just get it over with. I don't know if the placement was strictly standard, or if it was the slave trader's little joke, but they chose Raphtalia's chest as the spot for the new mark. The girl, taking off her armor, pulled down her shirt, exposing a decent portion of what, I had to admit, was a very attractive chest. H matched out I look, Naofumi matched Sama. Brave, I'll give her that. But still, what are you talking about? Raphtalia sighed in defeat, throwing a side glance at me, and then blushed even harder. Don't know if it was because of the thumbs matched up and wink I gave her, or the whole situation. But whatever, After that, Naofumi fed his shield the ink used for applying the slave mark, unlocking the slave trader's shield in the process, which he promptly shared with me. Well, the idea of having a cute catgirl slave is pretty tempting, but, right now, I don't see a good way to pull that off. I glanced over the merchandise on display. Nothing caught my eye. If the esteemed hero is interested in my goods, I'd suggest stopping by in 2 weeks. Oh yes. Some of my associates promised to surprise me with a new batch, Ku matched KU. I'll keep that in mind. I smiled politely at the trader. He instinctively recoiled, losing his smile entirely. Has anyone ever told you, esteemed hero, that your smile is rather unsettling? Think so, yeah. Catgirls. So you're one of those, not, Naofumi gave me a thoughtful look. Well, not strictly catgirls. Girls with fox ears, wolf ears, they're great too. And, of course, my eyes landed on Raphtalia. Tanuki girls are adorable. You match dumb. Raphtalia's eyes darted around, her hands nervously fidgeting at her waist. Absolute cuteness. What's this? Naofumi looked like he was about to say something else, but then his eyes landed on the shelf full of eggs. Our cover, esteemed hero. Officially, we're a monster shop. What kind of monsters come from these eggs? While Naofumi pondered, I asked the trader with curiosity. Who matched HU? This, hero matched Sama, is a bit of a lottery. You might hatch a dragon, or a philolele, or maybe a Paiku matched Paiku, a bunny bat, or others. I'll take one, I declared without hesitation. You're not even asking the price. They can't be that expensive for a lottery. Doesn't matter. I wanted it. I wanted whatever came out of that egg. Pretty much from my first day in this world, I knew exactly what I wanted most. And I'd been holding myself back, waiting for the right moment to share this with the shield hero. I needed a philolele. Ku matched KU. I like customers like you. Which egg will you choose? I was about to just grab the first one, but then. Life absorption activated. What? Slipped out unconsciously. Something wrong, esteemed hero. Nah. Just thinking out loud. The moment I reached toward the egg, I felt something. Something weird. Life absorption, as the name suggests, lets me absorb life. But this time, I wasn't absorbing anything. I was sensing the life inside the eggs. And thinking about it, what are eggs, really? An embryo. Barely formed life. Not fully developed, but alive nonetheless. A state caught between living and not matched living. Guess that's why the skill triggered. With it, I could sense the intensity of life energy inside the eggs. Reaching deeper, I even found a particularly bright pulse, way stronger than the others. Pretty sure, that was the dragon. Tempting, but I didn't want him. I could have bought 2 eggs, sure, but I remembered the natural feud between philoleles and dragons. So my choice was obvious. This one. Picking the egg with life energy slightly weaker than the dragon's, I handed it to the trader. You've got a sharp eye, hero matched Sama. You clearly knew what you wanted. Well then, follow me. We'll place a seal on the egg. Wait, yes, esteemed hero. The trader turned back, confused. I want you to use a higher matched grade seal. Ooh, his eyes lit up. So you even know about that. May I assume, you're pretty confident in what'll hatch? Not entirely. I still have my doubts. Your modesty impresses me. Oh yes. Very well. But, I must warn you, that service isn't cheap. How much? Since I see potential in you and a hint of future cooperation, I'll give you a discount. 200 silvers for the seal. Seeing my thoughtful look, he quickly added, normally, that service starts at 800 coins. Fine, I'm in. Leaving Naofumi to ponder the egg display, I followed the trader. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I also absorbed the ink used for the ritual. Apparently, the ink for monsters and for slaves was different, because my monster master's scythe immediately unlocked 2 variations, boosting both monster stats and growth. Probably thanks to the higher matched quality ink. Same for this one, just a basic seal. Naofumi showed up behind me, egg in hand. Ku matched KU. Wise choice, hero matched Sama. After the purchase, the eggs were placed in a disposable portable incubator, which the buyer could take home. The trader promised the egg would hatch in a day, and saw us off with a smile. So, you really know what's in your egg? Naofumi asked as we left the tent. Sort of. I've got a unique skill that lets me sense life. And this egg, it felt especially strong. Gotcha. Hey, could you? I silently reached out, touching Naofumi's egg. Its life energy, roughly 20% weaker than mine. I told him as much, earning a visible smirk from the shield hero. What's the plan now? I asked him. I guess, we'll hit the shops, stock up for the road. Then head for the root village area. Best place to grind levels right now. I see, I thought for a moment. Mind if I tag along? Huh, but, won't the monsters there be, too weak for you? Doesn't matter. Most monsters around Melromark are too weak for me anyway. Fair enough. I don't mind. I don't mind either. Raftalia chimed in after I glanced her way. Wonderful. Traveling with the shield hero for a while could be useful. Though I wasn't sure how to feel about the upcoming race, if it even happened. And that jeweler I'd heard about intrigued me too. So for now, a new adventure with the shield hero awaited. And honestly, I couldn't wait. 17 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13. Our first stop was the apothecary's shop, where Naofumi and I usually sold off surplus materials from crafting. Well, I just dumped my extras there, but for Naofumi, that was basically his main source of income. As for me, I made most of my money selling random junk I picked off dead monsters. And considering the level of monsters I hunted, let's just say I wasn't exactly struggling financially. That's also when the gratitude parade began. Who would have thought? Apparently half the population of Melromark had a relative from Root Village, the one Naofumi and I worked our asses off to defend. So, as a token of appreciation for saving their loved ones, the apothecary handed Naofumi an advanced recipe book and better quality equipment than what he currently had. By the way, I really ought to tell him about the crafting feature in his weapon. Though, I wasn't sure if the item quality was higher when crafted by hand versus the weapon interface. Guess we'll find out. Our next stop was the magic shop. I'd been there once before when I bought a book on illusion magic, which I still hadn't touched. Honestly, I was just too lazy to study magic from books. But hey, I had a valid excuse. My reading skill had only recently gotten good enough for me to mostly understand what I was reading. Oh, it's the Scythe hero. And the shield hero too, the shopkeeper greeted us with a mildly surprised look. So, have you mastered illusion magic yet? She asked, glancing at me. Honestly, no, I'm still working on the language, so, yeah, little issues there. But that's not why we're here today. You were looking for us, weren't you? Yes, you did a great favor for my grandson. I wanted to thank you. You two know each other. Naofumi suddenly cut in. The side hero visited me shortly after you guys were summoned. That's when we met. The witchy-matched looking woman nodded. Yeah, the shopkeeper basically looked like your textbook fairy tale witch. Short, a little plump, classic witch hat and cloak. Real cliché material. Got it. Well then, please, step this way and look into the orb. For the side hero this procedure is pointless, but I assume the shield hero and his companion don't know their magic affinity yet, correct? No surprises there. As expected, Naofumi's affinity was with healing and support magic, while Raftalia had light and dark magic affinity, which combined into illusion magic. I also have something for the shield hero and his companion. Here, the woman laid out a few books on the counter. One of them was identical to the one I bought from her before. Hold up, I've already got that one, but I don't really need it right now. I can lend it to Raftalia. The girl looked at me, wide-matched-eyed in surprise. As for a gift, maybe you can give them a book that suits Naofumi's magic. Or one that's higher tier, if you've got something like that. You sure? Magic books aren't exactly cheap. Well, money's not really an issue for me. And like I said, I don't need the book at the moment. I shrugged. Damn DPS, Naofumi muttered under his breath. I suppose that works. Instead of the illusion magic book, the shopkeeper gave Naofumi a beginner's guide to healing magic. So now he had starter books for illusion, support, and healing magic. As for me, and here's a gift for the side hero. The woman placed a much thinner book on the counter. I got this one by chance, so I don't mind parting with it. It contains common spells for ice magic, beginner to intermediate level. It's not a complete guide, so its value is, well, much lower than a proper tome. I see, well, thanks. Accepting the gift, I smiled, which instantly made her own smile twist uncomfortably. Yeah, I was kinda getting used to that reaction. That wrapped up the gratitude tour, and we headed straight for Root Village. On the way, Naofumi fed his shield the leftover materials from the wave monsters, something I'd done long ago. But checking out the boss corpse would be useful. No way the other heroes stripped it completely. They probably only took what they thought was useful. Nasty thing, one of the villagers standing near the boss corpse whispered. Just your standard chimera. 3 heads, or what was left of them, neatly sliced off, a snake for a tail, lion's body. Sure, to regular people that probably looked horrifying. Personally, I found 2 matched tall spiders way creepier, we've seen worse. Mind if we take some? Naofumi asked, eyeing the monster remains. Of course, please, take as much as you want. We honestly don't know what to do with all of it. We'll take everything, if you don't mind. I cut in before Naofumi could ruin this for us. Sure, but, if you don't mind me asking, why do you need so much of it? That is a secret. I smiled, glancing at the incubator strapped to my back. Speaking of which, I really needed to find something bigger than my current bag. Who knows, maybe this world had some kind of item enlargement magic. Oh, well, in that case, I've got nothing to say. We don't need it anyway. The villager shook his head and walked off. Hey, I was still examining the chimera. We don't need that much either. They could sell the materials for experiments and use the money to rebuild the village. Raftalia agreed with him. Sigh, Naofumi, I sighed dramatically. Thanks to us, the village already suffered minimal damage. But what about your financial situation? But, how are you planning to protect this world when you can barely afford pants? World's protector. Hilarious. I actually chuckled, thinking about how broke the supposed legendary hero was. Please, Naofumi, think about yourself a little more. After my little lecture, both the shield hero and the raccoon girl went quiet. We sliced up the chimera, feeding the remains to our legendary weapons. Naofumi unlocked a new shield, which, according to him, would now be his main one. As for me, none of the new scythes were stronger than my Reaper's scythe. But absorbing the passive stat boosts from each. Worth it. You can never have too many stat buffs. After stripping the chimera, we finally made it to the village. There, I found a helpful villager who agreed to transport the meat and other materials for us. I also casually dropped the info bomb on Naofumi that he could craft via the system interface. And crafted items went straight to the system inventory. I even realized I'd forgotten to tell him about monster loot drops, oops. Happens. So Naofumi, now armed with fresh knowledge, dove into figuring it all out, occasionally switching to study the alphabet we'd been teaching him. I could already read decently, but our dear shield hero, completely illiterate. Guess I was getting a little too invested in helping this duo. But it felt good to take a break from endless monster grinding and just mess around like this. Still, couldn't slack off too much. Naofumi kindly shared some ingredients I didn't have, so I could unlock more crafting recipes. We ended up both zoning out, buried in our legendary weapons, unlocking new options. Must have looked funny from the outside. But night eventually claimed the village, which meant rest. At least for those not blessed with demon blood and double-matched isekai status. So, everyone but me. Stretching, I headed to the storage room where we'd stashed the chimera corpse. Using a scythe to butcher meat wasn't ideal, but honestly, what's sharper than a legendary weapon? You sacrifice a little convenience, sure. Soon, I'd have one very hungry little monster on my hands. And chimera meat, according to canon, was a pretty solid food source for them. Though, I'd probably end up with 2 hungry monsters. Hogging the whole corpse for myself would be a dick move, but even the leftovers would save us a ton of cash on feed. I was mid-matched butcher when I suddenly heard a weird sound coming from the room the village chief had let us use. It sounded like knocking or cracking, and there was a faint chirp. Climbing upstairs, I slipped quietly into the room and immediately looked at the incubators. Naofumi's still showed 5 hours until hatching. But mine, crack, peep, the little creature broke through the shell and flopped forward awkwardly. Bits of eggshell scattered as the tiny bird emerged into the world, or rather, into the darkness, since it was the dead of night. It was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, especially lying there, spread out. Its feathers were the color of the night itself. Deep, inky black, without a hint of other colors. Although, on closer inspection, I noticed a few lighter matched colored feathers on its head. It looked more like a miniature chick than anything else. Peep, it chirped again, wobbling to its feet. And what are you? I whispered, staring at the little wonder. As I reached for it, I got a grumpy look. Then, ow, feisty little thing, I got pecked. Or nipped, really. You should be careful, little bird. I'm not exactly a good person. Technically, not even human. At that moment, looking into the chick's eyes, I felt a weird burning sensation in my own. Reaching out again. Life absorption activated. The burning intensified. The chick, still staring into my eyes like it was mesmerized, froze. Then, it relaxed. The grumpy look faded. And, submitted. That's the first thought that hit me. And honestly, it felt like that was exactly what happened. The little bird simply bowed its head. Despite my concerns, the chick was totally fine. Life absorption hadn't hurt it. Or, her. Hard to say. What the hell was that? The burning faded from my eyes like it never happened. The chick lay there peacefully, letting me pet her without complaint. She barely moved. Occasionally, she'd nuzzle into my hands as I stroked her. Adorable. Now, what do I call you? The little bird tilted her head. She lay on my cupped palms as I gently scratched her head with my thumbs. Born at night, practically invisible in the dark with that black plumage. Night, that's your name. As if understanding me, Night lifted her head, gave me a look, then flopped back down onto my palms, seemingly accepting it. From now on, I guess I won't be alone anymore. Hey, DPS, damage per second. That is, a character class entirely focused on dealing damage. Just in case someone's not familiar with the term. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 14. So that's a philolele. Now Fumi asked, staring at the chick quietly sitting in my hands. Then his eyes shifted to his own bird. By morning, almost right after Raftalia and now Fumi woke up, now Fumi's eggs started to hatch. And, as expected, another philolele chick popped out. This one had soft yellow and pink feathers. And, well, this little guy was seriously hyperactive. Since the moment it hatched, the chick had been hopping all over Naofumi, first his head, then his arm, his shoulder, just running around the whole room. I glanced down at my own chick, still lying flat in my hands. She had been like that for nearly 2 hours now. Why such a difference? The shield kiddo frowned at my chick. Who, by the way, was already bigger. Mine hatched at night. I had nothing better to do, so I went for a little stroll with her through the woods. By now, Night was already level 14. The most dangerous monsters come out at night, but even they couldn't touch me anymore. And with my vision, I could navigate in the dark just fine. That's what you call a little stroll. Now Fumi looked skeptically at the clear difference between our birds. By the way, early in the morning, while the villagers were still waking up, I checked at the farm and confirmed that Night was, in fact, female. And definitely a philolele. You never know. After all, I also grabbed some feed and dumped it in one of the farmer's empty stables. Thanks to our reputation, I didn't even have to pay rent. Sweet deal. You forget about the monster owner bonuses. This world really is amazing, to speed up the process that normally takes at least a month to just one night. It really was impressive. From a chick to a full matched-sized chicken, Night grew up in less than one night. Even less, considering I didn't start right at the beginning of the night. I fed the Scythe her eggshells right after she hatched, along with her feathers. After that, I tried to give the Scythe one feather every time Night changed even a little. Or during her natural molting. Surprisingly, she wasn't even annoyed by me plucking her feathers now and then. I swear, her little face looked like, oh well, if you really have to, take it. Her intelligence was honestly scary. And the way she seemed to actually understand what I was saying. Insane, especially at such a young age, she had barely been born. But all of that felt like minor details, considering she was eventually supposed to transform into a human. Compared to that, nothing else mattered. After the morning chaos, our journey continued. Well, my journey with Night. Now Fumi and Raftalia flat matched out refused to come with us and be dead weight. Fair enough. I already gave them a head start, they could figure out the rest on their own. Honestly, I wasn't dying to travel with them anymore either. Better to share express with my chick, who'd be by my side always, or so I hoped. We agreed to meet back at the village chief's house in the evening. And, to my surprise, Raftalia very shyly asked me to continue our training sessions. I definitely had better ways to spend my time, like focusing on Night, but, turning down Naofumi and Raftalia completely would be dumb. And, truth be told, it was kinda nice to spend time with the raccoon girl. Especially since Raftalia had grown into a really beautiful young woman, with all the right curves in all the right places. And you're probably destined to stay in lowly form, huh? I muttered, crouching in front of my chick. She tilted her head lazily. I veered off from Naofumi's route, heading to higher matched level areas. The farther I went, the more this world impressed me with its biome diversity. Just recently, I was in a normal village, and now, after walking a bit farther, I basically stumbled into the Amazon rainforest. Now Fumi, if I understood right, headed toward the swamp area. Who would have guessed that not far from there the entire terrain would shift into full matched on Amazonian marshes? The wildlife matched. Giant snakes, frogs, insects, God, I hate insects. The snakes, I called them anacondas, dropped scythes that either boosted defense if you fed them scales, or boosted attack if you fed them fangs. A nasty surprise was a small snake that could blend into the surroundings. Only my freakishly good reflexes and high level saved me from that ambush. But the reward, totally worth it. New skill acquired. Camouflaged level 1. Just like that, I got myself a cool little invisibility skill. Guess I'm a proper assassin now. It also reminded me, I should explore lower matched level zones too. I still had no clue what triggered new scythe unlocks. Who knows what kind of useful scythe might drop from lobby monsters. All skills used up some kind of spirit energy. But my pool was so ridiculous that I could spam basic skills for ages. Even the energy drain from maintaining camouflage at level 1 was basically negligible. Keeping camouflage up the whole day with short breaks got it to level 4. At that point, the energy drain became noticeable. I could probably walk around invisible for 3 hours straight, but during combat, it burned through energy like crazy. A few minutes, and I was drained. Although my total spirit energy increased with my level, so some balance was maintained. By the end of the day, I'd reached level 56. I actually leveled from 54 to 55 during the wave. Night reached level 29. Her growth rate was way slower than mine, but that wasn't surprising. She didn't have life absorption like I did. It's still hard to believe the difference is this huge. Now Fumi commented, eyeing the bird beside me. By evening, Night had plumped up like a round chicken and gotten taller. Her main feather color hadn't changed, though a few grayish feathers on her head had turned completely white. Not many, but still noticeable. I just shrugged at his words. The rest of the day, the shield kiddo spent grinding his crafting skill, occasionally dragging me into it too. And turns out, it wasn't a waste of time. Legendary weapons really were unique. Each had quirks, as we'd already noticed. But we were still scratching the surface. Potions crafted by the shield and the scythe could be different. Apart from the fact that my bonuses to crafted potions were weaker than Naofumi's, since I hadn't absorbed the right monsters, his defense-matched boosting potions were way better than mine. On the other hand, my attack-matched boosting potions turned out far superior, even compared to Naofumi's, despite his skill buffs. Healing potions, about the same. Poisons and antidotes, much better on my end. Miscellaneous stuff like speed boosts, detection potions, etc. About equal. So, we agreed to craft what each of us did best for the other. Honestly, I really should spend more time studying my weapon. Especially why it was called demonic, and what that meant for me as its wielder. Something told me there was way more going on with it. I dedicated most of my free time to practicing scythe techniques, with Raftalia helping me out. Her sword skills were improving visibly every day. Then again, I wasn't slacking off either, more like the opposite. My own weapon basically guided me. It corrected my stance, nudged my swings when I did something totally wrong. That, combined with a bit of talent and imagination, let me improve crazy fast. With each level, I felt closer to something greater. Something special, if that makes sense. And my gut told me the real evolution of my skill awaited me at level 10. Not matched Sama, Raftalia suddenly called out to me. Sorry, spaced out. You've really improved. Good job. I smiled at her. T-matched, thank you. Raftalia blushed lightly. Probably the only person, or not matched quite matched person, who reacts like that to my smile. But I'm still nowhere near your level. Don't stress about it. You're progressing fast purely thanks to your own talent. I have my weapon's help. But you're from a completely different world, not matched Sama. And from what Naofumi matched Sama told me, people in your world don't even use weapons like that anymore. That's what surprises me. I just shrugged. Guess I did have at least a bit of natural talent. Who'd have thought my total lack of skills back in my old world would come in handy now? Even after Raftalia and Naofumi went to bed, I kept training. It was way too early for me to sleep, and honestly, I was dying to see what awaited me at level 10. By now, my skill set was shaping into a clear style. I knew how to redirect attacks, how to use my weapon's weird balance to my advantage, which angles worked best for striking, and which swings to avoid entirely. I even figured out certain stances that let me attack, defend, or parry most efficiently, always flowing back to them as my default position. Night was already asleep, probably wiped out from our day's adventures. She definitely needed all her resources to fuel that ridiculous growth spurt. So, I spent the next few hours improving my language skills and, finally, cracking open the book on illusion magic. Tomorrow promised to be another eventful day, so I'd better get some rest and recharge. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 15. The next morning, nothing really changed. Well, aside from Night's size and appearance. Overnight, the little bird went through another stage of evolution and now looked like an ostrich. Round body over 2 meters tall, short legs, tiny wings. Our chimera meat reserves also dropped significantly. Rapid growth, what can you do? Feeling like spoiling myself a bit, I even had breakfast that morning. I didn't need much food or sleep, so I rarely bothered with things like that. You look pleased. Now Fumi noticed as we finished eating. Doesn't happen often, getting to eat like this. Especially in peace and quiet. Yeah, fair enough. Now Fumi nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer. But good things don't last forever, so after breakfast came more grinding for Night. I also decided to check in with the old man, supposedly the village chief. A short chat revealed nothing interesting nearby. But not long ago, a friend of his dropped by with some curious news. Something about a miracle the spear hero brought to a starving village. Apparently, they now had so much food they didn't know what to do with it. Another buddy from a different village mentioned creepy vines and other weird stuff. Connecting the dots with what I already knew, I refreshed my memory about the miracle seed, the result of some ancient experiment. And, of course, our brave spear hero dug it out of a sealed chest. Because obviously, what could possibly go wrong with a sealed relic from some ancient scientists? Nothing, right? So, the legendary spear hero Motoyasu unsealed the seed and handed it over to the villagers. Sure, they weren't starving anymore, and soon enough, the vines would be eating them instead. After thinking it over, I decided to deal with the issue personally. You never know when reputation might come in handy. Plus, getting my hands on that artifact seed sounded interesting. With proper use, it could actually be useful. I figured I'd wait a day or two before setting off. Sorry, now Fumi, but I'm stealing your future heroic moment. Meanwhile, good old grinding, during which Night reached level 35. I kept studying the illusion magic book in the local language too. Since I'd decided to travel separately from Naofumi for a while, I needed to hurry up with reading. I was planning to leave the book with Raftalia. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and cloak me in haze. Hide mirage. I felt some kind of energy ripple through my body, slowly wrapping around me. I suspected I could feel magic this keenly thanks to my non-matched human nature. People from my world, and now Fumi's, weren't exactly close to magic, which made it harder to learn. But demons are naturally magical. At least, in my understanding. This is definitely interesting, but, I muttered, and the invisibility immediately faded. Totally inefficient. With my current camouflage skill, I could do way better. The advantage of Mirage was that it used mana instead of spirit points like skills did. That was handy if you wanted to save spirit for something more effective. Like splitting abilities into offensive and support, spirit for one, mana for the other. With enough practice, I could even cast spells mid-matched fight. The question was whether I could reach that level. Still, there's definitely room to dig deeper into the whole magic thing down the line. My newfound magical sensitivity opened up some space for growth there. For now, I wanted to focus on Night. So, when are you finally gonna turn human? I asked, staring at my bird. Coo, she tilted her head with a questioning chirp. I hope you turn out to be a cute, black matched-haired girl. Otherwise, this'll be kinda disappointing. I turned and headed deeper into the Amazon matched-like forest. As it turned out, this place had the biggest variety of monsters. See you. I heard another sound behind me. You're unusually chatty today, Night. I commented without turning. Cute, a thoughtful voice said behind me. Hold up, I'm no expert, but, that didn't sound much like a bird. Huh, cute, a girl's voice said, right behind me. Completely naked girl, I should point out. No way, Night, yes, master. She tilted her head, touching her lip with her finger innocently. Oh, Holy hell, it happened. I've got my own legal loli now. Wait, hold on, is she even legal? Mentally, she probably counts as a kid. Physically, she shouldn't even have grown yet. The real question is, how long will it take her to mature mentally? She looked way better than I expected, by the way. Literally too, she barely reached my collarbone. Long, silky black hair down to her back, deep amethyst eyes staring at me with complete indifference, a doll-matched-like face sculpted by the gods, that perfect little nose, thin lips, fluffy lashes, snow-matched white skin, and those small black wings behind her back. Someone hold me, I'm about to melt. And she had boobs. Do you get it? Boobs on a loli. Okay, not huge, but definitely something to grab. Peak loli evolution right here. Master. Knight called me again while I was still in space somewhere. By the way, her calling me Master didn't stir anything in me. Weird detail, but not worth dwelling on. Yeah, first thing, we need to find you some clothes. I snapped out of it and got moving. Do you like how I look? Clearly wanting an accurate answer, Knight spun slowly, spreading her arms, still with that completely indifferent face. Yeah, obviously, yes, couldn't have turned out better. I assured my new companion. Good, and there it was, clear satisfaction in her nod. You managed to influence your human appearance somehow? I asked, surprised. I wanted to fulfill all Master's wishes. After that, it just happened. I see, by the way, aren't you cold? I was genuinely curious how much climate affected her. No, not at all. Knight shook her head. That's good. But still, you shouldn't be walking around naked, no matter how much I like it. We need to find you clothes. If Master likes it, I can stay like this. She said flatly, looking me in the eyes. That's not the point. Other people don't need to see you like this. In society, you wear clothes. Nakedness is a bit much. Her mindset was still childlike. Or rather, completely undeveloped. I was going to have to carefully teach her everything she needed to know if I wanted a companion that matched my expectations. Got it, Knight nodded, frowning. Right, here, take this for now. After tossing my cloak over her, we headed back to the village. While Naofumi was off somewhere, I quickly borrowed some old clothes from a villager's daughter, the one the very shocked village chief pointed me to. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's not every day a shady guy walks into the forest with a bird and comes back with a naked little girl. Totally understandable reaction, but that's life. Now that Knight had her human form, she'd need training, right? Sure, she'd figure things out eventually, but nothing stopped me from speeding up the process. Where to start? I muttered, tapping the scythe's blade. I eyed one of Raftalia's old swords that Naofumi was planning to trade in at Elhart's shop. He won't mind if I just pay for it, right? Knight needed a weapon, and Naofumi wasn't around. We didn't wander far, because I wasn't sure how battle-matched ready Knight actually was. Somehow, I'd never really let her fight. Alright, Birdie, how about some solo grinding? I need to fight. Yup, think you can take down that monster? I pointed at a huge frog, roughly the same height as Knight in human form. I'll try. She nodded and walked toward the monster. And, wait a sec, is she seriously going barehanded? No, hold up, what the hell? Knight stopped, confused, right in front of the frog. Naturally, the frog noticed her immediately. And, predictably, chomp, almost swallowed my companion whole. I stared at the sight of Knight's legs sticking out of the frog's mouth. I was so stunned, I didn't even notice right away how Knight's body was slowly shrinking on the outside. The frog was swallowing her. Knight plopped onto the ground, blankly staring ahead after I sliced the amphibian apart. Why didn't you fight back? Or shift to your philolele form? I don't know. Her voice took on a thoughtful tone. I panicked. Also, Master likes this form. In battle, your appearance doesn't matter to me, Knight. What matters is you being strong and staying safe. I see, I understand. Knight got up, now with a much more determined look in her eyes. She targeted another frog, thought for a moment, then started walking toward it again. But this time, halfway there was a soft poof, dark smoke curling around her as she returned to her actual bird form. Then, seemingly gathering enough speed, she jumped, flipped mid-matched air, and simply smashed the frog's head with her claw. Did I do well this time? Another soft poof as Knight switched back to her human form. Does she really like that form so much? Or is it because I like it? Well, obviously the second one. Yeah, obviously. I nodded with satisfaction. Knight switched forms without any visible effort. If I recall, in the canon, Philo didn't manage that so easily. Considering how much she wanted to stay human, I still gave her the sword. But she handled it, awkwardly. Fighting as a Philoleel came naturally, relying on instinct. But with a sword, that wasn't happening. Whether I should teach her to use a sword, or any weapon, was still unclear. Anyway, we wrapped up her frog massacre and returned to the village. The day was still young, so we had plenty of time. Maybe I should explore the forest from the other side of the village. For his valor during the wave battle, spear hero Motoyasu Kitamura matched Sama as hereby appointed ruler of this land. As we approached the village, I heard voices. And as soon as I pieced together what was happening, my mood took a nosedive. Maybe I should just turn back before I kill them all. But I couldn't show weakness. Motoyasu and Naofumi's race was about to start, and it was the perfect chance to mess with that red-matched-haired bitch. No way I'm missing that. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 16. Things were escalating pretty fast. By the time I arrived in the village with Night, Motoyasu was already there with mine, proudly announcing that, apparently, he was now the owner of this place. But seriously, how stupid could you be? That idiot didn't even grasp that a 50 silver tax for entering and leaving the village would basically ruin it. The villagers simply didn't have the money to come and go as they pleased with that tax hanging over them. Sooner or later, they'd get the bright idea that they should just stay outside the village for as long as possible and earn as much as they could. But beyond the village walls, the dangers multiplied. The death rate would skyrocket. Not to mention, some folks just wouldn't be able to leave at all. Which basically spells economic and food collapse. I wouldn't even be surprised if Motoyasu never actually saw any of that money, leaving it all in the hands of that damn princess. While the self-matched important princess was making her grand speech, Motoyasu, glancing around, suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Huh, Naofumi, what are you doing here? The spear guy asked in surprise. And oh man, the look on Naofumi's face when he got spotted, yeah. Pure talent. It's kinda my base, the shield guy replied with little enthusiasm. Your base? Still, wow, I figured the shield was lagging behind, but I didn't think it was this bad. Mine covered her mouth with her hand in mock surprise. Right, now that was some damn good acting, or maybe my perception had just improved enough to spot how fake she was. Honestly, I should really start thinking about how to quietly remove such a wildcard from the story without getting my hands dirty. Mine was dangerous. No, worse, she could stir up a whole mountain of trouble out of nothing. For some messed up reason, people just had this nasty habit of believing her. And her princess status only amplified the effect. Several scenarios for dealing with her flickered through my mind. All I needed was the right moment. And the fact that I was casually planning someone's murder, yeah, it didn't make me feel anything at all. It didn't feel wrong or scary. I felt absolutely nothing about it. But who knows, maybe when the moment comes, my hand will betray me and hesitate. You can never be sure until it's time. While all that was running through my head, events kept rolling fast. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the villagers grumbling in protest, and mine's smug little predatory smile in response. Then came her loud proclamation about defying the king's decree and ordering her knights to deal with the troublesome villagers. The brave little soldiers were just about to act when suddenly, a figure dressed entirely in black appeared behind mine, looking every bit like a stereotypical ninja. I'm sure you know who we are, so I'll skip the introductions, the newcomer spoke flatly. We've got a message for you. As she read the letter, mine's face contorted and turned pale by the second. Beautiful. A race. She suddenly screeched. The shield guy must race for the right to control this village. Against our dragon. Otherwise, I'm not handing it over. HRK. Someone in the crowd snorted. Loudly. Yeah, that was me. I mean, seriously. A race. That's the best they could come up with. A bloody race on mounts. Dear gods. Not. You're here too. Motoyasu's eyes snapped to me now. His surprise quickly twisted into hostility, and a hint of fear. Didn't expect you to waltz around villages so casually after your vile deeds. I honestly didn't follow. Still hadn't quite recovered from my snort fit. Vile deeds. Sure, I got a little wild in that duel. So what? Don't play dumb. Motoyasu jabbed a finger at me. You attacked the knights who came to help the villagers. And those rumors, the villages you've harmed. How could you? You've got to be kidding me. Seriously, pardon me for the obvious question, but did you personally witness all that? Now it was his turn to look dumbfounded. You're accusing me of all these crimes, based on first-hand evidence, right? You saw the aftermath of my so-matched called vile deeds yourself, didn't you? You wouldn't just spout baseless crap without checking, right? Even I could hear the hopeful note in my voice. I really wanted him to say yes. Motoyasu made an impressively dumb face that, unfortunately, left me with zero hope. My trusted companions told me all about it. Why wouldn't I believe them? I see, sorry, Motoyasu. Shouldn't have doubted you. It never made sense from the start. Yeah, deep down, I still clung to the hope that we could build some sort of rapport. Even if it took time, even if it took a dozen lectures. The spear hero was hopeless. He officially earned a big red X in my book. Now Fumi, mind wrapping this circus up? They're waiting for you. I turned from Motoyasu to the shield guy. Why should I even bother with this? I don't see the reason. Please, hero, hear me out. The village elder suddenly cut in. The winner gets a generous reward and control of the village. There's no punishment for losing. So, could you help us? Now Fumi hesitated. Come on, don't you wanna see Motoyasu's face when he loses? Especially when his dragon gets smoked by a bird. That lit him right up. Clearly, the idea of humiliating Motoyasu appealed to him way more than any prize. Fine, I'll do it, but hey, why don't you do it yourself? Your Philolele's older than mine. Yeah, about that. I shot a quick glance to my left, where I'd subtly shoved Night out of sight so Motoyasu wouldn't spot her. Last thing I needed was his creepy angel-matched fetish nonsense causing drama. The girl stood exactly where I'd left her, looking utterly unbothered, lazily glancing between the people around us. Man, I wish I had her level of chill. Now Fumi raised an eyebrow but shrugged. Not my problem. I just smiled faintly as I watched him proudly striding off to participate in a race between a bird and a dragon. PFF'd. Wait, what? Motoyasu's eyes landed on Philo, now Fumi's Philolele. And when now Fumi mounted her, bahahaha. You're gonna race on that thing? Yeah, why? It's a bird, now Fumi. I've got a dragon. That thing's pathetic. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, compared to a dragon, Philolele's weren't exactly intimidating. Though to be honest, the local dragons didn't look all that impressive either. Now Fumi missed the joke entirely, simply sighing and preparing for the race with a deadpan face. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted mine whispering to some knights. Yeah, not happening. A sly grin tugged at my lips. 3 laps around the village, the elder announced. Begin. Both racers bolted, and within seconds, it was glaringly obvious now Fumi had the advantage. No way, how's that bird so damn fast? The villagers exclaimed. By the source of power, I command. My ears caught the hushed chant from Motoyasu's entourage. One of the knights had slipped behind a wagon, muttering a spell. Decipher the laws of the world and, Too late. He felt my back press against his, cold steel kissing his throat. Not the best time to open your mouth, sweetheart, I whispered in his ear. One clumsy move, and who knows how sharp this blade really is. But hey, feel free to test it. My side hovered against his neck, my back pressed to his. I could see the other 2 knights staring in panic. You boys might wanna stay still too. I've been kinda jumpy lately, wouldn't want my hand to slip. The knight gulped audibly, then came a small hiss of pain as I smelled fresh blood. The scythe wasn't exactly gentle. See, I warned you. Now let's just enjoy the show. I straightened, turning to face the same way as him. His face was ghostly pale, a thin trickle of blood running down his neck. Perfect timing too, the race was wrapping up. Look at that, he pulled it off. Persistent, isn't he? I quipped, glancing back at the 2 knights. The winner, the shield hero. The elder declared. TCH. Mine hissed like an angry cat. Useless trash. What the hell have you been doing? She stormed toward the now completely white matched-faced knight, who couldn't even speak. Time to vanish. With her level of perception, mine had no chance of noticing me slip away in the opposite direction. The soldiers, fate, not my problem. Congrats. You did good. I greeted now Fumi as he dismounted Philo. Thanks, he accepted awkwardly. Though it's weird how smoothly that went. Well, I rolled my eyes. Maybe you've got a fairy godmother with a scythe. I refused to comment on that. Hey, his psychological defenses were getting sturdier by the day. His adaptability was impressive. At this rate, I'd have to keep my distance or things would get boring. Still don't get why you didn't do it yourself. I figured shoving Motoyasu's face in the dirt was your thing. Now Fumi's voice was laced with doubt. His expression practically screamed, regret for speaking, by the end. Now Fumi matched Sama. Raftalia suddenly joined the conversation, frowning. That was very rude. Yeah, now Fumi, don't get me wrong, but, riding a bird around for everyone to see. Definitely not my style. I barely held in my snort. I couldn't take this whole absurd scene seriously. More importantly, I noticed the black matched clad figures whispering to mine again. No way I'd miss a chance for some mischief. Not matched dono, isn't it? One of the shadows spotted me. We're aware of you. Apologies for the earlier incident. She spoke politely while mine glared daggers at me. No worries. But, in a blink, I was inches from her, whispering low. Your boss better hurry up. Everything in this world has limits. Including my patience. Smiling at the stunned girl, and yep, definitely a girl, I casually strolled back to my spot. Heroes never look back at explosions. What did you say to her? Now Fumi asked suspiciously. Nothing serious. Just business. Hopefully it works. More of your schemes. His voice held frustration. Anyway, who's the girl? Not. I glanced down at Knight, who had emerged from the crowd and was clinging to my side. With Motoyasu gone, the coast was clear. Oh, you saw her recently, but, formal introductions, I guess. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Now Fumi, this is Knight, my bird. Knight, this is now Fumi, the shield guy, and my fellow sufferer. And this is Raftalia. I gestured to now Fumi's companion. Hope you all get along. And a smile. Quote. Knight blinked between us, her face the picture of bored confusion. Then, her eyes widened like she remembered something. Nice to meet you. She immediately lost interest, tugging on my cloak cutely. Master, I'm hungry, she added with a tiny flap of the wings under her cloak, instantly catching my companion's attention. Quote. The stunned, wide matched-eyed Raftalia and totally spaced matched-out now Fumi were priceless. Yeah, moments like these made life worth living. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17. It took a long, tedious explanation to convince now Fumi I had no clue what happened tonight or why she suddenly turned human. I couldn't exactly tell him the truth. I mean, what was I supposed to say? That I knew the full growth cycle of a philolele raised by a hero because this entire world is the plot of a novel I once read. Yeah, no thanks. So, I gave him the basics of knights, growth, and wrapped up the topic, sending now Fumi off to the grateful villagers he'd saved from the ridiculous taxes and the tyranny of a certain red-matched-haired witch. Judging by the look in his eyes, though, he wasn't about to let the matter drop. And he kept throwing suspicious glances at his own philolele. While now Fumi dealt with inheriting a wagon and a new quest from the village elder, I decided to spend more time with my bird. What am I gonna do with you, Miracle? I muttered, crouching down in front of her. And no, the question wasn't meant in any weird way. At least, not yet. Ahem. She tilted her head, puzzled. Canon showed that eventually she'd instinctively learn everything a philolele queen could, magic, shifting forms, even using Kai, which barely anyone in this world knew about. I only knew a little more myself. To really study that, I'd need to track down some old lady. But when and where now Fumi met her in the original story, I couldn't for the life of me remember. So for now, I had to either gamble on luck or wait for now Fumi to find her. Back to Knight. Sure, she could learn everything on her own eventually, but if I could speed up that process. While the proud new wagon owner, gifted by the village elder, dashed off to the forest for firewood thanks to said elder, what a guy, I worked with Knight. Explaining something I don't fully understand wasn't likely to succeed. So I started simple. Reinforce your body with mana, Knight. Channel it into every strike. Manipulate it, direct it, shape it. Make it part of you. I instructed, dodging her little punches in human form. In her philolele form, her attacks were primitive, just charge fast and hit hard. Not much to train there, though it still needed some attention. But her human form, that deserved serious effort, and not for other reasons. Also, she really needed proper clothes. Wearing my cloak constantly wasn't practical. That could wait, though. What deserved my full focus was my philolele. The speed at which Knight learned was insane. Just a few hours of sparring with me, and she'd grasped the basics. After that, it was all practice and experience. And I couldn't help but wonder, was it her absurd talent? Or the fact she had someone to guide and spar with, drilling everything on the spot? No denying her talent, of course. But I was curious about my own influence on her progress. Something wrong, Master? Did I mess up? Knight tugged on my cloak, noticing my thoughtful expression. No, you're doing great, I smiled. Night, of course, remained completely expressionless. I was thinking about myself. About whether I'm useful as your teacher. Night tilted her head, confused. Oh, I'm not sure, but it feels like I just know what to do. But Master's explanations make it easier. She paused, pondering. And I don't care if you're useful or not. I like being near Master. She added, staring at me with those calm, unwavering eyes. Oof, stop it, you're making me blush. But thanks. For the first time since arriving in this world, I genuinely smiled. It's nice to hear things like that. It made me wonder, why were philolials raised by heroes so attached to them? Was it because we're the first beings they see? Did they instinctively see us as family? Or was it some hidden setting from the legendary weapon? Honestly, maybe it's better not to know. So that's how most of my day went. Training Night, chatting with her here and there. I still had to help shape her as a person, not just teach her to fight, but teach her morals, too. At least, the version of morality I believed in. She learned fast. Sometimes, we disagreed. But every time, Night listened to my perspective, calmly accepted it, and seemed to adopt it as her own. It was unsettling. The girl wasn't just loyal, she was completely devoted to me. Zero doubt that I could be wrong. It was flattering, but also a little concerning. By evening, Night had mastered her first spell, speed reducing. As the name implied, it slowed down whoever it hit. It belonged to the darkness magic school, focused on debuffs and negative effects. Fitting, honestly, but Night claimed that wasn't all. She felt like there was more she could do. Sure, we could have gone to that lady who helped me figure out my aptitudes, but why bother? Night would figure it out eventually. Maybe a bit later, but still. Her combat skills had also skyrocketed. By my estimate, they were around level 2 or 3 of my Scythe mastery. Except for Night, it was all H and matched-to-matched hand. And despite all my punching practice, I still didn't have a hand matched-to-matched hand skill. The only lingering issue, her weapon. The cannon claws used by Philo didn't appeal to me. Night didn't care what weapon she used. Dilemma, I even considered giving her a scythe. I mean, come on, a lowly with a scythe. Pretty badass, at least in my eyes. But I shelved the idea for now. Still had time to decide. That evening, Naofumi returned with a barely matched alive Raftalia. And no, she wasn't hurt. Turns out, she got horrifically motion-matched sick from riding in Philo's wagon. I wasn't exaggerating. She looked awful, pale, weak, dazed, barely able to walk straight. Which was problematic, considering their lifestyle. Most of their time would be spent in that wagon. Her being incapacitated could get dangerous. Back in my old world, I'd dealt with motion sickness. The possibilities in this world could offer a cure. I just needed time to work on it. I liked Raftalia. Sweet, pure, hopelessly naive. Hard not to like that. But back to the group in general. Naofumi looked especially worried, and their third member, the bird named Philo, looked different from when they left. And I had a feeling that's exactly why the shield guy was so stressed. Not. Naofumi came straight to me when they returned. Philo changed again, and I'm starting to get worried. His eyes flicked to Night beside me. I'm not even sure we bought regular philolials. I need answers. And how do you plan to get them? Pretty sure not even the first 1,000 knows about birds that turn into humans. I smirked at him. Yeah, but the guy who sold us those eggs definitely knows. And I intend to find out. The direct way, which is how our merry little group set off for Melromark. I'd considered just teleporting us straight to the Dragon Hourglass. I'd hit level 50 ages ago and fed the necessary sand to my scythe, unlocking teleport scythe, but Naofumi refused. No point leaving the wagon behind, apparently. After his trip to the capital, he wanted to hit the road immediately. The village elder gave Naofumi a merchant license, allowed him to trade freely and skip city entry taxes. There were other details, but I couldn't be bothered. I had zero interest in becoming a merchant. So, after a night in Ryut village, we headed for Melromark. Still about 40 days left till the next wave, so plenty of time. Especially for me. With my growth rate, wasting a little time resting wasn't a big deal. And I considered anything not tied to leveling up as rest. I had errands in Melromark too. Top of the list, visiting a magic shop to buy special fabric that would let Night shift between philolial and human forms without shredding her clothes. But before we left, an interesting incident occurred. What's up? I asked Night when she suddenly froze mid-matched step. I'm not sure. That wagon looks so inviting. She paused constantly, struggling to find the words, staring strangely at the wagon Philo was already hitched to. Philo, by the way, proudly raised her birdie head when she spotted Night, practically radiating, "Ha! Eat your heart out. You wanted to pull the wagon too." Weird emotions snuck into my voice that I couldn't define. "I don't think so. Then I couldn't stay close to Master. That's more important. I can carry you myself. Have I mentioned you're adorable?" "Yes." Night nodded simply. "Well, let me say it again. You're adorable, Night." All the while, I could practically feel Naofumi's jealous stare. "Why are they so different?" I heard his desperate whisper. "Hey, eat your heart out, shield guy. My Night is perfect." 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 18. Oh, I can only marvel at this, truly. The slave trader inspected Philo, clearly puzzled. "I want answers, trader. And you'd better give them to me." Naofumi's voice left little room for argument as Philo glared daggers at the sweating man, ready to pounce any second. "Good girl. What kind of eggs did you sell us?" "Oh, match dough, of course, of course." Just a moment. The man scurried into the depths of his tent, returning a few minutes later looking even more bewildered than before. "According to all the paperwork, both of you got standard philolele eggs," Hiro matched Sama. "You call that a philolele?" Naofumi jabbed a finger at Philo. "Growing that much in a few days is exactly what one would expect from Hiro matched Sama." "My compliments." The trader actually doffed his hat and bowed. "Cut the flattery. I want real answers. What is that?" Naofumi jabbed his finger at Philo again. "W matched well, Hiro matched Sama, your case truly is unique. I'll need some time to figure out a possible explanation. By the way, I'd made Naofumi promise not to mention that Night turned human." No need to give the slave trader a heart attack. In the end, Naofumi and the trader agreed to leave Philo with him for observation. No harm would come to Philo, obviously, as the shield guy himself pointed out, he'd already invested a lot in her, and losing all that would suck. Hey, modest as ever. Sensing trouble, Philo started to get anxious. But with Naofumi nearby, she calmed enough to let them slip a restraining collar on and lock her in a cage. But when Naofumi started walking away, Philo lost her mind. She thrashed, chirped, slammed into the bars, totally pointless. Her beloved master was leaving, while Night, her most obvious role model, stayed with me. Guess that comparison triggered what happened next. What the hell? Voices rang out behind us as the noise from Philo's cage suddenly stopped. Stir, a soft voice came from the cage as we turned around. "Master." And there, instead of a giant fluffy bird, sat a little blonde girl. Completely naked, by the way. "Master, please, don't leave me." She reached her arms toward Naofumi. "See, I can look like this too. Just like Sister Night." "What the is that?" It was painful to look at Naofumi. "You too. What the hell is going on here?" "Oh," the slave trader's eyes suddenly sparkled. "You too. Then, may I assume?" His gaze jumped to Night, standing practically glued to me. "This girl next to you, dear Scythe hero." "Yeah, same deal. Incredible." The guy practically lit up. "I don't understand what this is, but it's simply incredible. Master, please don't leave me. She's so clingy," said Night. "Well, that's unexpected." Naofumi matched Sama. "I think we need to do something." Raftalia turned to the shield guy. Meanwhile, Naofumi was still trying to process the fact that his mount suddenly turned into a loli. "Yeah, probably." As soon as the cage with the loli suddenly popped open, the said loli immediately threw herself into her master's arms. "Master, it was so SCA match at a match dairy. She looks cute, sure, but that way she drags out her words, God, I'm so glad Night is, well, Night. Good girl, little bird." I patted my personal loli matched Philorial. In response, she only pressed herself tighter against my hand. Cuteness overload. After realizing a small naked girl was hugging him, Naofumi zoned out again. Though, this time they managed to bring him back to reality a lot faster. H matched hey, don't cling to Naofumi matched Sama like that. Raftalia rushed to her master's rescue. Big sis Raftalia. Philo tilted her head, confused. "But I do match-et-and wanna." With some struggle, the raccoon girl still managed to pry the shameless bird off the poor Naofumi. And right after, once the guy finally came to his senses, several urgent decisions were made. First thing first, get some clothes for the naked birdie. Which, to be honest, turned out to be a bit of a problem considering it was already evening and the streets were packed with people. The reputation of our brave hero was already scraping the bottom of the barrel, and if folks started seeing him walking around with naked little girls, yeah, no. Though personally, I couldn't care less. Second, while the search for clothes for the naked lowly was ongoing, the slave trader was tasked with digging up everything he could about the whole phenomenon of lawless turning into birds. Though, knowing him, I was pretty sure he'd be all over that even without Naofumi breathing down his neck. Occupational hazard, I guess. The whole time, I just followed the panicking shield guy. What exactly was freaking him out so badly? I already told him about the exact same thing happening with Knight. You'd think that would have prepped him at least a little. As we wandered off to who matched knows matched where, Philo, wrapped in a ragged old cloak the slave trader tossed us, managed to go, poof, several times, flipping between a giant bird and a human girl. And naturally, the cloak got shredded every time. Thanks to that lovely little, poof, we got noticed. The looks on the people's faces were priceless, and Naofumi's face. Even better, we somehow managed to make it to our destination. About halfway there, I'd already figured out where we were heading. Walked this route myself plenty of times. Kiddo, oh, and Scythe kiddo too, didn't expect to see you two so soon, huh? Poof. Elhart's expression was instantly added to my mental collection as he watched a little girl suddenly morph into a two-matched tall, round, fluffy bird right on the doorstep of his shop, busting the top of his doorframe in the process. Ouch, that hurts, the miracle of biology whined. Poof. And just like that, she was a lowly again. I'm hungry. The old man was clearly buffering from the whole scene. I still have some lunch left, and he cast a weird glance at Naofumi's suffering face. You know what, I'll grab it, and then we'll figure this whole mess out. Elhart disappeared into the back of his shop and returned a few minutes later. Here, I'll go grab some bowls, he turned, ready to head back, but... Wait, yay, thanks for the food. Philo was already at the counter in the blink of an eye, grabbed the pot, and just devoured the entire thing in one go. It looked tastier than it actually was. Kid, you owe me lunch. Elhart's gaze flicked between the smiling Philo, handing him the empty pot, and Naofumi. Ha, the shield guy could only sigh in defeat. We need clothes for her. Ones that won't rip when she transforms. Got anything like that? You need a magic item for that, and that's outside my field. But I know someone who can help you. Matched. Don't even think about transforming. Naofumi jabbed a finger at Philo. I don't wanna matchetta. The girl clung to Naofumi's arm, and it was clear this circus was starting to fray his nerves. It's already pretty late anyway, so you won't find what you're looking for today. By morning, I'll ask around about your little problem. Yeah, thanks. Naofumi exhaled tiredly. No worries. You've got it rough, no doubt. Elhart glanced over Naofumi's shoulder, where Raftalia and Philo were still trying to settle the age-matched old debate of who exactly owns Naofumi. Yeah, and that girl, his gaze shifted to Knight. Yeah, same thing. I smiled, answering the question before it even fully formed. Why am I not surprised? The old guy shook his head. But you're not having those problems, I see. He shot another look at the ongoing Raftalia matched Philo tug matched war, with Philo stubbornly glued to Naofumi. Knight's just perfect. I ruffled my bird's hair. She's my smart little one. Quote. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Naofumi's half-matched crazed expression, radiating pure jealousy. Hey match day, The next morning, Naofumi declared in the most ultimatum-matched-like tone that we were going to the slave dealer. His eyes somehow looked even crazier than before. A bit later, on the way there, I found out from Raftalia what triggered this sudden escalation. Apparently, Naofumi nearly died from heat and suffocation this morning, waking up completely buried in Philo's feathers. She had turned back into a philolele in her sleep and practically swallowed the poor guy whole. Damn, I still can't believe this, but, you knew, didn't you? Naofumi suddenly asked. About what? You knew what was in the egg. You knew what would hatch from it. And what it would turn into in the end. Why would you think that? I asked, genuinely confused. The seal. I realized this morning, it doesn't work on Philo. Then I remembered how, back when you bought the egg, you immediately asked for a higher matched level seal. I can't see any reason why you'd spend that much coin just for precaution. You definitely know something, but you're hiding it. Well, damn, I'll admit, I didn't think of that. Honestly, I never expected to stick around with him this long. But I make decisions way too impulsively, and now I'm stuck dealing with the consequences. It really was just precaution. What if I'd won a dragon? My luck isn't that bad. I threw a meaningful glance at Knight. You once mentioned your love for Lawless. Your Philolial's a lowly. Like I said, my luck isn't that bad. Quote. Now Fumi didn't say anything else. But I could practically feel his trust meter drop by several points. Well, that got a little awkward. Right at the entrance to his tent, we were greeted by an overly excited slave trader. Sounds weird, but nothing indecent. As a result of his investigation, he found out that there are Philolials with the ability to transform. Those were called Philolial kings or queens, respectively. Using this ability, they could disguise themselves as regular Philolials so no one could tell them apart. But the fact that this ability could also be used to turn into a human, that bit of knowledge he got from us. He immediately showered us with praise for our incredible insight and wisdom. Praised our sharp eyes and our sense for picking exactly what we needed. And then, ever so casually, like it was no big deal, he suggested we take a couple more Philolials to raise. I actually thought about that offer for a moment, picturing some kind of personal harem of winged bird girls like Knight, but... Master, Knight tugged at the hem of my clothes, pulling me out of my fantasy. Her face was still as expressionless as ever, but, this time, there was something in her eyes. Don't worry, I ruffled her hair lightly. You'll stay my one and only bird. Why would I need others when you're already perfect? I'll do my best. The bird girl closed her eyes in satisfaction and nodded. After that, now Fumi, using a little trick on the completely trusting Philo, placed a high matched level seal on her. To say Philo didn't like the procedure would be putting it mildly. It was clearly painful, but the girl endured it. Watching it wasn't exactly pleasant, but honestly, I didn't see another way to keep her in check. Philo was a child, and in a much more literal sense than Knight. She refused to listen, acted on her own whims, and didn't care at all about the trouble she caused. Now Fumi simply had no other option but to use a carrot-and-stick approach. So, once again turning down the offer of a couple more Philolials, we left the tent of the Eggman, the slave trader. All that was left was to get special clothing made for Knight and Philo, and then now Fumi and I would part ways. I'd already spent too much time sticking around him and Raftalia. Besides, now he had not one, but two companions. Female companions, to be precise. That was turning into too big a crowd for an introvert like me. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 19. Come in, come in. The lady dressed like a typical witch waved us inside. It's a bit cramped, work's in full swing. You really think we'll find clothes for Philo here? Now Fumi asked, clearly skeptical. I asked around this morning, and they told me that Auntie from the magic shop has exactly what you need. Is that so? Well, to be precise, I only have the materials to make suitable clothes. Here, she pointed at what looked like the most ordinary spinning wheel. With this thing, you can spin special fabric that disappears when the wearer transforms into a monster and reappears when they shift back to human form. And how does that even work? Now Fumi looked intrigued now. The fabric is spun from the wearer's mana. By their will, the fabric can either disappear or take physical form as clothing. I see, sounds kinda cool. Philo walked up to the spinning wheel and began monotonously turning the handle. A thin thread immediately started to appear. I feel weak. Like I said, the fabric's made from your mana. That's why you're feeling drained. This is so boring. Yeah, this definitely wasn't a quick process. Especially considering what happened next. Pop, the crystal embedded in the spinning wheel simply shattered. And with that, Philo's spinning stopped producing thread. Oh, guess that's the end of that. You don't have a spare crystal, I assume. I crossed my arms with a grin. The woman clutched her chest dramatically. No, that was the last one. Without it, we can't do a thing. But we can buy another one, right? Sure, but it'll cost you. How much? I think you can find one at the market for around 5 gold. I let out a low whistle. Pricey, but not outrageous. I've heard they mine those crystals in Melromark. Whoa, hold up. I waved my hands. Let's just buy one. You can keep the crystal afterwards. Call it a thank match to you for your help and work. But I should be the one thanking you. The witch awkwardly fidgeted with her hat. Don't worry about it. I value my time and I'm not thrilled at the thought of crawling through some cave for one lousy gem. Besides, everything I've done so far wasn't for gratitude anyway. To be honest, those weren't just pretty words. Sure, I was hoping for a little thank match to you gift, maybe a magic book or two, but my real motivation was always self-matched interest. Even helping Naofumi was something I did simply because I wanted to. Maybe because of that old fondness I had for some of these characters back when I read the novel. If I really thought about it, I barely even knew the real Naofumi. Same went for Raphtalia. You sure? Naofumi looked at me. That's not exactly a small amount of money. How do I put this delicately? I thought for a moment. Yeah, it's not cheap, but for me, I vaguely waved my hand in the air. Oh, right, I almost forgot how different things are between us. Don't exaggerate. You just got unlucky with your weapon, and they keep throwing obstacles at you. But even so, you're doing pretty well. Thanks, I guess. Next on the list, buying the crystal. Nothing was going to stand between me and Knight in a dress. Nothing. Following the witch's directions, I headed off with Knight to find the right merchant. Turned out to be the town jeweler, who sold not just magic stones but regular gems and crafted jewelry too. Welcome, what can I help you with? Copying weapons really was a handy trick. Until I changed my scythe's form from a sickle to an actual scythe, barely anyone recognized me. Not like many folks knew my face anyway. I need a medium magic crystal. For a spinning wheel, I decided to clarify. One moment. The man rummaged behind the counter. Here, he produced a crystal, even slightly larger than the witch's one. 7 gold, slightly more expensive than expected, but nothing critical. And at that price, the witch definitely wouldn't dare refuse to help me make more dresses for Knight. Maybe even more than one. After paying, I didn't rush off. Jewelry matchmaking had piqued my interest. Wouldn't hurt to make myself some trinkets with attack boosts and the like. Who knows what this craft could offer at its peak? Honestly, I had no clue. The jewelry was displayed behind thick glass, faintly radiating magic. Basic accessories with modest attack boost, enchantments started at 40 silver. The bonuses varied: attack, defense, speed, potion quality, mana growth, mana regeneration, and much more. The gems in the cheaper stuff didn't look too impressive. But the high matched end pieces, starting at 2 gold, whole different story. The stones were better quality, the bonuses higher. Something caught your eye. The merchant perked up at my curiosity. When do these accessories activate their effects? As soon as they touch your skin. And how does one learn jewelry matched making? Matched oh. The man chuckled warmly. Interesting question, young man. I shrugged in response. Depends what you're after. You can be a basic jeweler making shiny trinkets, or turn those trinkets into actual magical items. The latter sounds more my style. Most beginners start with books. The enchanting process requires insane focus and delicate work. And talent, of course. Can't do without that. Books teach the basics, the rest comes down to practice and, well, your wallet. My wallet. Different stones give different enchantments. He explained with a shrug. Naturally, no one was going to hand over trade secrets for free. Naofumi got lucky in the original story, meeting some big matched shot jeweler willing to share knowledge. No such luck for me. So, after buying a decent ring with a modest attack boost, I left the shop. I considered getting something for Knight too, but quickly realized any accessory on her would simply break during transformation. Yeah, there were special enchantments for that, but they cost way more. And I'd already spent quite a bit. Oh, there you are, kiddo. We've been waiting. The blacksmith greeted me. Here, I placed the purchased crystal on the table. We good to go? We're good. The witch lady nodded. Go on, sweetheart, keep it. Philo let out a dramatic sigh but resumed spinning. So, what's your plan after this? I casually asked Naofumi to pass the time. After this, he paused and thought. I still think becoming a traveling merchant sounds good. So, riding around, trading, yeah, not a bad plan. But not for me. You going off on your own? Yep, once Philo and Knight have their clothes, I'm heading my own way. Got a few ideas. Naofumi looked thoughtful, glancing between the blacksmith and me. Then he seemed to decide something. You know, I'm kinda sick of all this madness lately. A day off sounds good. And I owe the blacksmith a meal anyway. And what exactly are you suggesting? A day earlier or later didn't make much difference. A little extra downtime never hurt. By that point, Philo finished spinning her thread and Knight took over. Let's have a little picnic. Call it a farewell lunch. Who knows when we'll cross paths again. If ever. Naofumi matched Sama. What's with the gloomy mood? Raphtalia frowned at him. Now that's the kind of thinking I like. I clapped the shield guy on the back. That's life. Different perspectives for everyone. In the end, now Fumi sent Raftalia to buy food, Elhart went to grab cooking supplies, and we headed to the tailor to get proper fabric made from the thread. After that, all that was left was to take measurements for our bird girls and finally relax. Oh my goodness, what are these adorable creatures? A girlish squeal echoed as soon as we stepped into the tailor's shop. The seamstress was a young woman, probably around 20, dressed in a stylish outfit with a scarf around her neck. Not surprising for someone running an atelier. We need to take measurements and make dresses for these two ladies. Dresses that disappear during transformation. I made sure to add the important detail. The material will be delivered later. We'd already worked things out with the weaver. The amount of work meant the fabric wouldn't be ready until evening, and then he'd bring it to the seamstress himself. Clothes for transformation, huh? Oh my, light and darkness themselves. The girl energetically spun circles around Knight and Philo, admiring them with obvious excitement. Day and night, little angel and little demon, adorable. I need to see their other forms. She was suddenly nose-matched to matched nose with me. Sure, Knight, okay. Knight nodded blankly, looked up at the ceiling, then down at the floor, paused to think for a moment, and sat cross-matched-legged on the floor. After that, she transformed. Here, sitting down, she nearly reached the ceiling. Good thing she didn't do it standing, smart girl. Philo, wasting no time, followed Knight's example. Ooh, even their feathers match. Simply perfect. Spinning around them with excited muttering, the seamstress finished taking their measurements in about 30 minutes. I didn't expect it to take that long. If the material arrives by evening, I should be done by tomorrow. Maybe even by morning, but better come back in the afternoon. You can't rush quality work. I wasn't about to argue. I wanted Knight's dress to look as perfect as possible, after all. Our to-match-do list was getting shorter. All that remained was to regroup and enjoy food and company. Elhart was already waiting for us at the city gates, just like we agreed, carrying a large sheet of thin metal. A bit later, Raftalia showed up with bags full of food. Though with her level, I doubted that weight even registered for her. After that, now Fumi led us into the woods. And yeah, maybe I should have thought twice about that, but thinking's never really been my thing. Uncle, Raftalia, you handle the fire. In the end, now Fumi brought us to a pretty decent spot by the lake. I couldn't even sense any monsters nearby. Speaking of which, my awakened sensory abilities were a whole other topic. Studying magic had brought some unexpected results. After I tasted magic once, I could somewhat sense it everywhere, especially when its amount stood out from the background. And me, what do? Philo complained, feeling left out. You keep an eye out so no monster sneaks up and steals the meat. I'm not letting that happen. Looking ridiculously fired matched up, Philo rushed off to patrol. Gotta hand it to Naofumi, he knew how to keep a kid occupied. Got a task for me too. I smirked. Well, you know, I can cook. My cooking skill is, I quickly scanned my skill window. Level 3. Naofumi's eyes widened. I only have level 2, and most of my skills are crafting matched based. You're not alone. I barely ever get combat skills either. And when I do, they're rarely useful in battle. I shrugged. I see. Naofumi paused for a few seconds, staring at the meat. Well then, help me cook. Yes sir. I gave a mock salute and started slicing the meat. Honestly, it was kinda fun, debating the optimal size and thickness of the meat, the cooking time, spice amounts, types of vegetables, and the right heat level for the pan. We even got into a little argument at one point. But finally, everything was ready. The smell of roasted meat was so strong that even Philo couldn't concentrate on her patrol anymore. Well, dig in. I gestured towards the picnic setup. The first batch vanished so fast, poor Naofumi barely managed to grab himself a couple of pieces. Me? Oh, you don't have to worry about me. And never underestimate Knight's speed and cunning, either. Turns out my birdie could be shockingly proactive when it came to food. And the dead-matched serious look on her face as she snatched the biggest piece off the table, I almost melted right there and then. I can't believe plain grilled meat can taste this good. Elhart exclaimed after his first bite. Raftalia chimed in more modestly, though she was still busy chewing her last piece. Legendary weapons do wonders. Thanks to their effects, cooked food around here ends up tasting like a literal drug. Honestly, I never cooked anything this good back in my world. Yeah, shame my shield is still useless though. I didn't bother trying to change his mind. You could list the shield's pros and possibilities all day long, but objectively, it lagged way behind the other legendary weapons. And without party members, it really was useless. After finishing our portions, Naofumi and I got to work on the next batch while everyone else finished eating. Hey, the shield guy suddenly broke the silence. So, where are you from? You never really said anything the day we got summoned. You're clearly not from Japan. What's this? He feeling chatty all of a sudden. I thought for a second. Vodka, balalaikas, riding bears, ring any bells. You're Russian, Naofumi exclaimed, the one and only. So, that stereotype exists in your world too, huh? I chuckled, didn't see that coming. He went quiet, absent-mindedly flipping the meat. Just ask already, I can see you've got more to say. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed everyone listening in. Even Night perked up her ears. Well, you're not like those three idiots, but, he still hesitated, clearly unsure how to phrase it. But, you treat this world like a game too, don't you? What makes you think that? That genuinely threw me off. Your actions. You act like you don't care about your own life. During the wave, when you fought Motoyasu, you didn't hesitate for even a second. You never doubted yourself, not once. I froze, fork halfway to the meat. That is a complicated question, Naofumi. I set the utensils down, pausing to think about how to answer, whether I should answer at all. You know, Naofumi, I took a deep breath. My previous life, how do I even explain it? It had no meaning. He stayed silent. My mom abandoned me before I could even remember her. My dad couldn't care less. I've always been on my own. Silence. Even the quiet clinking of utensils stopped. I never knew what was right or wrong. There was no one to praise me. No one to scold me. Society raised me. Teachers, classmates, random strangers. What you see now, Naofumi, I looked him straight in the eyes, is society's product, but even they couldn't help me find a reason to live. When it really mattered, no one taught me the values most people learn as kids. That's, unlike you, Naofumi, I have no reason to go back. I cut him off. There's nothing for me in that world. But here, I found a goal. A purpose. But even so, after all those years, my apathy toward my own life runs too deep to shake off completely. Right now, I realized my smile was crooked. The first time I could feel it, clear as day. And honestly, I did feel sorry. Sorry for how it all turned out. And how it keeps turning out. At that moment, I felt a tug on the hem of my clothes. Master, don't be sad. Night looked up at me. Night loves Master just the way he is. Oh, you little sweetheart. I couldn't help but smile warmly at that. I love you too, Birdie. Night pressed her head into my palm as I gently stroked her hair. Sorry, I didn't mean for my question to lead to all that. It's fine, maybe I needed to tell someone. After that, it really did feel a bit easier. My own stance, my emotions, got clearer. Though honestly, I probably still hadn't fully accepted that I was living inside a novel. It all still felt a little distant. Detached. But that's a matter of time. At least, I hoped so. For now, all I could do was keep living. 32 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20. The next day, all we had left to do was pick up the finished clothes for our birdies. As soon as we stepped into the tailor's shop, a girl with a half-matched crazed look and decent matched-sized bags under her eyes rushed straight at us. Finally, she threw her hands up dramatically. I've been waiting forever. Had to work up quite a sweat, but I finished the dresses by morning. Quick, hurry up and try them on. She instantly dragged Philo and Night into the fitting rooms. What was that? Naofumi asked, understandably confused. Pretty eccentric person, but honestly, that's even better. Naofumi rolled his eyes and sent Raftalia to help the birdies with their clothes. After about 10 minutes of muttering, a few gasps and squeaks, they finally stepped out and, well. Yeah, we were speechless. It was literally light and darkness personified. Philo's outfit was a smooth, light dress with wide sleeves that flared out toward the wrists, filled inside with flowing fabric. The chest area was tied with a big blue bow, and the bottom hem had blue waves and ornate patterns. The whole thing practically radiated light. And with her pure white wings on her back, Night's look was the complete opposite. First off, the base was a black dress with lace trimming along the edges and frills on the skirt. The top resembled a corset, leaving her collarbones exposed. A ribbon with a bow was tied around her neck. The sleeves were long too, but tightened at the wrists to keep them from dangling, and at the shoulders. Her legs were covered in black thigh-matched high stockings with patterns near the tops, starting right after the skirt. Black boots reached almost to her knees. And her head was adorned with a matching frilly headband and 2 ribbons tying her hair into long twin ponytails, leaving 2 small curls falling to either side of her forehead. Speechless, the seamstress declared proudly, my masterpiece after so long. Does master like it? Knight spun around on the spot. Yeah, Bertie, I love it. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I aimed that last part at the seamstress. HMPH, she snorted, sticking her nose in the air. I don't work any other way. So, that's everything, right? Now Fumi asked, giving me a strange look. Yep, we'll probably run into each other again. But most likely only during a wave. I see. We stood there for a few more moments. Well, good luck, I guess. Yeah, same to you. I smirked slightly. And good luck to you too, Raftalia. Especially you. I shot her a sympathetic glance. Thank you so much, not matched Sama. She returned my gaze with an understanding, slightly melancholic look. What are you even talking about? Don't overthink it, or your head'll start hurting. With that, now Fumi waved me off and commanded Philo, now hitched to the wagon, to move forward. Within a few minutes, the wagon disappeared around the bend, completely vanishing from sight. You don't think you should have gone with them? Nope, I shook my head. It's better for him to go on his own journey. I can't, and honestly, don't want to babysit him. He's a grown kiddo, he'll manage. HMPH, you're not exactly older than him yourself. You even look younger, to be honest. Age isn't about the body, Elhart. It's about the mind. I put on a mock-matched philosophical expression. And I trust my own wisdom. The old guy nearly choked at my words. Yeah, sure, he shook his head in disbelief. So, what was it you wanted to talk about again? Wanted to ask you for a custom job. Here, I handed him a few sheets with rough sketches of what I wanted. Think you can manage? The blacksmith gave the drawings a thorough look. Strange requests you've got, kiddo. But yeah, I think I can pull it off. Nothing too complicated, really. The only question's time. This'll take a while. That's fine. Don't worry about time. Instead, tell me. Elhart and I ended up talking for over an hour. We covered pretty much everything, from optimizing weapon construction to the materials used. He explained what monsters and resources I should be paying special attention to, and what would work best for specific weapons or armor. He also pointed out what materials I absolutely had to get my hands on if I wanted truly high-matched quality gear that would serve me for a very, very long time. Yeah, owning such a specific weapon was honestly kind of inconvenient. And not even so much in terms of combat effectiveness, but rather when it came to finding replacements. Even so, I'd be paying money and resources for weapons I wouldn't actually use. I only needed to copy them. There was no point in wielding the originals. My weapon was always with me, and I couldn't get rid of it or swap it. Copying was the only option. Well, maybe someday Elhart would manage to sell the scythes he made and recoup some of the costs. We already talked about that. Sorting out the order details was the last thing keeping me in Melromark, which meant it was time for Knight and me to finally leave. I didn't want to linger here. Who knew what nonsense the church or that snake Malty might pull next? So, after restocking supplies, we hit the road. I also got the latest gossip from Elhart, news and rumors about recent events. That's how I learned the 3 heroes had already performed their so-matched called feats. Itsuki, the bow hero, had apparently joined a resistance movement in a neighboring country and overthrown some tyrant ruler. Noble, sure, but nothing's ever that black and white. If I remember right, the original story mentioned a hidden side to that tale too. Motoyasu was rampaging somewhere out west and had already handed the starving villagers a ticking time bomb in the form of a mutant plant. Ren, meanwhile, made headlines for slaying a dragon somewhere in the east. And so, after thinking it over, I decided to follow Ren's trail. At first, I was going to handle the mutant plant situation instead of Naofumi. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized, absorbing a dragon's core would be way more practical than messing with some overgrown weed. Plus, I couldn't be bothered to whip up herbicide. And honestly, seeing a dragon sounded way cooler than dealing with a stupid plant. On the way east, I kept running into monsters I hadn't seen before. Sure, they didn't give me any powerful new scythes or skills, but I still earned some stat points whenever I mastered a new scythe form. All the low-matched level ones were pretty easy to master, so quantity made up for quality. I was riding on Knight's back, which definitely deserved a mention. Compared to walking everywhere, it was night and day. What used to take me 4 days on foot now took 2 at most. Maybe even 1, if we really pushed it. Though, of course, the one doing all the pushing was Night, and I didn't want to overwork her. Besides, I wasn't exactly thrilled about moving at breakneck speeds myself. To avoid wasting time, I also started studying that ice magic book. Reading had gotten way easier thanks to my upgraded language comprehension skill, so the learning process sped up. Plus, ice magic just seemed way cooler than illusion magic, which definitely helped my motivation. At the same time, I worked on my sensory abilities. I'd gotten way too cocky with those new skills, and nearly paid for it. I thought I could sense any monster approaching me now, but, yeah, I was dead wrong. You should have seen my face when that mangy rabbit-matched bat hybrid jumped out right in front of me. I'd been so sure there wasn't a single monster nearby. But when that thing popped up, I just froze, like an idiot, my worldview shattering before my eyes. Since then, I made myself a promise, always underestimate my own strength just a little. Never get too confident in my abilities. Master, can I? Night poked her finger at a small pile of monster corpses. I thought for a moment, trying to remember if I'd already gotten a scythe from each of those candidates for bird food. Well, yeah, go ahead, they're all yours. It had kinda become our routine. Night devoured anything that wasn't useful for my scythe. She got a tasty meal, and the environment stayed nice and tidy. No rotting corpses cluttering up the place. Screw decomposition. It's been about a week and a half since we started making our way east. During that time, I managed to level up a few more times, finally hitting level 59. Night, on the other hand, was basically standing at the threshold that, for now, we couldn't cross. She was sitting at level 39, just one step away from a class upgrade at 40. There were a few reasons why I couldn't do that upgrade just yet. First, the efficiency would be way lower than what it could be. From the original story, I knew that the ancient legendary Philolele Fatoria had given Philo a strand of hair, what the Japanese like to call a hoge. That thing contained some sort of power that granted Naofumi's party a massive stat boost during their class upgrades. So doing it without that boost? Kinda pointless. Second, we simply wouldn't be allowed near the hourglass right now. Yeah, I could try to scheme something, but any plan I could come up with would run headfirst into problem number 1. It just wouldn't be worth it. That's why meeting Fatoria was one of my key goals. That bird was probably off dealing with a wave somewhere. Though, I wasn't entirely sure if the waves appeared all over the world at once or if they popped up randomly. There was definitely logic behind the original design, each country summoning one hero. After all, the waves didn't just hit Melromark, they hit the whole world. But thanks to King Altkray's stupidity, every other country lost their top defense against the waves, and now his wife Morelia had to work overtime using 120% of her brain and political cunning just to avoid a full matched-scale war. Honestly, I didn't even want to imagine her face when she heard reports about her husband's latest antics. Poor woman. During our travels, I also kept unlocking new crafting skills and improving the ones I already had. Like this one time, after feeding my scythe a weird matched-looking lump of ore, I unlocked blacksmithing LV 3. I wasn't entirely sure, but I had a hunch that if I fed my scythe a gemstone, I might unlock an enchanting skill too. The only question was how much money I'd have to burn before I finally found the right stone. And whether I'd even find it at all. I remembered my own promise to stay cautious and not blindly trust my gut feelings. If there was anyone I shouldn't blindly trust, it was me. My hands were practically itching to try crafting or enchanting something myself. Or better yet, both. But how? The legendary weapons system only let me create small consumables, and blacksmithing projects definitely didn't fall under that category. Sure, I could ask Elhart to teach me the basics of smithing, but I didn't want to overcomplicate our relationship. I actually like the dynamic we had right now. No need to mess with that. Which meant, I needed to find a different blacksmithing mentor. I doubted there was anyone more skilled than Elhart in Melromark, but still. Anyone could probably show me the basics, the scythe would handle the rest. And just like that, my ever-matched growing to matched do list got another item, find a blacksmithing teacher. At the same time, I noticed that list was getting a little ridiculous. Tasks kept piling up, pushing the whole level grind thing further and further down the priority ladder. Monsters weren't giving nearly as much express as before, and Night was nearly at her level cap. Meaning, it was probably time for me to start trying my hand at something else. Just had to finally decide what that something else was gonna be. 16 comments 0 vote. Chapter 21. It was the 17th day of our leisurely journey. And just as leisurely, we were making our way toward the village where Ren had defeated the dragon. On the way, we stopped a few times to ask for directions from the people we came across and adjusted our route accordingly. Everything was going pretty well. Knight had successfully reached her milestone of level 40, and I'd made it to 64. My progress with sensory abilities was also moving along. Unsurprisingly, with time I got much better at distinguishing targets. I could even roughly gauge their power level now. Meanwhile, in the background, my scythe was constantly brewing potions, concoctions, or processing ingredients. In short, life was peaceful and quiet. Until that one moment, slipped out of me involuntarily as I noticed a man bursting onto the road from the thick forest. The look in his eyes was so panicked it seemed like he was about to keel over from a heart attack. Frantically turning his head in all directions, his gaze finally landed on me, sitting atop Knight. His eyes widened even more for a second, and then, without a second thought, he bolted straight toward me. Yeah, I didn't love this situation. Clearly, something in that forest had scared him so badly he looked like that. Though, within seconds, that question became irrelevant. Right behind the man, jumping onto the road, or maybe the better word is crawled out, was something distorted. It vaguely resembled a wolf. A rotten, mangy, decaying wolf. Its eyes bulged out in different directions. Oversized, misshapen teeth jutted from its jaw. Patches of fur had fallen off, exposing skin, flesh, and even bare bone. P-matched please, help me. Alright then. Haven't seen monsters like that before. Maybe there's something interesting to learn here. Giving Knight a light pat on her side, I signaled her to stop. Knight, mind taking care of that? I didn't feel like showing off the fact that I was the side hero right away. Sure. The bird nodded, still in her philolial form. Then, effortlessly and casually, she lunged toward the rotting wolf. I expected it to be over with a single hit, but to my surprise, the wolf managed to dodge her paw swipe and even tried to bite back. But my bird isn't some rookie, and all those training sessions weren't for nothing. Blocking its snout with her wing, she landed a solid kick with the other, crushing the beast's head in an instant. That one was weird, master. Yeah, I noticed that too. As I approached the corpse, I didn't feel a thing. It reminded me of that time with the egg Knight was in. My life absorption skill lets me sense life energy to some extent. The range for living targets is extremely limited. I can absorb life energy from dead things from a distance, but to actually feel it, I need to be right next to them. And this wolf? Nothing. Not even a whisper. And life doesn't vanish from a body instantly, even from a corpse. I should have sensed at least a trace. Matched thank you, sir. The man, still shaking, cautiously approached, his eyes glued to the corpse. Though, can you even call something like that dead, when it looked like it had been long gone already? Right, you got any idea what the hell that thing was? Figured it was worth asking. Matched no, I was on my way to Melromark to ask for help. Our village has been under siege by those things for days now, we can't hold out much longer. Requirements for meat scythe of the necro-matched wolf met. Requirements for bone scythe of the necro-matched wolf met. And so on for every part of the monster. None of the scythes granted new skills, but most of them boosted endurance. That struck me as odd, but made sense in a way. Those things didn't have any life left in them, but everyone knows the undead don't exactly get tired. Sir, the man watched with wide eyes as I shoved parts of the monster under my cloak. From where he stood, he couldn't see that I was storing them inside the weapon core, which currently looked like a regular garden sickle. So, you folks hoping to get free military aid from Melromark, are planning to pay for it. The guy hesitated. Ideally, we'd get help from the kingdom for free, but, we understand that in that case, help might arrive too late. If it even arrives at all. And, so, as a last resort, we're willing to pay. Perfect. I stood up. No need for you to go anywhere. You probably wouldn't make it in time anyway. Think about it, that thing dodged Knight's attack, and she's a level 40 monster. If those things are swarming an ordinary village, by the time he brings help, there'll be nothing left but ruins. Matched what do you mean? His expression twisted back into fear as he instinctively stepped back. What's got him so jumpy? Oh, relax. You misunderstood me. I'm not gonna attack you. He shot me a questioning look. You'll pay me, and I'll deal with your little problem. I gave him my best fake matched friendly, social worker smile. Hick, the guy actually hiccuped. I don't think that's a good idea. You just don't get it yet. I casually pulled back my cloak, revealing the sickle that morphed mid-matched movement into the Reaper's scythe. I'm the Scythe hero, and if you're ready to pay, I'll solve your problem. If I pocket the money they were gonna blow on an official request, handled by some random mercenary group, that's a win for me. Scythe hero. So those rumors, they were true. So, time's ticking. Who knows what's happening in your village right now, huh? The man stood there for a few more moments, clearly struggling with the decision, then finally clenched his eyes shut and nodded. Yes, I agree. Please, hero, save our village. He bowed. A wide grin spread across my face. Lead the way, and remember I'm not doing this out of the kindness of my heart. Why match dies, so, you really are the Scythe hero. The guy, whose name I still didn't know, brought me to the village elder, who, naturally, turned out to be an old man. He gave me a quick rundown of what had been happening around their village recently. At first, the only weird thing about those monsters was their behavior. Sometimes, villagers would spot them wandering aimlessly through the area, completely ignoring everything around them. Wolves with empty, vacant stares just walking past smaller animals, rabbits, even humans. Meanwhile, other predators would bolt the moment they noticed them. But then things got weirder. The same beasts eventually began to literally rot. Their behavior only grew more aggressive. They started attacking anything and everything in sight. And their numbers kept growing. What is this, some kind of zombie apocalypse? Creepy, no way I'd be feeding something like that tonight. Apparently, the village had already sent an official request for help to Melromark. But all they got in response were vague promises and no real action. As you can probably guess, they'd submitted a request for free help. And that's how things ended up like this. The number of monsters wasn't just beyond what ordinary folks could handle, their strength kept increasing too, and their attacks were getting more coordinated. I see, I nodded, thinking it over. I think I can help you out. Regular beasts won't be a problem for me. But there has to be a source behind all this. Something that triggered these changes. If it's some kind of monster, that could actually be interesting. So, you'll help? Yeah, I should be able to handle it. Doubt it's anything too strong. And I'll still be more effective than whoever the capital might send. You understand that much yourselves, right? If I can't deal with it, they definitely won't. You're right, if a hero can't help us, there's no point in hoping for ordinary mercenaries. Our village would be doomed. The old man stared off into the distance with a melancholic look. But, hero matched Sama, you're willing to help for the payment we originally prepared for regular mercenaries. For just me, that'll be more than enough. Don't worry about that. Besides, I'll be getting more than just money out of this. I see, I'm not a complete heartless brick wall. I wouldn't exactly help them for free, but the amount they offered was actually decent. So why not lend a hand, as long as it's not too much trouble for me? After we discussed a few more details, they showed me the area around the village where those necro-matched monsters had been spotted most often. By the way, the village itself didn't look great. Compared to Riot Village, this place was rough. There were wooden palisades scattered around, dried blood stains here and there, and in one of the pits I even spotted some guts. Lovely. Night wrinkled her nose in disgust. Something wrong. They smell really bad. And they feel bad too. Yeah, tell me about it. There's not much pleasant about dead, rotting creatures. Actually, there's nothing pleasant about them at all. The only upside for me is the stat boosts I get from them, and that's only a one-matched time deal per monster species. We didn't have to wander for long. After about 15 minutes, I sensed magic fluctuations within my detection range, and then heard a low, guttural growl. Grr. A group of 3 necro-matched wolves slowly surrounded us, baring their distorted jaws, drool dripping from their mouths. That was another thing, how the hell do they even produce drool if their bodies are basically dead? Is magic keeping some of their bodily functions going? Not that I really cared. Night had already stepped forward, ready to crush these puppies, but I stopped her. Wait, try to just hold them off for now. Okay. The bird nodded again without hesitation. Man, it's so nice when you don't have to explain everything. Though, her unwavering loyalty kinda creeps me out sometimes. I wanted to try something. Something I'd only recently started practicing. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and strike this foe. First ice spike, While Knight casually batted the wolves away, I pointed my open palm at one of them, the farthest, more passive one. It took me around 4 seconds to chant the spell at a moderate pace, not so fast that it turned into a sloppy tongue-matched twister. In real combat, that's a ridiculous amount of time, especially for a spell with that level of power. But hey, gotta start somewhere. After finishing the incantation, a perfectly polished ice spike shot from my palm at decent speed, hitting the confused wolf squarely. The spike pierced its body clean through. I clicked my tongue. I'd been aiming for the head. Guess I still need to work on my aim, but honestly, even that wasn't a bad result. The mana cost for such a simple spell was so low I barely even felt it. That's how we kept pushing forward. Knight held the enemies off, tanking them like a pro, while I peppered them with ice spikes. Every time I cast magic, I felt something inside me tense up. Like a non-matched physical muscle. Or maybe, a better analogy would be the difference between a physical body and a spiritual one. Something like, when you use physical strength, your physical body tenses. When you use magic or spiritual energy, your spiritual body tenses. That's how I imagined it, at least. And the deeper I focused inward, the better I could sense that spiritual body. I was even starting to control that muscle a little. When I cast magic, the mana flowed through my body in a specific pattern. And, theoretically, if I mastered that, I might even be able to cast spells silently. But I'd need way more practice and research for that. Decipher the laws of the world and strike this foe. First ice spike. That's how several hours of self-matched experimentation went. I managed to shorten the incantation, sacrificing a tiny bit of its power. The difference was barely noticeable, but now, if I spat out the spell like a rapid matched fire chant, I could shoot a spike every 2 seconds. Up until now, Knight and I had been mindlessly slaughtering every monster we ran into. Every type of animal in the forest had been hit by this necromatchification. Predators like wolves and foxes, herbivores like rabbits, all corrupted. Some monsters had also mutated, vampire rabbits, Piku-matched Picus, and other beasts of animal origin. Interestingly enough, plant-matched type monsters like bigroves or egg-matched monsters weren't affected at all. Curious. After about 3 hours of culling the necro-matched creatures, we decided to take a break. I wanted to think things through. This whole situation was bizarre, and we hadn't found even a hint of the source behind it. My interest in this little problem had definitely grown. 19 comments 0 vote. Chapter 22. Necro-matched monsters barely gave me any experience, and for Knight, who had already reached her current XP cap, it was completely pointless. So I activated my camouflage skill on both of us, making us invisible to the monsters' eyes and senses. I didn't want to waste time on pointless fights. First, I wanted to find the source of this mess. I crouched down, looking at a frozen necro-matched wolf. He can't even hear me. Camouflage was honestly impressive. At its current 5th level, it practically hid everything I did. It even extended to the people in my party thanks to the system. Of course, this level of stealth only worked because these monsters were relatively weak. If they were anywhere near my level or just better, let's say, higher, quality, overall, they would have definitely noticed me. We spent another 2 hours scouting the area, but still came up empty. Neither Knight nor I could sense anything strange or out of place. So, we decided to call it a day. On our way back to the village, we kept slaughtering every monster we came across. After all, our main goal was to reduce the threat to the village as much as possible. The real issue was, we could only properly do that by eliminating the root cause. How are things going, hero-matched Sama? It was already evening, but that didn't stop the village elder from meeting us as soon as we got close to his house. We've seriously cut down the number of monsters, but we still haven't found the source. We'll try again tomorrow. I see, the elder lowered his head thoughtfully. Well, even so, it already makes us feel safer. Thank you. The old man bowed. No big deal. It's not like I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. I waved him off. Honestly, I wasn't that tired, and it was way too early to sleep. So I spent most of the night meditating and trying to sense, well, I wasn't entirely sure what. Chi, to be precise. I'd already learned to feel mana pretty well, so now it made sense to try sensing life energy too. Especially considering my class practically screamed for it. The only real way for me to learn to sense chi was to build off my life absorption skill. And as I'd already figured out, that skill wasn't as simple as it first seemed. I thought it was just a passive that boosted my experience gain, but then situations kept popping up where it activated under completely different circumstances. First, I sensed life inside Knight's egg. Then, somehow, I managed to influence her after she hatched, forcing her to submit to me with the same skill. And generally, at some point, I'd started to faintly sense life around me. If I remembered correctly, that's more or less how Chi worked. That night, I focused all my efforts on trying to sense Knight's life energy from a distance, and then the life within the Elder's house. The first part barely worked. But hey, it was still progress. Man, I really could use Granny from the original story. With her around, this would have gone way faster. In the morning, after agreeing to have breakfast with the Elder's family, we resumed our work. Though, there was one interesting incident. Hiro matched Sama. Please, wait. Just as we were nearing the village exit, a woman in her 30s ran up to us, clearly distressed. What? Hiro matched Sama. Please help me find my husband. The woman immediately dropped to her knees in front of me. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly at the sight. Your husband? And where exactly do you expect me to find him? My husband went hunting in the forest 3 days ago and never came back. Please, I beg you. She barely lifted her head before pressing it back to the ground. I know the chances are slim, but he might still be alive. Realistically, it wouldn't be that hard to keep an eye out for her husband while I was at it. I'd probably be able to sense him among the crowd of walking corpses anyway. I'm not gonna actively go searching for him, but while I'm out there clearing monsters, I can keep an eye out. But if I get rid of the source of all this filth before I find your husband, tough luck. I'm leaving the village after that. Yes, I couldn't ask for more. Thank you so much, Hiro matched Sama. The woman bowed again, her voice trembling. Yeah, she clearly loved him. She didn't even lift her head until I walked away. Lucky guy. Though seriously, what was he even thinking, going hunting with the forest in this state? Did he really have no other options? Kinda weird. Then again, the suicidal tendencies of random villagers weren't exactly my problem. If I happened to find the guy, cool. If not, hey, at least I tried. With those thoughts, I kept methodically wiping out the so-matched called living things that barely qualified as living. In other words, putting down what should have stayed dead. Knight's growth had temporarily stalled, so she didn't need as much food. Perfect timing, really. I didn't want to feed her rotting flesh, even if she was technically omnivorous, and there weren't many living creatures left in the forest. I couldn't help but wonder how the villagers planned to survive long-matched term. Hunting was clearly one of their main food sources and income streams. We wandered for quite a while. I even started to think we'd come up empty again. Until suddenly, I sensed something. Something I latched onto immediately. Like a black stain on a blank sheet of paper. After feeling the same dull, dead atmosphere for so long, even the slightest difference stood out, even beyond the range of my usual perception. Whatever it was noticeably stronger than any necro-matched monster we'd faced so far. Nothing supernatural, but definitely different from the rest. The source was located near the very edge of the forest, right along the border of the abandoned lands. Nobody settled those lands because of the barren soil, a consequence of some ancient catastrophe. It was an old story I'd only heard bits and pieces of, so I didn't know the details. In the end, my senses led me to a cave entrance disappearing underground. Guarding the entrance was what I'd sensed earlier. Or rather, who? On either side of the cave mouth lay two massive lizards. They reminded me of monitor lizards from my old world, only way bigger, and way more rotten. I'd gotten pretty bored cutting through weaklings wandering the forest, so I decided to entertain myself a little. I'll handle these two myself. Keep an eye out so no other monsters sneak up on us. Okay, Knight nodded as I stepped forward, changing the shape of my scythe on the go. The two lizards, I'll just call them that, perked up the moment I got closer. SSSSSs. They hissed in unison, glaring at me. It was worth noting that they looked a bit more alive and intact than the other monsters I'd faced so far. I wondered if that meant they'd been turned recently, or if they simply ranked higher than the rest of the forest's wildlife. I expected the usual dumb frontal charge, but to my surprise, both lizards reared up on their hind legs and simultaneously exhaled two streams of dark purple smoke. Even Motoyasu would have figured out that was poison. I jumped back quickly, dodging the rapidly creeping clouds of toxins. I had to admit, the last few days of training probably saved my life. Because I managed to sense two mana signatures speeding toward me straight through the poisonous fog. A second later, both lizards lunged from opposite sides, jaws wide, fangs bared. No clue what changed, but these things had definitely gotten smarter. Smart enough to pull off coordinated, synchronized attacks. Who the hell expects zombies to work in tandem? First, the lizards blocked my vision, then ambushed me from the fog. If it weren't for my level advantage and ability to sense magic, I'd probably be dead. Or at least poisoned beyond saving. But that was all theory. In reality, I dodged again, this time to the side, and activated a skill. Phantom Slash. Swinging my scythe, I fired off an energy crescent in a straight line, aiming to slice both lizards in half. Unfortunately, their hides turned out way tougher than I expected. Way tougher than their level suggested. I only managed to cut down one of them, the other landed cleanly, completely ignoring its fallen partner, and lunged at me again. In the grand scheme of things, they weren't much of a threat. Together, they might have pulled something off thanks to the element of surprise, which, to be fair, they almost did, but solo. The lizard lunged for my leg. I hopped back, noticing how its hind legs tensed, a clear signal it was about to jump again. So, right after dodging, I used the momentum to twist my body, and as the lizard lunged at me mid-matched air, I kicked it backward. With a satisfying crunch, the lizard slammed into a tree, slightly denting the trunk. Phantom Scythe. Swinging my scythe upward, I summoned a phantom blade and pinned the lizard to the tree. Key. It screeched and thrashed, but within moments, it went limp. Man, these skills really are convenient. They don't just create static objects, they also account for momentum and direction from before they appear. Like right now, by creating the initial impulse with the upward swing, I passed it on to the summoned phantom scythe. So not only did it appear mid-matched air, but thanks to the impulse, it continued moving upward, slicing straight into the enemy. Too bad I couldn't fully control it after summoning. Once the skill manifested, it stopped responding to my actions. Meaning it'd either lose speed and disappear, or just not have enough force to pierce the target. I really wish I had a remotely controlled phantom scythe, that'd be fun. After feeding the monsters to my weapon, I received a scythe that, once mastered, would permanently grant me the poison resistance LV1 skill. Pretty useful, though not exactly what I was hoping for. At some point, I started suspecting that heroes get the most skills at the very beginning of their journey. It almost doesn't matter what kind of monsters you feed to your weapon. Early on, your chances of gaining new skills are practically guaranteed. The type of monster only affects what skill you get. Otherwise, I can't explain how I got such strong, useful skills from low matched level monsters, but for weeks now, I've gotten nothing useful from higher matched level ones. I decided to master the skill immediately. Better to spend a few hours learning it than to risk getting caught off guard. Especially now, with necro-matched monsters gaining new abilities and intelligence, it made sense to play it safe. Because as I approached the cave the two lizards had been guarding, I started feeling something else. Yeah, pretty sure I lowballed my price for this job, I muttered, staring into the darkness of the cave. Seems like, I really had found the root of the problem. Because whatever I sensed inside was only slightly weaker than me. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 23. While I was mastering the scythe with poison resistance, Knight and I kept exterminating monsters in the area. Even if the experience they gave was minimal, it was still something, and I didn't see the point in sitting around doing nothing. After 3 hours, a notification popped up in my head, mastery complete. And, finally, I managed to level up. Now I was level 65. That meant I'd passed the halfway mark to the next 10 matched level threshold. Before the main fight, I decided to take a short break and restore even the small amounts of mana and spirit I'd spent so far. For the first time in this world, I was about to fight something that was almost on par with me. My blood was practically boiling. The thought of leaving Knight at the entrance and fighting the monster unmatched one briefly crossed my mind. But I shook my head, forcing the idea away. No, that wouldn't work. Sure, I bought Knight primarily as a companion, not as a fighter, but just carrying her around like a lucky charm didn't sound like a great idea either. If I never let her face enemies close to her level or even stronger, then when I actually needed her, she might be useless due to lack of experience. I couldn't allow that. When the fight starts, don't overextend yourself, Knight. I gently ran my hand through her silky hair. It calmed me down. This monster is much stronger than you. Provide support, but don't take unnecessary risks. I understand, Master. Knight closed her eyes contentedly. She clearly enjoyed the attention. Alright, time to go. Nodding to myself, I stood up and headed into the cave. Naturally, Night followed close behind. The moment my foot crossed the threshold of the cave, all my sensory abilities practically screamed at me about just how corrupted this place was. I could literally feel that the whole area was soaked in the stench of death. As we went deeper, the corpses of monsters and animals were scattered all over the ground. Actual corpses. For some reason, they hadn't undergone necromagification, they were just lying there. Or, Kura, a hoarse, gurgling noise came from somewhere up ahead. Oh, come on. I rolled my eyes, turning around. You guys can't be serious right now, can you? Of course they could. Both behind me and in front of me, the corpses started to rise, a full-matched blown zombie cliché. Just a second ago, they were completely indistinguishable from regular dead bodies. I couldn't even sense mana in them. But now, as if following some typical movie script, they all suddenly sprang to life. And now, their magic signatures were obvious. The ones behind us are yours. Can you handle them? Yes. Taking her phylloleal form, thankfully, the cave's size allowed it, Night confidently moved toward the resurrected rabbit-matched vampires, wolves, foxes, and, is that a beaver? What the hell? I didn't have to worry about Night. But fighting here with my usual Reaper Scythe was going to be awkward. The height of the cave was fine for Night, but for me, swinging such a massive weapon wasn't exactly convenient. I had to set the scythe aside for now. Sure, I had other, smaller weapons in my arsenal, but I'd invested all my resources into the Reaper Scythe. Upgrading anything else felt like a waste. And honestly, I didn't even need a weapon right now. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and freeze everything. Ice field. The tunnel ahead rapidly iced over, covering the ground with a thick, solid sheet. Naturally, mindless corpses didn't have ice-matched skating skills, so they quickly turned into a chaotic pile of meat, sliding straight toward me. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and strike this foe. Ice shards. Touching the frozen ground beneath my feet, I unleashed the spell. A moment later, sharp ice spikes exploded upward from the surface. Honestly, my opinion of magic had improved lately. With enough practice, you could shorten incantations, and sometimes magic was way more effective than weapons. Plus, if you trained hard enough, you could even cast spells on the move, which made for a solid boost to my usual fighting style without drawbacks. I cleared my side pretty quickly. Night wasn't falling behind either. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and cut down my enemies. Wind blades. Flapping her wings, Night unleashed visible crescent blades of wind like a machine gun, slicing the weaker monsters in half and shredding the tougher ones. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and blow them away. Wind burst. A strong gust instantly formed behind Night and exploded, launching her forward. Right in mid-matched air, she shifted back into her phylloleal form, spun like a drill, and practically tore through everything in her path. Damn, impressive. Practice clearly showed we were both making solid progress with magic. Ever since I learned to properly read, studying new spells had gotten a lot easier, which wasn't surprising. The only problem was that truly powerful, worthwhile spells started from Drid level. Those could actually hit a wide area. Meanwhile, the first and second levels, Ersten's Weight, were more suited for single targets. There was also the fourth level, Liberation, but I barely knew anything about that. It was only briefly mentioned in the canon. Most people in this world didn't even know such spells existed. I'm done, Master. After finishing off a few lucky survivors, Night ran up to me, her expression making her intentions pretty obvious. Good job. You handled that perfectly. The bird happily closed her eyes as I patted her head. She really was so simple. And at the same time, ridiculously cute. Ahem. Clearing my throat and forcing my thoughts back in order, I gave the signal to keep moving deeper into the cave. Nothing else came at us from behind, but we did run into a few more waves of revived corpses. At this point, it wasn't surprising anymore. And they weren't exactly strong, so it wasn't a problem. At least, not until we entered what looked like a hall. Up to this point, the cave looked completely ordinary, rough stone walls, stalactites, typical cave stuff. But the space that opened up ahead looked strangely artificial. The walls were smoother, almost polished. The floor was more symmetrical, perfectly even. I would have thought it was someone's secret base or laboratory, but the place was completely empty. There was absolutely nothing inside. Except for the dark hole at the far end of the hall. Thump. Something rumbled. Then came the sound of shuffling, scraping against stone. Thump, 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 and then, from that very dark hole, came the sound of heavy, barefoot footsteps. Very large, barefoot footsteps. A few seconds later, the source of the noise appeared. Glue, the thing groaned. An ogre. A full-matched blown necro-matched ogre. Pale, corpse-matched like skin. A bald head with patches where the flesh had simply peeled off. Sunken eyes staring in different directions. A gaping, twisted mouth, releasing faint wisps of purple mist, obviously poisonous. The thing was at least 5 meters tall. Maybe more, I was never great at judging distance. And in its hands, a massive wooden club. Seriously, where do these mobs always get clubs? Are they born holding them or what? Whoa, oh, the ogre tilted its head toward us. 1 second, 2, oh, glue. It roared with all the might of its rotting throat. I could have sworn a chunk of decayed flesh flew out of its mouth. With an earth-matched shaking crash, the monster charged at us. Moving so fast it crossed the entire hall in seconds, raising its club and bringing it down with terrifying force. Dodging to the side wasn't difficult, not for me, not for Knight. But the downward smash wasn't the end of it. That miracle club, honestly, I can't think of a better name for this legendary weapon, not only withstood the impact with the stone floor, but shattered it, sending sharp fragments of rock flying straight at us. Ow! Knight flinched, instinctively grabbing at a pretty nasty cut left by a flying shard. Don't stick your neck out, Knight. Support me with dark magic. Okay. She hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Good girl. Swinging my Reaper scythe, I lunged toward the monster. Unlike all the others, this was the first one I could actually feel life inside. But life so twisted and distorted, it made you wonder if it wouldn't be better not to live at all than to exist like that. The monster, still lifting its club, spotted me charging in. Apparently, sizing up its options, it decided not to lift the club completely, but instead dragged it across the floor with brutal force, aiming to sweep me off my feet. I avoided the attack easily enough by simply jumping over it, but my assault stalled right there. The ogre, using the momentum, started spinning wildly, swinging his club in every direction. Decipher the laws of the world and strike this foe, Ice Spike. A sharp shard of ice shot from my hand with a whistle, and I poured as much magic into it as I could, but... Crack! The icicle shattered uselessly against the monster's leg, not even leaving a scratch. Great, Knight. Yes, Master. No need for extra words. The bird knew exactly what I expected from her. Her lips moved soundlessly while the ogre kept spinning, gradually burning through its momentum. Just a few more seconds and it would attack again. Burst speed reducing, burst defense reducing. Knight whispered, casting dark matched element spells in succession. Too bad that's all she'd managed to learn so far. But even lowering the enemy's speed and defense gave me a solid advantage. The ogre finally stopped spinning and immediately locked eyes on me. After twirling around like a top, you'd think it'd be dizzy, but, yeah, that wasn't happening. Undead perks. Guooh. Roaring, the ogre charged me again. Even as it moved, it was swinging its club chaotically in front of itself, trying to prevent me from getting close. For its size, it was surprisingly agile. But so were we. Burst Phantom Scythe. Using the monster's own speed against it, I summoned a phantom scythe beneath its feet. In my mind, the momentum and the sharpness of the scythe would slice its leg clean off, but... Glue. In the end, the thing just tripped and faceplanted into the floor. The ridiculousness of the scene made me freeze for a moment, but I quickly snapped out of it, determined to take advantage of the situation. Charging toward the monster's neck, I picked up as much speed as possible while chanting a spell. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and freeze everything. Ice field. I focused on the spell, sacrificing the overall area to make the icy trail longer. The result wasn't perfect, but the difference was noticeable. Thanks to that, I wasn't running, I was practically flying straight at the monster's head, just as it started lifting itself up. I ducked low, aiming the blade of my scythe right at its neck, like a flying guillotine. Just one more second, and... Whoa. We both made equally dumb noises as I watched my scythe sink into the monster's flesh, and then get farther and farther away from me. Bam! Everything went black. Barely managing to move, I shook my head and heard the monster's furious roar. My scythe was buried deep in its neck, and now the ogre was yanking at it, trying to rip it out. Stars still danced in my eyes, and my ribs ached like hell. Thank the system for my level, considering the speed I hit that wall, The absolute minimum I should have expected was every single bone in my body shattered. Instead, I got away with some nasty bruises and, yeah, probably a broken rib. Lucky it didn't puncture a lung. But now what? Even with Night's dark magic weakening it, and even after hitting it with everything I had, this thing was basically impenetrable. Or, maybe not. I squinted, focusing on the ogre. I'd been just a little off. The scythe had, as they say, hit bone. Specifically, the spine. Unbelievable durability for a corpse. Good thing it didn't have regeneration. Otherwise, I'd be completely screwed. Right before I lost my grip on the scythe, I distinctly felt a crack. So I didn't necessarily need to repeat the whole maneuver, just hit hard enough to finish what I'd started and break the damaged spine completely. Hold on a sec. Mentally opening my Reaper Scythe stats, I groaned and smacked my forehead. What an idiot. Reaper Scythe 21/30 C. Mastery achieved. Equipment bonus. Attack plus 3/0. Special effect. Withering active. Mastery. 100. And that's it. Ages ago, I upgraded it as far as my resources allowed and then basically forgot about it. I'd had no trouble killing monsters, so I stopped thinking about further improvements. They say you only learn from your mistakes, or broken ribs. Or something like that. I had more than enough materials now, so without hesitation, I dumped everything I could into upgrading the Reaper Scythe. Alright, step by step. First, feed the scythe all available materials to convert them into energy. Then, Reaper Scythe 21/30 C, right pointing arrow Reaper Scythe 30/30 B. Fully maxed out the reinforcement level and raised its rarity. Perfect. Moving on. Mastery. 100 right pointing arrow mastery, 0. Received 4000 mastery energy points. Reaper Scythe 30/30 B, right pointing arrow Reaper Scythe 30/30 B awakened. Mastery. 0. And lastly, attack class level. Attack class LV. 2. Attack gauge 4/6. Okay, for that I needed raw materials, not energy. Damn, I rushed the conversion. Good thing I didn't dump literally everything into it. Gauge filled. Attack plus 1/0. Attack gauge 0/7. Oh, there's even a cooldown for this function. I couldn't just refill the gauge immediately, had to wait. Guess I'd deal with that later. That's better. Groaning a little, I pushed myself to my feet. Whoa machado machak. The ogre roared even louder, flinging my scythe aside. It trembled in the air, and with a flash of bright violet light, reappeared in my hand. Handy. Though that same feature meant I couldn't even set the scythe aside, it always had to be somewhere on my person. Alright, round 2, I smirked, staring at the ogre's enraged, decaying face. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 24. So, round 2, grinning, I cracked my neck, lowered myself into position, pulled the scythe back and dashed forward. A sharp pain stabbed my side, but I had to ignore it. Shame neither I nor Night had any talent for healing magic. Though honestly, I wasn't entirely sure about Night, but I wouldn't bet on it either way. The ogre howled again, his gaze even more ferocious now. Understandable, it's hard to stay sane when your head's barely hanging on your shoulders. The moment I got close to the monster, he suddenly slammed his club into the ground right in front of me. At first, I didn't get the point of that move, but a moment later, a shockwave rippled out from the impact site, sending a few more shallow cuts across my body. So, the guy's got skills too, huh? I decided not to take stupid risks and play it a little safer. Up to this point, I hadn't paid much attention to one of my abilities, mostly because most fights ended within the first few hits. But now, going up against a monster roughly my level, I figured it was time to be more cautious. From the very start of the fight, the Reaper's scythe had only managed to land a single hit on the enemy. But now, Guo, the ogre roared helplessly as some tiny insect buzzed around him, clearly driving him insane with its bites. Well, those tiny cuts I kept dealing him couldn't be much more than bug bites for a brute like that. I was simply circling around his legs, gradually slicing him up. Special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. Another slash. Special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. The Reaper's scythe had a special effect, withering. On paper, it sounded absurdly overpowered, making the enemy practically helpless. But in reality, it wasn't nearly as broken as it seemed. First of all, to trigger the effect, you had to deal direct damage with the Reaper's scythe. The blade had to cut the enemy's flesh, anything else wouldn't count. No magic, no skills, no grazing their armor or clothes. Then you had to ask yourself, how many times can you realistically cut an enemy during an average fight? Most of the time, you don't even land 10 clean hits. And scoring small cuts on a monster that's short with a weapon as bulky as a scythe. Let's just say, it ain't exactly easy. And finally, special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. Effect accumulation limit reached 50%. The ability had a hard cap, you couldn't weaken your opponent by more than half. Not that it was really a downside, weakening an enemy by 50% was fatal enough in most cases. So, after buffing myself and debuffing the ogre with withering and knight's curses, there was no reason to drag this out any longer. The ogre, who had been decently fast earlier, now moved in a way far more fitting for his size. He couldn't even catch me anymore. And his attacks, whoosh, the vertical swing of my scythe once again sliced through the club aimed at me, and the monster blinked in confusion. I gathered strength in my legs and leapt up. Erst phantom scythe. And again, this time launching myself off the flat side of the phantom scythe that appeared mid-matched air, shooting straight toward the monster's neck. The ogre howled, his hand jerking up in a panic, trying to swat me away, but he no longer had the speed or strength to pull it off. A gleaming steel arc carved through the air as I slid past him unhindered, landing smoothly against the cave wall, then dropping softly to the floor. Thud! The monster's head tumbled from its shoulders, its body freezing in place with arms outstretched, then collapsing with a wet splat onto the floor. That's that. Exhaling, I immediately sat down. Master. Knight ran over to me. I'm fine, just a little worn out. And that was true, I was only a little tired. Well, aside from what was clearly a broken rib. Damn, I needed to do something about that, either stock up on way more healing potions or... I chugged one right away. Their recovery speed sucked, but it was better than nothing. The ogre's corpse gave me one scythe shard per body part, except for the head. I could only get the full scythe after absorbing all his parts, but that would have to wait. I needed to keep the head for the village elder as proof. No need to deal with extra questions or suspicion. I wasn't in the mood for arguments or wasting energy. After resting a bit, Knight and I decided to explore the cave further. Although calling it exploration was a stretch. The room the ogre had come from contained nothing but a few rotting monster corpses, and they hadn't even risen as undead. And, of course, no trace of the missing husband whose case I had agreed to look into. Pity, but not a big deal. Worst case, I still had a few more days. After that, as they say, my hands were tied. So, was the ogre the source of the plague? His cave was guarded by 2 undead, he himself was decently strong, and the corpses inside hadn't reanimated like the others. By classic RPG logic, I had just finished a quest by defeating the dungeon's final boss. All that was left was to mop up the remaining wandering monsters in the forest, and the job would be done. Ooh, the village elder stared at the ogre's head in my hands with awe. I hope this is enough to clear up any doubts you might have had. More than enough, respected hero. The old man bowed deeply. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you for saving us from certain doom. Here, he handed me a pouch of coins. You've more than earned this. Good, I'll stay for another day or two to finish off the remaining undead. You don't mind, do you? I clarified, just in case. No, of course not. I'll be glad to offer you our hospitality for a few more days. Please, make yourself at home. At home, huh, I muttered thoughtfully. Yeah, last thing I wanted was to feel at home, anywhere. My mood suddenly took a dive. I tried not to think about my life in the old world. I didn't know how this whole thing would end, but going back wasn't on the table. Sure, I wanted to live a long and preferably happy life, but if it came down to choosing, I'd rather die fighting in this world than go home. On that point, I guess now Fumi and I would never see eye to eye. Back in the room the elder had given me, I fed the scythe the last piece of the necro-matched ogre. That unlocked an entire new weapon branch, the necro-matched ogre scythe. It had a monstrous attack power boost compared to the Reaper's scythe, but came with a nasty side effect, reduced agility, meaning slower movement and attack speed. Interesting option, especially if I could enchant it to regain some of that lost agility, but I had a feeling completely negating the downside wouldn't be possible. Besides, I preferred speed over raw power. Though, having both would be nice too. The ogre's death had also given me a hefty amount of experience points. Guess he really did count as some kind of boss. Or at least an elite monster. I spent the whole next day doing exactly what I'd planned, clearing the area, all while thinking about our next move toward the dragon Ren had killed. At first, I figured the monsters had mutated because of the dragon, but the village where Ren took it down was a day's travel from here. I doubted the corruption could have spread that far. If that were the case, it wouldn't be an isolated outbreak, it'd be a full-matched blown plague ravaging the world. Ideally, I wanted to grab the dragon's core without a fight. From what I understood, it took time for a dead dragon to ferment back to life. I hadn't heard any rumors from the villagers about an epidemic near the dragon's corpse, which meant it hadn't rotted enough for a proper resurrection yet. I still had time. Night had started fighting in her human form more often, using her tiny fists for attacks. Fists that hit way harder than her fragile appearance suggested. I suspected her chi mastery was progressing fast. Sometimes her punches outright ruptured weaker monsters from the inside. At the same time, she kept weakening enemies with dark magic and boosting herself with wind spells. At this point, I wasn't even sure if I needed to get her a weapon. Maybe I should buy her some clawed gloves or combat gauntlets. But then there was the issue of her shapeshifting. Weapons would just get in the way. The ideal solution for Night was to master chi completely and ditch weapons altogether. That way, neither of us would have to waste time inventing gimmicks like her clothes that vanish during transformations, but for weapons instead. My own training had stalled a bit. My scythe mastery hadn't improved in a while, and I could feel I was missing something to break through. Maybe I just needed more combat experience. But I fought constantly, and sparring with Night didn't help. She simply couldn't push me hard enough to make it worthwhile. Sigh, looked like I'd have to head to Zeltbull soon, the land of mercenaries and colosseums. If anywhere had opponents strong enough to help me grow, it was there. The morning of the second day, that woman came to visit. Her face showed a faint glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, the hero had brought her news. But, I'm sorry, I didn't find anything that could be your husband. Oh, her eyes emptied, her shoulders slumped, her face pale, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. And yet, she was still beautiful. The stress of the past few days had dulled her natural beauty, but couldn't snuff it out entirely. Most surprising though, there wasn't even a hint of anger or resentment in her eyes. I was ready for her to suddenly lash out, but it didn't happen. She simply stepped aside and slid down to the ground, leaning weakly against the house wall. I'll be leaving the village tomorrow. I'll try to look for him today, but like I said, I can't promise anything. Yes, thank you, hero. As expected, I didn't find anything that day. And the woman didn't show up again, probably having lost all hope completely. I'd never experienced the pain of losing a loved one, so I couldn't understand her feelings. But for her sake, I hoped she'd stop tormenting herself and move on as soon as possible. From midday to evening, we didn't run into a single undead. Even if some remained, the villagers could handle them. They'd survived this long without me, after all. They weren't completely helpless. At night, as usual, I didn't sleep, preferring to spend time studying another ice magic spell from my grimoire. Night sat quietly beside me, eyes closed, practicing her chi. We sat like that, calmly minding our own business, until Night suddenly opened her eyes wide. Master, the little bird looked at me nervously. Something's coming, something really bad. I looked up from the book, trying to sense it myself. But, nothing, I don't feel anything. It's similar to the monster you fought in the cave, but stronger. And scarier. Stronger and scarier. What the hell was out there now? The answer came quickly. I heard a man scream outside. I jumped through the window and immediately saw a house on fire, to the left of the elder's home. I'd been so focused on reading, I hadn't noticed the faint flickers of firelight outside the window. A few seconds later came another scream, a woman's. And then, a child's. Turning toward the source, I saw a group of monsters spilling out of another house, which burst into flames moments later. What the hell? I thought I'd wiped out most of them, if not all. But there were a lot of them. Way more than I could have possibly killed during my time here. Howls, screams, growls, they echoed from all directions. But none of that mattered. It all faded into background noise compared to what I sensed now. A wave of magic and chi several times stronger than the ogre's, and far more twisted and repulsive. Then I saw the source. At the edge of the village, right at the main entrance, stood a man. No, not a man. He used to be human, but now, pale, bluish skin, more fitting for a corpse than the living. Sunken, lifeless eyes with a faint purple glow. He stood there quietly, like a lost spirit, indifferently watching the chaos unfold. And the monsters, flooding in from the forest, simply avoided him, like water parting around Moses. Looks like I finally found you, I muttered, staring at the monster. Digging in my pocket, I pulled out the necklace the woman had given me. Then I looked back at the monster. Around his neck hung the exact same necklace. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 25. What the hell is that? I muttered in shock, staring at the zombie. And how the hell is he that strong? Wasn't the ogre supposed to be the boss? I mean, I followed all the rules. Took down the guards, slaughtered a bunch of small fry, then showed up to face the boss. Textbook. And now it turns out there's some hidden boss after all. It's all so much like a game, yet at the same time, so damn annoyingly unlike one. Knight, take care of the small ones. Kill as many as you can, as fast as you can, but don't risk your life. You're way more important to me than they are. Understood. She nodded and shot off toward the center of the village. Good. So, what do I do with you? Plagued undead. A nameplate popped into my head. I usually didn't pay much attention to those, but every monster had a name. Though most of the time it was boring as hell, like, necro-matched wolf. But this guy was different. His name wasn't that plain. Come to think of it, after absorbing the ogre I got the necro-matched ogre Scythe, so was this guy just another stat-matched filler. The undead, for now, just stood there, staring blankly into space. But the moment I stepped forward, crack, his head snapped toward me so fast and suddenly I clearly heard the bones in his neck crack. And those empty, lifeless eyes of his. When the hell did this turn into a horror movie? The undead slowly tilted his head to the side, stared at me for a few seconds. Then just as slowly, began crouching toward the ground, like a beast preparing to pounce. I shifted my scythe into combat form. This wasn't going to be easy. The only thing that could really help me right now was withering. But could I even land enough hits to weaken him from impossible to at least insane? Enough. No more useless thoughts. Even when I fought the ogre, I wasn't this focused. Now, there was only one thing in front of me. Everything else faded away. The undead lunged. His speed was just shy of blurring out of sight. I could still track his movements, but reacting was tough. And in that instant, I finally understood what I'd been lacking to advance my scythe mastery. I had no real experience fighting humans. People, as weird as it sounds, have completely different body structure, completely different attack patterns. All this time, I'd mostly fought monsters moving on all fours. Only occasionally, very rarely, did I come across upright ones. Nowhere near enough to build real experience or understanding. Not to mention that in actual human fights, I'd barely had any. The city guards during the first wave. Motoyasu, let's be real, those weren't fights. That was more like playing around than real combat. And now, I felt it in full force. The undead unleashed lightning-matched fast strikes with his hands, the nails on them crooked, cracked, and sharp as hell. Their uneven shape made them, pun intended, a real pain. Sometimes, instead of scratching, they tore jagged wounds. Luckily, for now, they were nothing more than an annoying discomfort. At least Elhart's custom armor came in handy. With reinforced inserts along the forearms, I could block attacks not just with my scythe, but with my arms too. Otherwise, those wounds would have gone way past annoying. I wasn't even going to try for serious damage yet. His flesh clearly wasn't as tough as the ogre's, but his speed made proper swings almost impossible. So I leaned heavily on the Reaper's scythe passive. Illusionary double. Blocking another strike, I split into 2 copies, dodging right and left, confusing the monster for a brief moment. Phantom slash. My double and I launched twin crescent blades at him, then darted diagonally toward him. Predictably, the enemy dodged with a quick leap back. Just what I was waiting for. In perfect sync, we unleashed another skill. Phantom grip. Illusion-matched based skills don't do real damage, but the enemy doesn't know that, right? Phantom grip normally leaves enough gaps in the blade-matched cage for a fast enemy like this to slip through. But with a double, I could layer the skills, increasing the blade count and density. The enemy might look human, but his instincts were pure monster. So he didn't hesitate, he jumped to avoid the attack. And that was exactly what I wanted. I leapt into the air a moment before him, spinning like a damn top mid-matched flight. God, I hope no one's watching this. Special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. Special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. Special effect activated, 6 hits. That's how many times I managed to graze him. Good thing the Reaper's scythe is sharpened on both edges. Makes sense, given its passive. Regular scythes only had the inside edge sharpened, while the outside was dull. So now the undead's stats were down 12%. The real question, how much weaker would that make him in practice? I probably wouldn't get another chance to pull the same trick twice. The undead stared blankly at the fading illusion of my double, then looked down at himself, seemed to listen to something, and then, unless I imagined it, he even slightly frowned, before launching another attack. Getting ready to block it with my armor, I noticed that the monster had indeed gotten a little slower. Still fast, but now keeping up with him was much easier. But apparently, I'd left myself too open. After I blocked the attack, the undead grabbed my extended arm and, with monstrous strength, hurled me backwards. Crashing through a not matched 2-matched thick but still solid stone wall of one of the houses, I groaned, trying to get up. And he's doing this while weakened by 1 matched 10th. What the hell is this creature? My whole body ached unpleasantly, but it didn't affect my combat ability. Good thing I sent Night away. Her debuffs might have helped, but she could have gotten killed applying them. That thing's too fast for her. I wouldn't be able to protect her, and I might have gotten myself killed trying. The creature, still staring at me with those empty eyes, suddenly crouched slightly and charged at me like he was planning to just bulldoze right through. I braced my scythe for the impact, but it never came. Defying all laws of physics, the monster came to an abrupt halt and Kai matched day. He howled so violently, he tore his own mouth open. GHH. I reflexively grabbed my ears. The screech was so loud it felt like my eardrums would burst. My head buzzed, and my vision blurred and doubled. While I was disoriented, the monster dashed at me again, swinging his clawed hand and smacking me hard, sending me flying once more. This time I smashed through the side wall of the house. Damn it, I barely managed to stand back up. And almost collapsed again. A deep, though not fatal, gash ran across my chest, pouring blood like a faucet. My vision darkened for a moment. On what little strength I had left, I activated camouflage. Not sure it'd help, but I pinned my hopes on the skill being level 6 and the dust still hanging in the air from the broken wall. With any luck, the monster would lose track of me for a while. Hiding in one of the rooms, I pulled out a healing potion and poured it down my throat. Then poured another one straight onto the wound. I felt a little better, but the effect wasn't instant. Full recovery would take time. Time I hoped I'd bought myself. I could hear the creature prowling outside, its footsteps crunching bits of brick beneath its feet. It really couldn't see me. But the way it kept sniffing the air, twitching its face toward me every so often, yeah, I really didn't like that. What now? To fully weaken him, I needed to hit him 18 more times. I'd managed one more strike before my last flight through the wall. None of the magic I knew would help. Ice Field would slow both of us down. Everything else lacked speed or power. I really needed to hurry up and learn something at least on Drit's level. But what option did that leave me? Oh, wait a sec. A thought struck me. Yeah, I wouldn't gain the upper hand this way, but I had a chance to at least stop this from being a one-matched sided slaughter. He was going to find me soon anyway, so I had to hurry. But I couldn't lose focus. Chi. Right now, it was the only thing that could give me a shot at victory. I'd only been learning to sense it for a few days, and now, in a matter of minutes, I had to learn to control it. Come on, damn skill, work. If I hadn't been so deeply focused, I probably would have felt the cold sweat streaming down my face. I was desperately trying to activate life absorption, to sense that very life energy. Hard, damn hard. Trying to stir up my own chi felt like trying to peel off a chunk of tar. But I was making some progress. I glanced down at my scythe. Withering, if you think about it, there's something curious there. Every time its special effect triggered, I felt something strange. As if the weapon was drawing something out, sucking a piece of the enemy's strength away. Strength comes from the body. The body is life. Life is chi, and chi is life. Could it be that the Reaper's scythe slowly drains the chi from my enemies? Creak. I literally felt something inside me shift with a rusty creak. Like opening a door that hasn't been touched in years. Yeah, so that's how it is. Could this be chi? It was a bit cliché, but life energy really did feel warm. While mana was more cold. And spirit had a kind of fresh note to it, like a pleasant breeze. It felt foreign, different from both mana and chi. Which made sense. Spirit was unique to heroes and, in a way, alien to this world. KKcha. The monster groaned nearby. Seemed like he'd picked up my trail and was slowly making his way toward me. Almost there, I already understood the basics. I just needed to lock it in. But the bastard clearly wasn't planning to give me the time I needed. He screamed again, charging straight at me. I managed to dodge at the last second, earning another cut in the process. What the hell's your problem? I spat angrily. The undead swung at me, but this time I wasn't going to repeat my mistakes. Using the shaft of my scythe like a staff, I grabbed the joint between the blade and the pole, shoved the weapon forward, and struck his arm upward, throwing him off balance. Without losing a moment, I twisted the blade around. Special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. 16%. A shallow cut didn't slow him down, so he was still off matched balance from my shove. I shifted my grip, kept the scythe spinning, and transitioned into a horizontal spin, managing to twist around twice. Special effect activated, withering. Enemy stats reduced by 2%. 20%. Couldn't push it further, so using my own momentum, on the third spin I launched a kick at the bastard, sending him flying. Phantom slash. A vertical crescent blade shot after him. I still couldn't control chi properly, but I could stir it up, make it flow stronger, and that was working. The world pulsed, like a heartbeat. My reaction speed sharpened, the monster's movements started to seem just a little slower. Erst Phantom Scythe. The slash wasn't aimed dead center, I deliberately sent it slightly to the right. Predictably, the monster dodged left, where the Phantom Scythe was already waiting. The undead had now lost a full fifth of his stats, and that last dodge was far too hasty, so... Gyeek. He howled at the sky as his arm hit the ground with a wet splat. Shame I only managed to hit the arm, the bastard's instincts were insane. Somehow, he twisted his body mid-matched air, leaving only his arm exposed to the strike. But even that was a decent result. Unlike the monster, I was already breathing heavily, my breath ragged. The dead, of course, didn't need to breathe. Must be nice. I had to finish this as quickly as possible. I wouldn't last much longer. The wounds on my chest from his earlier hit were still bleeding, along with countless smaller cuts. I'd already lost a good amount of blood. So, without much thought and completely disregarding the consequences which I'd definitely regret later, I forcefully exploded the flow of chi inside me and charged. Turning my body mid-match dash, I aimed to slash the monster diagonally, but he twisted at the last moment, dug his heels into the ground, and pushed off, leaping at me instead. At least now we were somewhat evenly matched, and blocking his attacks with the scythe shaft became significantly easier, which I did. What? The next moments unfolded so fast my brain barely kept up. Instead of attacking, the bastard grabbed onto the scythe with both hands, and then, tossing his head back, puffed out his cheeks. I immediately let go of the scythe and jumped backward, just in time to notice something flickering in the distance to the side. The moment my fingers unclenched, the undead exhaled a thick, poisonous green cloud. Through the haze, I could barely make him out. The flickering object was closing in fast. And in the next instant, I recognized it. Night. I was flying backward, helplessly watching as Night, in her philoleel form, soared on a gust of wind, straight toward the undead, still shrouded in toxic gas. She wouldn't be able to stop. And that's exactly what happened. The monster reacted in time, turning to face her, grabbing her paw with his remaining arm, practically stopping her mid-matched flight, and then slamming her into the ground, forcing her to take a sharp, involuntary breath. And then, he tossed her aside. No, the thought flashed through my mind in desperation. I stared blankly at Knight's motionless body. My mind went completely empty. And that's when I felt it. Something inside me stirred, like it had been sleeping and suddenly woke up. Gahey. A vile, disgusting, nauseating laugh echoed deep within me. Pathetic. A deformed, unnaturally wide, toothy grin full of razor-matched sharp fangs flashed before my eyes against a backdrop of endless darkness. The hallucination vanished as suddenly as it appeared, but it left behind a soul-matched freezing rage. Like someone had poured an entire bucket of gasoline onto an already raging fire. Blop. $. An $. Access denied. Some random system messages flashed by, but I didn't even bother to register them. It didn't matter. I only wanted one thing. To rip that bastard to shreds. But I couldn't. I was so lost in myself, in my emotions, that I completely lost track of time. By the time I snapped back to reality, the monster was already practically on top of me. I'm dead. The detached thought crossed my mind. I saw his clawed hand reaching for my heart. I was already preparing for the inevitable when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a silhouette darting out from behind the corner of the nearly destroyed house we were fighting in. Splurt. Blood splashed across my face. Gasped the girl who, at the last moment, threw herself between me and the monster. The monster froze. And the girl, she turned to me. Please, I understood. I understood everything. Forcing myself to my feet, I stepped in front of the girl in one swift movement, spinning my scythe. The undead ripped his hand out of his victim and tried to jump back, but it was already too late. Slice. Thud. The head separated from the body and hit the floor with a dull sound. At the same moment, I heard the sound of two bodies collapsing to the ground. The fight was over. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 26. The moment the fight ended, I felt the full spectrum of those pleasant sensations you get when you push your body way past its limits. Blasting chi through myself wasn't just exhausting, I was straight matched up forcing the impossible. And the price for that? Yeah, not exactly enjoyable. I immediately dropped to one knee, barely able to bear the wave of agony crashing down on me. And this was only the beginning. S-matched, sir, hero. I turned toward the voice. That woman, she was still alive. Gray, he did something bad. The words barely made it out of her mouth, so quiet most people probably wouldn't even catch them. He made a deal with someone. Made a deal with someone. What do you want from me? Please. Her eyes were clouding over. Punish them before they glazed over completely. She was gone now. Died with her hand still reaching for her husband, who'd been long dead. And even now, it wasn't his hand that killed her, but a monster's. Still, I was grateful. She saved me. I honestly don't know if I would have survived that strike otherwise. And there's this weird feeling gnawing at me. Like something inside me changed, but I can't tell what exactly. Anyway, that wasn't my top priority right now. Dragging my feet, I kept stubbornly moving toward night. I could feel it. She was still alive. But not for long. Her life was draining from her with every second. She was dying. The poison was eating her from the inside. Master, Night barely opened her eyes. Don't talk. You're not dying. And neither am I. At least, I really hope not. I knew how to save her. And if I had to, I'd do anything for that. All I had to do was stir up my chi again. Not as recklessly as I did before, much softer. I just had to hold on a little longer. I finally reached my little bird and knelt down beside her, gently touching her wing. First thing, I poured the strongest antidotes I had into her and over her. That should help ease her condition, and buy me some time. Now came the tricky part. I couldn't afford to screw this up. Portal, scythe, light wrapped around us, so bright I instinctively squinted. And the next moment, we were standing by the Epic of Dragons clock inside Melromark's church. What the? Two nuns gasped, startled by the sight of my battered self and a giant black bird. Bring me the strongest holy water you've got. I slowly got to my feet, leaning my scythe against the floor to keep from collapsing again. What are you? One of the nuns looked confused at first, but her face quickly twisted into a hateful scowl. The church will never help a demon like you. Leave now before I wasn't in the mood to listen to that crap. And unfortunately for her, she was partly right. The nun doubled over from a knee to the stomach, and I pressed the scythe's blade against her neck. A small trickle of blood slid down to the floor. Then I turned to the other nun, who was still nervously darting her gaze around. Take us to the water. My voice hardened all on its own. And if you do anything stupid, I'll start cutting down everyone we meet on the way. My eyes started itching for some reason, and I think a notification popped into my head, but I wasn't paying attention. Now wasn't the time for that. Y matchetti matched eyes, P matched please, with stiff, wooden steps, she led me toward a nearby door. Or at least, she was about to, until she noticed I was heading in a completely different direction. Birdie, I turned to Night, who was struggling to breathe. You need to shift to your human form. I can't carry you like this. Oh matched okay. She closed her eyes, and for about 5 seconds, she didn't move at all. Then came the weakest poof I'd ever seen. Without the feathers in the way, I could see the purplish blotches all over her skin. Some of them even looked like ulcers. You did good. I patted her head and, with one arm, lifted her, partially resting her on my elbow while hooking her arms around my neck. In her human form, Night was small and light as a feather, so carrying her didn't strain me much. I still had one free hand gripping my scythe, ready for anything. Lead the way. The nun nodded nervously, and off we went. I was sure the strong holy water would help. Because by now, I already understood what happened to Knight and that woman's husband. Or rather, I knew what exactly was the root of all these problems. The nun led us out of the clock room and through a side entrance into the neighboring building. Smart girl. She clearly understood I wasn't bluffing when I made that threat. I wasn't exactly in the most stable state of mind right now. I was ready to do whatever it took. I'd knocked out the first nun and tied her up with whatever I could find, just to keep her from doing anything stupid. But even so, I perfectly understood I had a good chance of not leaving the church alive. The teleportation skill could only be used once per hour. Any noise could be fatal. There was no way I'd survive until the cooldown was over if I had to fight my way out. Surprisingly enough, this nun turned out to be both obedient and proactive. She carefully led us along side corridors so we didn't run into a single other church member. Either my threat got through to her, or, no, I'll think about that later. We wandered for exactly 18 minutes. The teleport still had 42 minutes of cooldown left. Matched here. This is the strongest holy water we have. We ended up in a room that looked kinda like a bathhouse. There were several shallow pools with water slowly trickling into them from holes in the walls. Some of the pools were murky, some were clearer, but the nun pointed to the cleanest one. The water there even had a faint glow. I froze, unsure. What exactly am I supposed to do? She's poisoned. I nodded at Knight. What do I do to save her? Make her drink it. Bathe her. The nun hesitated for a second. First, she gave Knight a complicated look. Then me. Then the girl again. Give her one bottle to drink. Rummaging through a nearby chest, she pulled out a small glass bottle and started filling it herself. After that, it'd be best to put her in the water. But only up to her neck. I doubted there was a way holy water could hurt her, so I followed the instructions without wasting time. Lifting Knight's head gently, I slowly made her drink the water. In a way, she was both lucky and unlucky to still be conscious. Lucky, because she could actually drink, unlucky, because the poison was still in her system, eating her alive. It was obvious from the pain etched all over her face. While I was giving Knight the water, the nun came closer and reached toward her, which instantly made my hand with the scythe twitch. I want to help. The girl raised both hands in a peaceful gesture, most of her fear and anxiety already gone. We need to take her clothes off. They'll only get in the way of the treatment. Do it. Why the hell am I this jumpy? So far, everything's going fine. And if the curse's concentration hasn't gone beyond the critical level, she should be okay. That's what I kept telling myself while the nun undressed Knight. But the moment I looked down, it was worse than I thought. Right before my eyes, a new purplish blotch crept across what used to be clean skin, and Knight let out a faint, pained whimper. Now we need to move her. Help me. The nun gave me a slightly disapproving look. What the hell, where did this sudden confidence come from? Just like she said, I carefully lowered Knight into the pool, resting her head against the edge so that only her neck stayed above the water. The moment she touched the water, Knight let out a relieved sigh. Her face finally started to relax. At the same time, I held my breath for a few more seconds, and then I relaxed too. For some reason, my gut told me this nun wasn't up to anything shady. But, bad stuff was still bound to happen, because there was no more avoiding the inevitable. GHH. I clutched my chest as a wave of pain shot through my whole body, like razor-matched sharp knives slicing me from the inside. I didn't have the strength to stand anymore, so I just collapsed onto my side. What's happening to you? The nun rushed to me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her eyes widened so much, I thought they'd pop out of her skull. Matched how is this even? She started muttering something under her breath, her eyes full of confusion, and then, with a determined look, she began undressing me too. Well, I guess fate decided I was about to be a victim of some nun's inappropriate advances. If that's how I go, so be it. She must have read that exact thought on my pain-matched twisted face, because she just rolled her eyes and didn't say a word. Once she stripped me completely, and I simply have to mention how her gaze lingered on, well, the obvious place, she roughly dumped me into the same pool where Knight was, then helped position me properly. I couldn't move a muscle, so the petite girl had to struggle to shift my heavy ass into place. Oh, and she also cast some kind of healing spell on me. Guess she knew her way around magic too. Honestly, I could have asked why she was even helping a demon like me, considering that's exactly what the other nun called me, but I didn't really feel like it. If she had her reasons but wasn't going to share them right away, then I'd have every right to just forget about it later. I wouldn't consider myself indebted to someone who chose to help me of their own free will. Now, if she had stated her motives from the start, that would have been a different story. So there we were, Knight and I, soaking in holy water. My eyes kept wanting to close, but I forced myself to stay awake. Falling asleep was absolutely not an option. I didn't even notice when exactly my teleportation skill finished its cooldown, but when I finally came to my senses, to my surprise, I could at least move again. Funny thing, really. Holy water that heals demons, how priceless it would be to see that church girl's face if she found out I really was a demon. But for now, revealing that wasn't exactly a smart move. Meanwhile, Knight looked a lot better too. The dark purplish blotches now resembled light bruises rather than plague-matched like spots, which was definitely encouraging. She also stopped grimacing from pain every few seconds. Her breathing had evened out, and I could feel her chi slowly stabilizing. At the moment, the little bird was peacefully snoring, regaining her strength. In theory, that should have been the end of the treatment. We avoided the worst matched-case scenario. As I started to get up, "Where do you think you're going?" the nun asked sternly, hands on her hips, glaring at me like some schoolteacher. No, seriously, what the hell happened to her? Just a little while ago, she could barely string two words together from fear, and now she's standing there, all confident, lecturing me. Amazing. As far away from here as possible. Thanks for the help, but sticking around here any longer is too dangerous. I wasn't a complete ungrateful bastard. I saw no problem in at least showing some basic gratitude. Same as ignoring a few quirks of my little benefactor. If you leave now, it might take you an entire month to recover. I glanced at Knight. That's fine. I can handle it myself. No, she rolled her eyes again. I'm talking about you. And pointed her finger right at me. What? I don't know what you did to yourself, but you only survived by sheer dumb luck. Your body's condition is so wrecked that even the strongest holy water couldn't heal everything at once. As she explained, her frown deepened, and her gaze grew increasingly disapproving. What is wrong with this girl? Okay, I can understand a lot, but what is with you? You were acting completely different not long ago. PFF'd. She snorted. I just got a little flustered at first. I'm actually one of the most promising sisters in the Church of the Three Heroes. She proudly crossed her arms under her chest and lifted her chin. Oh, I put on my best impressed face. And yet here you are, helping a hero who doesn't even belong to that fancy trio. What are you, a heretic? What, you're the heretic? Eyes wide, she instantly reacted to my harmless provocation. She even switched to you, real quick. But then, out of nowhere, her mood dropped. Actually, it's a lot more complicated than you think. Not everyone agrees with the church's current politics. Yeah, their pope is some kind of lunatic, right? Either he wants to become a god himself, or he already thinks he is, or something along those lines. I can't remember. Doesn't really matter. He shows up, he dies. Simple enough. Anyway, you better stay here for now. She shook her head, her expression returning to normal. Very few people have access to this room. So chances are, no one's going to find you. By evening, both of you should be fine. If she wasn't lying, and I really would be severely weakened for a whole month, that would be, to put it mildly, bad. Especially with the next wave of invasion less than a month away. And in case we got discovered, I could always teleport both myself and Knight out of here at any moment, so. Fine, have it your way. If you insist, I'll stay. I'm not insisting on anything. It's for your own good, not mine. She pointed out fairly, but who cares? She was kinda funny, so honestly, staying didn't sound like a terrible idea. At least I wouldn't be bored. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27. I'd been lying in the pool for, 3 hours already, lazily soaking and slowly regaining my strength. Something told me that the nun had underestimated my own regenerative abilities, cause at this rate I was definitely going to be fully recovered way before evening. Once the pain faded, though, I was struck by another, equally horrifying problem. I was bored. Guess I'd already gotten used to constantly being on the move. Back in my old world, I could easily waste hours just zoning out, staring at the ceiling. But here I'd grown addicted to endless traveling and monster hunting. With nothing better to do, I decided to tinker with my weapon and restock the potions I'd used up. Thankfully, legendary weapons were handy like that. They could store not only materials but also the consumables I crafted with them. Honestly, I really should spend more time exploring the full potential of my weapon. Who knows, maybe I could discover something useful that wasn't shown in the canon. I'd been sticking to the canon way too much without even trying to break away from it. That definitely needed to change. Though, it wasn't just the weapon that deserved attention. I still wasn't entirely sure how to approach it, but I really needed to understand my own nature and racial traits better. Demon sounded all cool and mystical, but in reality, nothing about me felt particularly special. I was clearly not a demon in the religious or spiritual sense. For starters, holy water still worked on me. Though, that one's debatable. There's no proof it's holy, in the literal sense. Maybe it's just got healing properties or was monopolized by the church. History is full of examples of believers slapping a holy label on anything they liked. The water radiated some kind of magic, but I couldn't track its source. Besides, the whole idea of a god existing in a world run by a system, yeah, that seemed like utter nonsense to me. Either that god had totally lost it. Waves, heroes, world merging, magic, different races, the system, it all still felt like the fever dream of a deranged gamer. And yet, no matter how ridiculous it seemed, there wasn't much I could do but accept it. So far, I'd managed to identify a few distinct traits, clearly magical nature and, as a result, high aptitude for magic, considerable combat potential, and, obviously, impressive resilience. Though, I wasn't entirely sure about the combat potential, the weapon factor complicated things. Still, putting aside self-matched flattery, as a race, I objectively ranked above regular humans, including in terms of intelligence. Combined with the weapon system, that gave me a serious advantage. It was a shame I couldn't fully tap into that intelligence yet. You can multiply 0 all you want, the result, unfortunately, stays the same. Yeah, apart from messing with my weapon and self-matched reflection, I'd also been working on my chi. Now I could sense it much better, which meant full control wasn't that far off. As for mana, it had pretty much surrendered to me. I could feel it from a decent distance and manipulate it freely, enhancing my magic to varying degrees. I just needed to refine my magic skills to unlock its full potential. After all, there was silent casting, the ability to use magic instantly and wordlessly. The only downside was that such magic was noticeably weaker than its spoken counterparts. I wondered if I could fix that flaw using my skill system. Honestly, that system was a total cheat. Skills gave me this weird, intuitive understanding of stuff. Take Scythe mastery, for example. No normal person from my old world could have learned to wield such a bizarre, impractical weapon on their own. But in my case, the skill handled that for me. If I intended to master something and took steps toward it, the weapon or the world itself would grant me the corresponding skill. After that, based on my experience, once I filled some invisible progress bar by actively using the skill, it would evolve to the next level. Along with that came intuitive knowledge and details I'd never noticed or understood before. If that's not a cheat, I don't know what is. But there was one catch I'd run into not that long ago. Even after maxing out that invisible progress bar, a skill could still stay stuck at its current level. At a certain point, simply grinding wasn't enough. I had to experience some kind of breakthrough, understand something, or have an epiphany, only then could the skill break through the barrier and keep evolving. That's exactly what was happening with my Scythe mastery right now. It had leveled up pretty fast at first, but for quite a while now, I'd been stuck at level 8. I suspected I needed to get better at fighting humans, that might be the trigger for its next evolution. So, summing things up, here's what I had skill matched wise so far. Scythe mastery, language knowledge, blacksmithing, mana control, and chi control. The second matched to matched last one I'd gotten during the ogre cave cleanup, and as for chi control, turned out I received that skill during the fight with the leper undead. Back then, I'd just brushed off the notification and didn't bother looking into it until now. The skill was only at level 1, but it already let me sense both my own chi and the chi in my surroundings within a small radius. Meaning, improving in this area was now just a matter of time. I spent about another hour lost in self-matched reflection. And yeah, boredom hit again. Guess I'd basically fully recovered by now, even though it was only midday. At least I wasn't stuck under a curse for months, like Naofumi in the original story. No way I would have survived all that constant suffering. Trying to distract myself, I glanced over at night. The bird girl was lying nearby, lost in her own thoughts. Though sometimes, she just stared blankly at my face for no apparent reason. She did that a lot, actually. It's worth noting, we were both completely naked in the water. So, naturally, my gaze wandered over her body. Yeah, I always knew it, but Night was perfect. Petite frame, modest, yet clearly noticeable, perky breasts, now matched clean, slightly pale skin, smooth, slender legs with surprisingly enticing thighs, and those gorgeous, silky hair the color of the starry night sky, cascading like a waterfall over the edge of the pool, with a damp strand resting across her face. While I shamelessly checked her out, Night met my gaze and did the same. Slowly, her eyes drifted down from my face, and at one specific moment, her eyes widened in surprise, only to quickly return to their usual expression and lock back onto my face. And then, the water rippled as Night shifted. She leaned on my shoulder, gracefully swung her leg over me and plop, just straddled me, quote. I simply raised an eyebrow in silent question. I'm not sure, but I think I know what Master wants. Whoa, was that her instincts kicking in or what? And what about you? Do you want this? The bird girl seemed to be listening to something within herself. I don't know, but Master wants it, right? Do I? Well, of course I do. I'm a perfectly healthy guy with perfectly healthy desires and very specific tastes, but something about this felt off. Night wasn't even thinking about herself. Her only concern was what I wanted. First, second, third priority, all the same. Her own desires and opinions didn't even seem to register. It honestly felt like she never even considered what she wanted. For plain old sexual satisfaction, I could just hit up a brothel. Besides, I didn't really struggle with unsatisfied urges in daily life. Never even thought about it most of the time. But it's a whole different story, when every single one of your fetishes is literally sitting on top of you, ready to do anything you want. To make matters worse, the little tease, accidentally, rubbed her perky little butt right where she absolutely shouldn't have. Yeah, situations like this took real self-matched control. So I decided to start a conversation I'd been meaning to have for a while. We'll discuss that topic later. For now, I gently pressed Night's shoulders, settling her down onto my lap, mentally preparing for a serious talk. Why did you do that? My instincts told me to. Was I wrong? She tilted her head, confused. I'm not talking about this situation. Geez, for some reason, finding the right words was surprisingly hard. I mean when you threw yourself at that monster. Night stayed silent. For about 5 or 6 seconds, she just stared into my eyes, her expression completely unchanged. I had to help Master. But you could have died. Most likely would have, if I'd been a little more injured. If I'd taken more damage, I simply wouldn't have had the strength to carry her. Or I would have collapsed from exhaustion back in the church, right into our enemy's hands. That doesn't matter to me. Night answered without even a hint of hesitation or doubt. Master bought me, raised me, feeds me, takes care of me. My life doesn't matter. If I can protect you with my life, Master, then I see no reason to act differently. I belong to you. That was the longest sentence she'd ever spoken to me since we met. And I feel that you're above me. That part one didn't get at all. It's hard to explain. Something inside me, even at the moment I was born, recognized that the being in front of me, meaning you, Master, stands above me. Submitting to you feels natural. Well, that's interesting. How the hell does that even work? Actually, wait a sec, didn't I think about something like that recently? And that incident with the nun. So, what, I've got some kind of hidden ability that makes others submit. Another demonic perk, or maybe it's the Scythe's doing. The only problem is, I can't consciously control it right now. I got so deep in my own head that I completely forgot to control my body. Night, noticing my pause, wiggled a bit on my lap, made an adorably serious face, then, after thinking for a moment, her expression grew even more serious and, when I already started suspecting something was off, she, with full determination, lowered her hand, right under herself. And I honestly don't know how far that would have gone, 'cause as she touched my stomach, clearly looking for something. Bam, we both turned our heads toward the noise. Standing at the entrance was that same nun who'd saved us, whose name, by the way, I still didn't know. Her eyes were wide as saucers, her whole face bright red, one trembling finger pointing in our direction. She kept opening and closing her mouth, struggling to force out even a single word. And honestly, the scene she walked in on was pretty damn funny. Both of us, me and Night, completely naked, with the girl straddling me, hand already dangerously low, her perky little butt lifted just enough to be clearly visible, and both of us staring at the newcomer in complete confusion. A proper fanservice scene straight out of some cliché anime. The noise, by the way, came from the tray of food she'd dropped. "Why matched you? What are you doing defiled in the Holy of Holies?" She finally shrieked at the top of her lungs. "Be matched blasphemers, heretic, pervert, idiot," and somehow, the multiple insults suddenly boiled down to just me. "Ha," I sighed, grabbed Night by the armpits and set her down beside me. "Looks like it's really time for us to leave. Get dressed, Night." The church alarm went off. After a scream like that, there was no way we were going unnoticed. "Don't you dare ignore me," she yelled again, but then quickly shrank back, covering her mouth with her hand. Man, what a troublesome girl. "I've already recovered, and I can finish healing Night myself." I shook a few vials filled with water from the spring. "Thanks for your help." The nun silently watched our actions with a complicated look on her face, a whole mix of emotions I couldn't even begin to guess. "By the way, did you free your friend?" Not that I cared all that much, but still. I moved her to a safe place and gave her a sedative. "She shouldn't wake up until evening." "Well, there's your church sister for you, she never stops surprising me." "Yeah," I chuckled philosophically, deciding to clarify one more thing. "You do realize they'll probably kill you for helping me, right? And they definitely will find out." She said nothing, pressing her lips together and looking away. Figured. She knew. She'd known from the start, but just didn't want to think about it. Foolish girl. And that's exactly what she was. She couldn't be older than 20, with soft, light brown hair, gentle, childlike facial features, and blue eyes. Why the hell did she decide to dedicate herself to such a stupid church? And worse, she didn't even agree with their beliefs. "They won't dare to kill me. I'm too important." "Then why, exactly, is your voice so lacking in confidence? I could take you with me." "Huh," she looked at me in surprise. "You don't agree with the church anyway, and now it's too dangerous for you to stay here. I can get you out of Melromark as thanks for helping me." She hesitated for a moment, then, far too suddenly, seemed to calm down. "You know, now I'm certain I did the right thing." The girl smiled. "You shouldn't blindly believe rumors." Ignoring my offer entirely, she smiled again, turned around, and headed for the exit. "Take care, Scythe kiddo. And take care of that girl. This world needs you. And she needs you too." With that, she left, closing the door behind her. A click of the lock followed. She really was an interesting person, childish and yet so oddly mature at the same time. I just hoped the church bigshots wouldn't get to her. "Will she be okay?" asked the bird girl, lifting her head. "I don't know, Night." "I see." Just a couple of minutes later, I could already hear the sound of countless footsteps growing closer. Just in case, I erased all traces of our presence to the best of my ability. And when the sound of footsteps was practically at the door, portal Scythe, a flash of light enveloped us, whisking us away to a completely different place. Turns out, hero weapons could teleport their wielder to any previously visited location, as long as they could clearly picture it. And I hadn't forgotten my main goal, to claim the core of the dragon Ren had slain. So, I ended up among the ruins. Looking around, I quickly recognized the place. It was that same village where I'd fought the leper undead. The village I'd promised to protect. "Master." "Yeah, we failed." Night probably didn't manage to finish off all the monsters in time. She'd clearly prioritized coming to help me instead. I had no idea how she'd even sensed I needed help. And after the fight with the undead, I immediately teleported us out, leaving the village to be torn apart by the remaining monsters. But, even if I'd thought about it sooner, it wouldn't have changed anything. Night was dying, and I had no time to hunt down the monsters. I've already said it, she was way more important to me. It sucks that it turned out this way, but I couldn't have done it differently. Let's look for survivors. I still have questions. Okay, and so, we split up, searching the village for people who, realistically, were probably long gone. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28. I didn't really expect to find anyone alive, but still, I didn't slack off. I kept my chi control skill running at full power while wandering around the ruins, hoping to pick up even the tiniest trace of life. Every so often I had to deal with a few random monsters drifting around aimlessly. With their brain, the undead, gone, the leftovers weren't exactly dangerous. Pretty obvious stuff, but still, magic sense worked best for spotting things like necro-matched monsters, more magic than life in those. Chi sense was sharper when it came to actual life, but didn't cover as much area. For now, magic sense was doing more for me, but who knows how that'll go later. Took me almost an hour to walk the whole village. By the end, I wasn't even hoping to find anyone, just finishing the sweep to say I did. And good thing I did. On the far side of the village, opposite from where I came in, right at the edge, if you can even call it that when there's no real border, I suddenly picked up 2 faint sparks of life. Really faint, but there, under the wreckage of yet another house, I found an unconscious woman and a man holding her in his arms. She was still alive, barely. Wouldn't stay that way long if I didn't step in. Why matched you? The guy looked up at me, dazed, once I cleared the debris blocking their way out. It's you left us behind. Didn't take him long to snap out of it and glare at me like he wanted to kill me. Yeah, I did. I didn't see much point in dying with you. But that's not what matters right now. I glanced at the woman, probably his wife. She's dying. You don't want that, do you? W matched what? You can save her. His anger vanished instantly, replaced with confusion, and maybe a flicker of hope. Yeah, but first, I've got a few questions. Yeah, I know, total bastard move. But I didn't really care. I was going to help her anyway. I did feel kinda responsible for what happened. Sure, I know no one else could have handled it better than I did, especially not whoever the villagers could have paid to help. I did everything I could. But hey, human emotions suck. And I don't think I'm that heartless. Questions. Seriously, she's dying. She needs help. She'll be fine, if you stop wasting time and just answer what I ask. GHH. He shot me another angry glare, but bit his lip and kept quiet. There we go. First question, do you know a guy named Gray? He's gone missing. Gray. Yeah, of course I know him. What do you need? His wife said he got mixed up with some shady people before he disappeared. You know anything about that? Me? No, but my neighbor, Alan, might. He and Gray were pretty tight before he vanished. That house next door. I pointed at the building where, in what could only be described as a stupidly lucky coincidence, I was also sensing life. A much stronger presence, too, meaning whoever was there wasn't in any real danger. Yeah, but I doubt you'll get anything out of him now. We'll see about that. Then help her already. You got what you wanted, didn't you? Of course I'll help her. I'd have helped even if you didn't know anything. What? I didn't answer. Just pulled out a mid-matched grade healing potion. More than enough for her situation, especially with my passive skills that boosted potion effects when I used them on others. Man, I still wish I had any sort of affinity for support magic. Would make stuff like this way easier. I gave the guy a potion too, but just a weak one. He'd only taken a few bumps. It'd be enough. Thank you, sir, he muttered so quietly I only caught it thanks to the chi still flowing through my body. I just grunted and walked toward the house next door, the last life signal in the village. But hey, 3 survivors after all that chaos. Kinda miraculous. I cleared the debris and found a man who looked to be in his 30s. He had a massive bump on his head, which probably explained the whole unconscious thing. Aside from that, he looked fine, nothing life-matched threatening. At least, not yet. Phew. A few good slaps later, he finally opened his eyes and looked around, dazed. A man named Gray went missing. What do you know about him? What? He shook his head and squinted at me. Gray, H-match day. For some reason, he let out a nervous laugh. Never heard of him. Guess we'll need to jog your memory a bit. Without waiting, I stepped on his hand and pressed down. I'm in a crap mood, don't make it worse. I know you and Gray were pretty friendly. So answer the question. I pressed a little harder. Okay, I'll talk. Great. So, Gray, he got involved with some serious people, the man said, clearly nervous. Serious enough that I cut ties with him the moment he tried to drag me into it. You don't mess with folks like that. The fact that he hasn't shown up since kinda proves my point. That's so, I muttered, thinking. Names. Who exactly did he get involved with? Where are they? What do they do? Anything you can give me. IMATCHEDI, he was scared. And I got that, but I needed answers. So, don't make me test which one of us you're more afraid of. Because right now, I'm the one standing in front of you, not them. The guy Gray was dealing with came from the village west of here. Gray started going there a lot before he vanished. He tried to introduce me to the guy, I think his name was Alfred. Always wore a fancy suit. That's all I know. Knowing any more felt dangerous. He wasn't lying. Regular people have super basic chi flow, and they can't control it. Whenever someone lies, it creates little disruptions in their energy. I can sense it, plain as day. Now, if someone can control their chi, even unconsciously, or if they're just a natural matched-born liar, that's trickier. But this guy wasn't one of those. Just as I wrapped up my questions, Night showed up, leading a small family, a little girl and her parents. Weird thing was, they didn't look like they'd just survived a swarm of undead. The woman caught my confused look, glanced away for a second, then sighed and explained. My paranoid husband built a bunker under the house. He spent years fixing it up like he was prepping for the end of the world. So, yeah, that's how we survived. I glanced over at the guy scratching the back of his head, looking like even he couldn't decide if he was a genius or an idiot. Well, sure, why not? Stranger things have happened. I stood there for a moment, quietly looking over the small group of survivors and piecing things together. The village to the west, that's the direction I'm heading anyway, right? If I'm remembering right, that's the place that's supposed to get hit by the corpse poison from the dragon Ren took down. Now it all makes sense. Shady guy from that village. Gray going there all the time, then coming back as a damn undead. The dragon must have already started mutating and poisoning everything around it. But for Gray to end up that corrupted, was he living near the dragon's corpse? Or inside it? Weird, really weird, but I still had to get that core, no matter what. I'd figure out the rest along the way if I could. As for the survivors, anyone know if there's a cart left in the village? I asked, not really talking to anyone in particular. Not sure, but I think I saw one on the way here, said the guy with the doomsday bunker. Perfect, go find it, we'll use it to get you all to the western village. I'll be back in an hour. Matched wait, Mr. Hero. What about? His wife looked around nervously, like something might jump out at her any second. Night will stay with you. She's strong enough to handle the monsters that are still around. I'm just making a quick trip to Melromark. Can I count on you to watch over them? I looked at Night. Got it, the girl nodded. Good, that'll do. I stopped paying attention to the villagers, murmurs and used teleport. A second later, I was standing in front of a now all-matched two-matched familiar shop. Hey there, Scythe kiddo. You know, your reputation just keeps getting more impressive, Elhart greeted me. What is it this time? Now I was actually curious. Rumor has it you attacked the church. People are still talking about it. Ah, yeah, that happened, I said with a shrug. So it's true, in part. I needed their help, but they weren't exactly lining up to volunteer. So I had to take an alternate approach. I see, the old man gave me a look, the kind that said, I'm not sure if I should be impressed or worried. Well, can't be helped, I guess. Our king sure makes some strange decisions. Yup, anyway, the reason I'm here, how are my orders coming along? 2 of them are ready. I had a couple good materials lying around, figured I'd put them to use. But for the rest, if you're after top quality, you'll need to bring in some better stuff. I've got plenty of that. Mind showing me what you've made? Of course. Elhart disappeared into his back room and spent the next 5 minutes digging around. When he finally came back out, he was holding exactly what I'd been waiting for. Here, I'd only ever heard of this kind of weapon in passing, but I think it turned out all right. Go ahead, take a look. On the counter to my left lay 2 one-matched handed scythes with short handles. The idea for them came from a character in a game I used to play as a kid, a scythe-matched wielding figure who also happened to be the embodiment of death. Why did I think I could dual-matched wield weapons in the first place? Well, that inspiration came from someone else. Grass, the hero of clan fans from a parallel world. A girl who used fans as her legendary weapon, 1 in each hand. Sure, you could nitpick and say that her title literally uses the plural, fans, while I'm just the scythe hero, singular, but hey, rules are made to be bent, right? I made them using the last of the best ore I had. It's called moon silver, so I figured I'd call them the moon scythes. Hope that's alright. Elhart scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Fine by me. You made them, your call. And honestly, I care more about how they perform than what they're called. Well, they're pretty unusual weapons, so it's hard to say how effective they'll be overall. But in your hands, I'm sure they'll do just fine. The scythe blades were, fittingly, silver, in line with the material used. The top of each blade curved into a crescent shape. The cutting edge was lighter in color, while the blunt upper side was darker and etched with some kind of markings. They've got a few enchantments on them, blood matched repelling, sharpness, and weight reduction, he added when he noticed the way I was eyeing them. Sigh, uncle. I shook my head. I don't even know if enchantments get copied over. Or if the weapon itself can be copied at all. You really jumped the gun here. Well, he scratched the back of his head again, looking sheepish. Guess we're about to find out. Good time to test if the enchants carry over too. Man, he really is a good guy. What had me more unsure was the weapon sitting to my right. Back in my old world, I used to watch all sorts of stuff, anime included. And yeah, scythes came up from time to time. They looked cool as hell, and I couldn't help but get curious. So I dug a little deeper. And that's when my worldview got wrecked, because I found out just how useless scythes are as real weapons. Sure, in fantasy worlds, a hero can swing one around like it's nothing, even though it's basically a giant murder matchstick. But in reality, scythes are clunky, unbalanced, and a nightmare to use in actual combat. Lucky for me, this world runs on good old fantasy logic. Stat boosts let you swing around pretty much anything, even a stone club the size of a tree. Not to mention, legendary weapons adjust their weight to the wielder automatically. Still, I couldn't help wanting to cheat a little. Which brings us to what I was looking at now. This particular scythe looked way more like a naginata than a farm tool. But that was the whole point. In my old world, that kind of modified scythe was called a battle scythe. If I remembered right, they were originally used by peasants who repurposed regular scythes and mounted the blades like spears. So I asked Uncle to forge a scythe blade, but attach it in a way that made the whole thing look and handle more like a polearm. I decided to start with that one. Carefully reaching out, I slowly began to wrap my fingers around the handle. That's when I felt, how do I put it, some resistance. Like I was pushing my hand through water, thick, heavy water. And when I got just a hair's breadth away, it turned to tar. Oh, come on, I muttered, staring at the stone inside my scythe. Technically, it's still a scythe. The stone gave off a dim pulse. For some reason, it felt like it was arguing with me. Yeah, okay, the blade's positioned a little differently, but it's still a scythe blade. So that makes the whole thing a scythe. Another flash, this one felt less sure of itself. Dear God, what even is my life right now? Still, I grabbed the handle and sent out the mental signal to copy, and there we go. I nodded in satisfaction as the notification popped up. Weapon copied, steel battle scythe. Perfect, time for the next candidate. Now this one, you've got no right to complain about. Not only is it a legit scythe, it's two of them. And more is always better, right? Another flash. This one really gave off. I matched roll, energy. Yeah, I might be losing it. Dude, are you okay? Even Elhart was looking at me weird now. Not important. What was important? B matched O matched TI matched full. Just beautiful. Was that the dual scythes had copied successfully. Weapon copied, twin scythes of lunar silver. Skill unlocked, twin scythe mastery LV. 1. Interesting. The system gave them a different name than Elhart's, but whatever. The key thing was that dual wielding was a whole separate skill. Which, honestly, I expected. Also, when held in reverse grip, the scythes reached about up to my shoulders. As for this one, the battle scythe, or whatever, Elhart nodded toward it. I used the cheapest materials I had, since you didn't seem too sure about it. If you want a better version, like I said, bring me better stuff. Yeah, good job. You really helped me out. Ah, don't mention it. Come by anytime. And with that, we parted ways. Now I just had to wait for my teleport cooldown, then finally deal with the Dragon Core, and maybe do a bit of amateur detective work on the side. These next few days were shaping up to be real interesting. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. I left the weapons Elhart made with him. Who knows, maybe he'll manage to find buyers for them. And if not, I'll just come back for them someday. They'd look nice in a collection. Plus, there's someone who might be a good candidate for copying them, but that all depends on how things go between us. The rest of the time before the teleport I spent selling off all the leftover junk that hadn't gone into Elhart's materials. Gotta say, I was pretty glad there's no such thing as photo printing in this medieval era. Even with all the rumors flying around about me, nobody actually knew what I looked like. I'd never shown myself to the public. When I got back to the village, I checked in to make sure the survivors were still alive and hadn't wandered off anywhere. Not that I would have stopped them if they had. If they wanted to try walking out of a destroyed village on their own, that's basically a suicide mission. Call it what it is. I fed the Reaper Scythe parts of the leper undead, bit late on that one, then went around gathering up whatever was left of the monsters and gave it all to the Scythe, too. Thanks to that, I got poison resistance level 3, and a few new scythes, though none of them were worth mentioning. Honestly, thanks to its special effect, the Reaper Scythe could easily stay one of my main weapons for a while. Well, one of them, now. Twin Scythes of Lunar Silver 050th D. Skill not mastered. Equipment bonus. Attack plus 8-4. Special effect. Moonlight Edge active. Proficiency. 0. The Moonlight Edge seemed to be the result of the sharpness enchantment. For 15 seconds, it made the blades so sharp they could slice straight through stone like it was nothing. The Steel Battle Scythe didn't have anything flashy going for it, not that I expected it to. It was just an experiment. Still, Elhart wasn't the type to make junk. Even the test version met a certain standard, it was basic but solid. Nothing more, nothing less. Come to think of it, couldn't I technically pass myself off as the spear hero now? Master is smiling very strangely. Just thought of something fun. I see. With that, everything was done. Time to hit the road. The villagers had managed to find a cart, and Night, of all people, ended up pulling it herself. Her face looked conflicted, if anything. Which, for her, was weirdly expressive. I guess Philoleals really do like pulling wagons. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about how impractical this was. Riding on Night's back, or just teleporting, was way more efficient. The cart only slowed us down, and worse, it couldn't even be teleported. Either it was too big for the system, or there was some smart filter that kept it from being selected. Didn't matter either way, the result was the same. Once the villagers were loaded into the cart, I took the driver's seat, and we set off. By the way, that guy who gave me the tip about Gray, Alan, ended up choosing to go his own way. His call. I wasn't about to beg anyone to stick with the group. Right behind me, practically at my back, I seated the man whose wife I'd healed. The anger in his eyes was long gone, and out of everyone, he felt the most trustworthy. There was also Bunker Guy, of course, but, yeah, didn't quite vibe with him. I didn't bother asking the guy his name, no point cluttering my brain with extra stuff. I didn't know exactly which way to go, so I let him guide me now and then, adjusting our direction as needed. Yeah, I'm just gonna call him the guy. Solid build, serious face, clearly loves his wife, definitely the guy. While we traveled, I spent most of the time generating raw materials for future forging using the system. And while that cooked in the background, I meditated, focusing on improving my understanding of mana and chi. Mostly mana, actually, since I'd already gotten ahead in that department, I figured I'd stop spreading myself thin and focus on one thing at a time. Thanks to some inner work and deep breathing, I managed to hit mana control LV 3 by the time we arrived. That meant I could now cast most spells in a shortened form, and learning new ones would go faster too. I also upgraded the moon scythes a little, threw in a few attack and agility bonuses. Still, I kept wearing my weapon in sickle-matched form on my belt, just in case someone decided to ID me as the scythe hero. Technically, I could now pass as the spear hero too, but we'll save that trick for later. We made it without trouble. Most of the monsters in the area had either turned undead and were wiped out earlier, or were finished off not long ago. The village, whatever its name was, I never bothered asking, greeted us with the kind of depressing atmosphere you'd expect. But at least there were no obvious signs of a plague, which meant I got here in time. You can handle things from here, or do you still need help? We'll manage, the guy nodded with confidence. I'll speak to the local lord myself. Thank you, Hero matched Sama. It's nothing, I said, waving my hand dismissively. Thank you, Mr. Hero. The bunker guy's daughter suddenly ran up to me and hugged me. Matched Ellis. Her mother instinctively moved toward her daughter, but froze the moment she looked at me. I, honestly didn't know what to do with my hands. In the end, I awkwardly patted the girl on the head, then gently turned her around and nudged her back toward her mother. Let's not do that kind of thing, matched you. And that was that. I made a quick exit, leaving the villagers to themselves. As I was walking away, I caught something like, did he just run away from a 10-matched-year-matched old girl? Fools. Heroes don't run away. I simply executed a tactical retreat from a dangerous enemy. I was feeling kind of weird, honestly. Looking at Night, even though she didn't look much older than that girl, I never felt anything like that. But with an actual kid, it just felt awkward. Kids are scary. Not wanting to waste time, I headed for the core first. By eavesdropping here and there under camouflage and asking a few guiding questions, I managed to figure out the general location of the dragon's corpse from the locals. Though honestly, it was kind of obvious. Even from the village, you could see a small mountain plateau, marked by black scorch marks, craters, and unnaturally broken rock. That's where we went. On the way up, it became clear we were headed in the right direction. Necromatched-affected monsters popped up in our path a few times. They were a fair distance from the village, though. Most likely because the place was closer to a small town by structure. It had walls, a sparse but present guard force at the gates, and even a few patrols I'd run into while inside. And in general, the local fauna felt kind of toxic. Reptiles with poisonous coloring, snakes, even carnivorous plants and frogs, which, by the way, knights seemed to have some real issues with. For me, though, all of it just meant more stat boosts. Well, damn, I muttered as the scene unfolded before us. Even before we reached the top, the stench of rotting flesh was thick in the air. And once we got there, we saw exactly where it was coming from. A massive carcass, just starting to decompose. Skin and muscle already peeling away in some places, exposing the insides. A few bones were broken and scattered, chunks of flesh clearly dragged off by the local wildlife. But the real valuables had already been stripped from the dragon. No claws, no fangs, no heart, nothing. Just meat and bones, and not even all of them. Even if this dragon were to come back to life, it'd be way weaker than it was in life. And if Ren managed to beat it using just his own power-ups, then I should definitely be able to handle it. Only, there was one very important thing missing from this rotten pile. There was no core. Well, that's just great. Master, looks like someone got here before us. And I really don't like where this is going. This wasn't how the future was supposed to play out. Without the core, the dragon shouldn't be able to come back. I clearly remembered that in the original story, Philo was supposed to swallow the dragon's core. But now, it was gone. That left two options. First, the canon left something out. Someone might have gotten to the core off matched screen and brought it back to the dragon later. Second, the story had already gone off matched script. Now I was dealing with the unknown. Could be anything, really. From a random animal dragging off the core, to some global cult with Lovecraft matched level ambitions. But for now, I pushed those creepy thoughts aside. Should I do something with the dragon remains? Maybe I should try feeding everything I can to the Scythe. Meat, bones, a few scattered scales I found lying around, a single horn, and a claw I pried off a frog at the base of the mountain. I fed it all to the weapon, and in return, unlocked a few more scythes. But that still wasn't enough to unlock a full matched-fledged dragon-matched branch scythe. My guess, either I'd need to feed the scythe an entire dragon, or all of its key parts, core, heart, and brain probably. Which, obviously, this pile of meat didn't have. Once I was done cleaning up, just to make extra sure this thing wasn't coming back, I figured it was time for a little analysis. So, we've got Gray, an ordinary village guy who got mixed up with the wrong crowd and ended up dying in a pretty unpleasant way. Then Gray's corpse reanimated, soaked in death energy, and changed so drastically it looked like he'd been at ground zero of whatever caused the corruption. Which would most likely be the core, if that really was the source behind the necro-matched monsters. What does that tell me? Either Gray died next to the core, or someone brought his body there afterward. Either way, someone deliberately connected him to the core. That someone could be Alfred, the guy always wearing formal suits, and apparently tied to a gang hanging around near this village. So, long story short, I need to find Alfred, and then have a very thorough conversation with him. Might even have to encourage him to talk. But that's fine, I'll manage. Welp, looks like I'm gonna have to play detective for a bit. Never thought I'd be doing this kind of thing in a fantasy world. Life's got some weird twists, huh? 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30. Not finding what I'd come here for in the first place, I had no choice but to head back to the village. The village itself wasn't all that big, but that's only if you compared it to all the other villages I'd been to, and to Melromark. In truth, this one was second only to Melromark in size. Which was kind of obvious. Trying to find one specific person in a place like this was, to put it mildly, a real pain. The only thing I could rely on was the hope that the person I was after had a striking appearance. Everyone knows taverns are the best place to gather intel. At least, that's what all the classic fantasy stories say. Why should this world be any different? Besides, I had to start somewhere. There were 2 taverns in this village. The second one, as far as I could tell, was mostly just picking at the leftovers, because the difference in popularity between the two was like night and day. Not exactly shocking, considering one was smack in the center of the village, with a straight road leading to it from the main gate, and the other was off somewhere in the boonies. It made sense to try my luck in both, but of course I decided to start with the more popular one. Only thing was, there were 2 major problems with that plan. The first, sitting in some corner booth and just waiting for someone to loudly spill info about a shady person or the exact clue a random isekai guy like me is searching for, was, frankly, really dumb. The second issue was that if I started openly asking about someone tied to the criminal side of the local settlements, that someone would definitely hear about it. Maybe not right away, but they'd find out. And then 2 things could happen. Either they'd decide not to take the risk and skip town, or, more likely, they'd come shut me up. Permanently, even. All things considered, that second option actually worked in my favor. And it was the fastest to make happen. Hey, boss. Weighing all the pros and cons, I sat down at what looked like your typical bar counter. Well, howdy, if you ain't messing with me, chuckled, presumably, the owner of the place. Or just the bartender, who didn't feel like correcting me. What do you have that's worth a damn? Wouldn't wanna offend a good guest, after all. Ho, I've got a couple of options even fit for his radiance himself. The man chuckled into his mustache and reached under the counter. Here. He pulled out a bottle. The best I've got. Holy Maria, some of my more honored guests say a single bottle can send 5 grown men straight to the heavens. And the taste makes you feel like you're halfway there already. Or so they say. He chuckled again. Personally, I think it's pretty damn good. Then pour it, assuming you're not messing with me. Now we both chuckled, and the guy poured me a drink. He actually took out 2 glasses, but the lady doesn't drink, I said with a smile, glancing at Knight sitting next to me. Oh, got it. My bad. Yeah, guess I'm just not destined to light up the world with my smile. After that, the bartender placed a small plate on the counter, a couple chunks of meat and some kind of pickled vegetable. I still can't really tell what's what when it comes to local produce. Some things clearly carried over from my old world, but others, like this, seem to exist only here. On the house, he explained. To world peace, then. I let out a short classic exhale and downed the glass in one go. Oof. A sharp, bittersweet taste hit my throat, cooling the inside of my esophagus as it went down. Honestly, not bad at all. Not that I've ever been much of a drinker, but still. Not bad, I gave my verdict. Sheesh, you're something else, kiddo. The bartender, yeah, let's just call him that, gave me a strange look. I wasn't joking about the 5 guys, you know. That stuff's pretty damn strong for one person. After a chug like that, most people'd be face matched down by now. Yeah, didn't really feel much of anything, to be honest. Huh, interesting. I remember now Fumi was completely immune to alcohol. Is that some kind of hero perk? But no. If I recall correctly, Motoyasu once ate one of those local curiosities, the kogol berry, and ended up puking his guts out and fainting. That berry really was something. All the alcohol in this world was brewed from it. Usually, they'd use a single berry for an entire barrel, or even more. But if you actually ate the thing, a regular person could easily die. Someone tougher or with a higher level would end up like Motoyasu. But for someone like Naofumi, it was just a tasty oddity. Holy Maria usually uses 3 kogol berries per barrel instead of the usual one. That's why I was so surprised to see you handle that glass like it was nothing, the bartender said. Makes sense. I gave the bottle a thoughtful look. So how much for one of these? I nodded toward it. 20 silver, not bad. My eyebrows rose all on their own. For reference, 1 silver, equal to 100 copper coins, could easily pay for a night's stay in any village in Melromark. The average peasant's daily expenses rarely exceeded 20 to 30 copper. So yeah, that gave me a good idea of just how fancy this drink was. Consider this bottle paid for. I laid down the 20 silver on the counter. Pour me another. Customer's always right. The man shrugged and refilled the glass. Yeah, really not bad at all. This time, I downed half the glass in one go. So, I'm new around here. Looking for someone, maybe you've seen him. Name's Alfred. Dresses real official. Expensive clothes. I definitely noticed how the bartender's face changed at that moment. No one like that around here. Ain't the kind of person who'd show up in a backwater like this. I see. Got it. Shame. I'll ask around, maybe I'll get lucky. Get lucky, huh, he muttered. Why are you looking for him? Friend of yours? Not personally, but let's say I've got something I need to discuss with him. I see. After that, the bartender toned down his chatter by a lot. It was obvious he knew who I meant. At least now I had a backup plan if the main one didn't work out. I'd just have a little talk with this man. And how delicate that conversation would be, well, that depended on him. I doubted anyone tied up with shady people like that had a clean conscience. Which meant I didn't need to waste time being polite. But that could wait. I made my way around a few more tables in the tavern, striking up casual conversations that always, eventually, led to a question about the man I was looking for. And the most interesting part? Every single one of them ended exactly the same way, with scowls and a sudden drop in friendliness. What the hell, does every dog in this place know the guy? Evening was setting in, so I strolled along some of the less popular roads, arm in arm with Night, not bothering to hide myself. I was still casually working through the rest of that bottle I'd paid 20 silver for. But even after finishing it off, I didn't feel much of anything. And about 20 minutes into our slow little walk, I sensed a group of life sources behind us. Only, the life they gave off felt weird. Like it had something mixed into it. Very interesting. Ignore them. And don't engage until I say so, I whispered into my companion's ear. The girl caught on surprisingly fast, just giving me a small nod in response. She's so smart sometimes. Too bad she doesn't show that kind of sharpness in social situations. I pulled Night closer in a clearly performative way, then leaned in like I was whispering something else to her. After a brief pause, I steered us into an alley. Once we were in a bit deeper, I pinned her gently against the wall. She looked up at me with those calm eyes of hers, the evening moonlight making the amethyst color shimmer just slightly. Might have been my imagination, but I think the little bird blushed. At the same time, the life sources split up. And, surprise surprise, 2 or 3 people stepped out from both ends of the alley, cutting off our escape routes completely. What a tragedy. Hey match day. Looks like the lovebirds here completely lost their shame. Right in the alley, huh? Couldn't wait, or what? Said the one who looked like the leader of this lovely little crew, a smirk plastered on his face. I'd gotten so focused on those enchanting eyes, shining like polished amethyst, that for a second, I completely zoned out. What even was that, and to what do I owe the attention of such fine gentlemen? You ask too many questions, kiddo. And curiosity comes at a price, doesn't it? The leader tossed a look behind me, and I felt the life force there drawing closer. You don't mind sharing with fine gentlemen like us, do you? Then his eyes moved to Night. Might not be just your money we're after, and then came that filthy, disgusting grin. Wait, was that aimed at Night? This is mine. For a moment, I caught myself thinking, maybe I didn't really need to interrogate these guys. I could just go back and ask the bartender. And as for this little crew, the less time they spent breathing, the better. No point dragging it out. But, I pushed the thought aside. I had to be more rational. The bartender hadn't done anything to me, and who's to say he even knew what I needed? It'd be stupid to waste a perfectly good source of information. Especially when he was standing right in front of me. Lately I'd been getting way too impulsive. What's going on with me? Still, the mood was ruined enough that I wasn't in the headspace for small talk. So instead, as I let the pair behind me draw closer, I whispered to Night. Knock them out, quietly. The little bird nodded, a second delayed, then darted into action. I didn't even bother watching her. I was already making my own move, circling around the boss of the group and going straight for the last guy in the back. One clean Spartan-matched style kick sent the man slamming into the wall, instantly out cold. The other pawn, just starting to process what happened, got a spinning back kick straight to the side of the head. Another KO. What the hell? By the time the leader turned to see Night dealing with her pair, a bit less smoothly than I did, but still without much trouble, then glanced back and saw me, plus his downed buddies, the guy started backing up toward the wall, panicked. But, really, what was the point? Well, looks like you get to pay the price. With your life. So, who sent you? Ha, like I'd tell you anything. Yeah, would be nice if just once someone answered on the first try. Would really break the pattern. The hell are you talking about? Don't worry about it. I closed the distance and drove a kick into his gut, sending him crumpling to the ground. Now then, I crouched down in front of him. Do I need to repeat the question? KHH, KHA. Go to Hell, keep this up and you'll get there first. I stood up and stomped on his knee with force. A sickening crack followed. A matched MMPH. No, let's not draw any extra attention, alright, I smiled, stuffing a piece of his own ripped clothing into his mouth. Once his obvious scream turned into a muffled whimper, I pulled it back out. Before I continue where I left off, I'll ask one more time, just in case. Who sent you? Renji sent us to check out whoever's been asking around about Alfred. Told us to figure out what you want. Ooh, interesting methods you've got for gathering intel. Not quite as elegant as mine, though. I paused for a moment, thinking about something else, then continued, one more question. Do you know where I can find this Alfred? N-matched no. Low matched level grunts like us don't mix with the main organization. Renji might know. Hey, why don't you ask him instead? I will. Thanks for the suggestion. And where might I find this gentleman? North of Orb's Tavern. There's a building with a sign showing two fishhooks crossing each other. That's where the upper ranks of the lower gangs hang out. Hey, what an idiot. Looking at that brain-matched dead face of his, I could practically see the thoughts crawling through his skull. He clearly thought I wouldn't be able to handle Renji. That Renji was stronger than me. And for some reason, it looked like he'd convinced himself his life wasn't in any danger. You're very kind. Thanks for the info. As I stood up, I shifted the scythe into a battle scythe. What are you, GKH? He barely got a word out before blood sprayed from his mouth. The spear had pierced straight through his heart, sliding into flesh with a kind of smoothness that felt unnatural. Like stabbing a knife into jelly. Staring into his wide, glassy eyes and the blood dripping down from his lips, there was nothing in my head. Nothing at all. Honestly, the decision to kill him only came to me in that very moment. Right up until then, I hadn't even considered it. But looking at it logically, isn't this just part of the script? Taking a human life. How many other isekai protagonists wrestled with that? How many went full pacifist, never crossing the line? How many of them clung to the fragile moral codes of their old world, even when in this new one, a human life barely meant anything? And even knowing all that, killing someone with my own hands still felt strange. But that feeling didn't last long. His final gasp escaped. The light faded from his eyes. Life left his body for good. And then, that was the moment that would change everything for me. A turning point, the final nail in the coffin of the version of me who once lived an ordinary life, who had ordinary values, who was just another regular person. That version of me died right here with this guy. Because skill activated, life absorption, human kill confirmed, specialty activated, Reaper, Express, 241 plus 482, 2/3, 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31. What happened in that alley ended up full of surprises. Still in some kind of trance, when I didn't even fully understand myself, I walked past the rest of the unconscious thugs and drove my weapon clean into each of their hearts. One strike each, and from each of them, I got triple the experience. Which fully erased any doubts I had about what the system had shown me. This whole time, I thought the Reaper tag next to my specialty was just flavor text. But reality proved otherwise. I still didn't know how to feel about the fact that I was gaining an absurd amount of express for killing humans. Even the life absorption skill had felt kind of broken already, giving me a solid boost in express from monster kills, but triple experience from people. Honestly, I couldn't even remember if the original system ever gave express for that kind of thing. Quote. Knight silently walked up to me and gently grabbed the edge of my cloak. For some reason, that simple gesture, and the look in her calm, clear eyes, made me settle down, too. There was no point in overthinking things I just wasn't meant to understand. My weapon was the result of a long matched running experiment by an entire race, one that spanned who matched knows matched Dao matched much time. And who knows what methods they used in those experiments. There could be so many hidden variables in this thing that the very thought made my head spin. It's entirely possible that one day, one of those unknowns could come back to bite me. But there was nothing I could do about it now. All I could hope for was that when that moment came, I'd be ready. The next target had been marked, so without wasting time, I headed toward the building in question. But wandering around looking for a sign with crossed hooks could have taken forever, so I had to activate my elite communication skills and ask the locals for directions. Though, they did give me some weird looks. Anyway, once I finally found the place. Yeah, hard to miss that, I muttered without meaning to. The building was the biggest one around, no way I would have missed it even without directions. But whatever, it looked like some kind of fishing shop. Rods, tackle, boating gear, the whole setup. Honestly, it made sense. The local underworld was clearly running one of the village's main sources of income. Especially with that massive river right nearby. What do you need? A woman sitting behind the counter asked lazily. I'm looking for someone named Renji. At that, she perked up and gave me a much more serious look. Oh, and what do you want with him? I just want to talk. Is he here right now? Meanwhile, on the visible part of the shop floor, I could sense a few more life signatures. But the most interesting thing, the main cluster of life was coming from beneath the building. Rough guess, around 20 people, who knows, but you'd better take your questions and get out of here. No one's waiting for you. Right as she said that, the life signatures from the back room behind her materialized into two large, bulky men. Typical muscle matched for matched higher types. Only, this was a stats matched based world, and muscles were more about aesthetics than actual strength. Sure, physical training had some influence on stats, but it was so minor it wasn't even worth mentioning. And yet, no one ever just wants to talk. It'd be so much easier that way. Hey, don't worry, kid, we'll have ourselves a nice little chat, one of the goons said with a grin. In that case, I'd rather talk from a position of power. Honestly, lately I'm starting to think that's how conversations should just start by default. Why, you little, whatever he was about to say didn't matter anymore. No need for extras on this stage. The first thug dropped with his skull cracked open by the battle scythe. The blade of my weakest main scythe slid through his chin and out the back of his head without the slightest resistance. That's how pathetically weak and useless he was as a bouncer. Kya! A scream of pure horror rang out. You bastard, GGH, the second one rushed me and dropped just as fast, his throat cleanly slashed. Man, it really is a blessing when your weapon isn't limited to just sweeping strikes. The battle scythe let me both stab and slash with simple horizontal swings. Must be nice for Motoyasu and his spear too, I guess. Where are you going? We were just starting our conversation. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world. Erst ice spike. An ice spike drove into the shoulder of the fleeing woman, dropping her to the floor with a scream. W matched wait, please, don't kill me. Renji's here, he's downstairs, there's a hidden entrance to the underground. Now that's more like it, I sighed. Show me. Why matched yeah, of course, she yelped, clutching her wounded shoulder as she staggered into the back room. From there, she led me into another chamber, where a trapdoor lay hidden under a rug that blended surprisingly well with the overall decor. There, he's down there. She even managed a smile. Impressive, though naturally, she forgot to mention the other 19 people waiting down there. Thank you, you've been very helpful. Why matched yeah, you, she never finished. Her eyes went wide with shock and disbelief as she stared at the scythe that had pierced her heart. Throwing the weapon over my shoulder, I started whistling a half-matched familiar tune and made my way down the stairs. Fun fact, blood on a legendary weapon evaporates on its own. Literally evaporates, so the weapon always stays clean and pristine. Doesn't rot or stain. Soon enough, I heard a deep laugh and the general roar of conversation echoing from below, which only made that low-matched level irritation buzzing in the back of my head start to rise again. It didn't really interfere with anything, but it was definitely getting on my nerves. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Would it have been that hard to just leave the damn core in place so I could quietly grab it and go? But no, now I'm stuck playing detective and running through some convoluted questline like this as a game. Really hoping this all ends soon. By the time I finally reached the basement room, no one even noticed me at first. That's how caught up they all were in whatever they were doing. Some were drinking like there was no tomorrow. Others were playing cards. Some were getting handsy with the local women. A few had already taken them into one of the back rooms. Total chaos. Huh, who the hell are you? Oh, one of them finally noticed me as I stepped farther in. But the guy was drunk off his ass, squinting at me through half-matched lidded eyes. I'm looking for Renji. Where is he? Renji. Oh, yeah, he's back there. He waved lazily toward another hallway. Probably dead already, overdosed or some shit, PFF a matched ha matched HA. The man burst out laughing, but then cut off abruptly. Wait, hold on, who even are you? He squinted harder at me, then at the spear, resting on my shoulder. AH match do, splat. And then his head dropped onto the couch, spraying blood in all directions. That confused, squinty expression stayed frozen on his face. And then the screaming started. Men, women, drunk, sober. Some fully aware, some not at all. In just a few pitiful minutes, the wooden floor was soaked with blood, and the walls looked like something out of a horror movie. Splattered red, bloody handprints everywhere. Now, lying in front of me, was the trembling body known as Renji. Or maybe he wasn't trembling out of fear. Maybe it was just the drugs he'd stuffed into himself. Who knows? I glanced at Night. She still stared ahead with that same calm, deadpan look. Well, right now she was looking at the body, but the scene around her didn't seem to faze her in the slightest. Night. Yes, master. She looked up at me. What do you think? Could you eat a human? I asked, half-matched dazed, shifting my gaze back to the body, the one that used to be Renji. If master wants me to, I don't mind. Still no change in her expression. No shift in her tone. Total indifference. Then, for a second, I felt like I was on the verge of making an irreversible mistake. I squeezed my eyes shut, exhaled sharply, and shook my head. No, forget it. I'm just tired. Night frowned just a little, but didn't say anything else. I'd already gotten everything I came for. So, with a motion that had become way too familiar today, I drove the scythe through the heart of the gang's little boss. The trembling stopped. You're free to go, I said, glancing at the few women scattered around the room. They weren't victims, not hostages, not slaves, just toys for the trash that had gathered here. Prostitutes. No reason to kill them. Either way, this organization was done. There wasn't, and couldn't be, a single person left in it who could stop me. The heart of the operation was located, surprise, practically under the very tavern where I'd started this whole search. Its core was a little farther back from the main building and deeper underground than the basement I was in now. That's why I hadn't sensed anything earlier. There were too many people around, and in crowded places like that, I usually avoided using my sensory abilities. Things get too hard to distinguish, sometimes outright impossible. So without wasting any more time, I set out again. By the way, you can let go of me now, Night. The little bird made that same soft sound, shaking her head from side to side while still clutching the edge of my cloak. And so, that's how we walked the whole way back. Only right before the tavern door did she finally let go, clearly lost in thought about something. Curious, honestly. Once inside, which, unsurprisingly, was a lot livelier in the evening than it had been during the day, I almost immediately locked eyes with someone who was probably Orb. At least, that's what the leader of the gang that attacked Night and me had called him. The man's eyes widened for a second, then his face turned serious as he sharply whistled and gestured with his hand. The noise in the room dropped fast. A few of the patrons slowly got to their feet. Others glanced nervously around. You have a chance to end this without bloodshed. I looked over everyone who had stood up, then turned my gaze back to Orb. I don't want to turn this place into another massacre. Another. The man closed his eyes, looking tired. What happened to Renji and the others? They're dead. This ends today, whether you help me or not. You still have a chance to minimize how much blood gets spilled. You bastard. You killed Renji. One of the men slammed the table and glared at me with pure fury. You son of a bitch. Wait, you idiot, Orb shouted, but it was already too late. For Renji, the man yelled as he lunged. For Renji, came the chorus of voices behind him, and the whole mob charged at me and Night. So be it, I muttered quietly, speaking to no one in particular. Tables, chairs, bottles, empty and full, came flying at me, and in return, limbs and blood sprayed out in every direction. In mere moments, the drunken cheer and laughter turned into screams of terror and pain. The once matched sturdy wooden floor was stained red. Night still hadn't joined the fight. She just stood there, watching. For some reason, I stubbornly didn't want her killing people. At least not right now. And I was glad she showed no initiative on that front. As the final attacker's head hit the floor with a dull thud, I turned toward the bar. There stood Orb, looking like a man who had accepted his fate, holding a sword limp in one hand, pointed toward the ground. Stepping over a fresh corpse at my feet, I walked toward him. I knew it'd all end like this someday. In some way or another. Reaching the bar, I spotted a familiar bottle on the shelf. Glancing first at the man, then at the bottle. I picked it up, popped the cork, took a few swigs, and... yeah, not bad at all. Walked off, casually waving my free hand toward the bar. He gave me a puzzled look, then turned his eyes toward where I'd gestured. Lying there were 20 silver coins. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 32. I already knew what I was looking for, and where. There was only one thought in my head. It had sunk in deep, lodged itself so firmly it wouldn't let go, filling every corner of my mind. I have to end this. I was never a fan of these drawn matched out missions. I preferred good old matched fashioned, mindless monster matched slaughter. Monsters don't think, don't scheme, don't play games. They don't have motives, or backstories, or layers of meaning. There's just a monster, and your job is to kill it and get the express. That's it. But now, digging through this pile of rot, I kept stumbling over lives ruined by someone's greed and selfishness. I could feel something inside me, draining out, washed away by a flood of emotions that only kept growing. Emotions the Scythe fed on like gasoline to an already raging fire. Somewhere near the start of this whole story, one of my emotions stepped out of line, and like a single rotten card, started to bring the whole house down. Stepping off the last stair and opening the door ahead of me, I was instantly hit with a stench so vile it defied description. A smell so revolting, it felt like it contained everything disgusting in this world. Night. Yes, master. Go back upstairs. Make sure the bartender doesn't do anything stupid. She hesitated. For the first time ever, she didn't respond immediately, without pause. Part of me was glad to see that kind of change, but not now. Not here, please. All right. After one more glance in my direction, Night finally obeyed and headed back up. The room I found myself in was massive. From one side, the right side, came the sounds of laughter, pleasure, and bliss. Bodies colliding, clinking glasses, liquor sloshing onto the floor. And on the other side, like a twisted reflection, came screams of pain, suffering, desperate pleas for mercy, and the flickering of dying life sources. Just a few voices, meanwhile, were expressing something close to pleasure. Skill level up. Chi control LV. 3. All my senses sharpened at once, only making those vile sounds and smells hit harder, drilling straight into my skull. Chi, its life, and everything that comes from it. Smell, touch, hearing, sight, all of it. With every new level of the skill, my senses evolved along with it. Which, in this moment, really worked against me. I headed right first. I was a little surprised I hadn't run into anyone who even vaguely resembled a guard. Along the way, I only came across naked women lying on the floor, their eyes glazed over in a haze of pleasure. Stepping over their bodies, I reached the main room, the one radiating the strongest life signals. And with them, that same weird undertone I'd felt before. The same one I didn't feel from Orb. Yeah, it all made sense now. I opened the door, and what I saw made my stomach churn. A massive hall, packed wall to wall with men and women. It looked like a landfill made of human, demi-matched human, and beastkin bodies. The stench of sweat and every kind of bodily fluid imaginable. A stagnant, barely visible mist in the air with a sickly purple hue. This wasn't the base of a major crime syndicate. This was a kingdom of lust and depravity. I'd made the right call sending Night back upstairs. Don't think I've seen you before. Some kind of intruder. One of the men, currently being ridden without a care by a beastkin woman, gave me a blurry matched-eyed look. And from him, I felt the brightest life force in the whole place. He'd probably undergone a class upgrade. There was a quality to his life energy that even Night didn't quite match. But that didn't matter. SHHK. A crescent tore loose from my scythe, slicing through everything, and everyone, in its path. Everyone except the original target. Oh matchdo, you're strong, and pretty good matched looking, too. Hey. The man chuckled, having jumped back abruptly. He licked blood off his hand, the blood that had splattered from the beastkin woman I'd just sliced apart. Meanwhile, everyone else didn't even react to the spreading pool of blood on the floor, too locked into whatever they were doing to notice. Disgusting. I could have some fun with you. I'm not in the mood for games. By the source of power, I command, decipher the laws of the world and coat everything in ice field. A wave of frost swept across the entire hall, freezing most of those present to death. I poured 30% of my mana and 20% of my chi into that spell. For the average thugs, which most of these people were, that was more than enough for a guaranteed kill. Especially in their current, helpless state. Whoa, that's serious. The man still looked amused. That kind of attack, of course, wasn't enough to kill him instantly. You're really Oh, the last thing he ever saw was the sight of his own body falling away from him. A moment later, his head landed on the frozen floor, painting the ice red. My level had already broken past the 70th mark, so even someone with a class upgrade wasn't much of a threat. Mopping up the few survivors was barely an effort. They were all already dead before I even walked in. The air was so thick with drugs and poison, none of them ever stood a chance. I had zero interest in staying in that place even a second longer, so I immediately made my way to the other part of the hideout. The one I least wanted to enter. But I had no choice. Room after room, I passed by more of the same. And with each one, the life I sensed grew more twisted, the sounds of screaming and slapping more distinct. Eventually, I stepped into a wide corridor, a large hall opened up in the middle, and at the very end stood something like a throne. To the left of the hall were cages. Slaves, apparently. Their condition wasn't good. Broken, exhausted, barely clinging to life, eyes completely empty. Only one cell stood out. A girl, a demi-matched human with dog ears. Curled into the corner, her whole body trembling, she stared in horror at what was happening on the throne. Come on, you filthy whore. Make me come, you disgusting bitch. P-matched please. Ah, please, stop. There, like a rabid animal, a man with deathly pale skin and sunken eyes was raping a girl, couldn't have been more than 20, all while carving into her with a knife in his hand. With a detached gaze, I glanced over the lifeless bodies piled at the base of the throne. Some of them looked even younger than Night. The girl let out a particularly sharp scream, and the man, growling in frustration, suddenly slashed her throat in one clean motion and dumped her down onto the heap of corpses. Useless. All of it is useless. That damn orb. Lucas, you bastard. This is all your fault. In a fit of rage, he kicked the stone throne with full force, shattering it completely. Huh. His wild eyes locked onto me. And who the hell are you? I silently switched from the battle scythe to the Reaper scythe. For some reason, I didn't want to be mistaken for anyone else in this moment. Besides, the thing in front of me barely resembled a person anymore. His aura was closer to that of a transformed gray. The process wasn't finished yet, but there was no way to call him human anymore, not in any meaningful sense. The system made that clear enough. A faint gray nameplate hovered above his head, the kind that only appeared over monsters. It was blurred, unreadable, like even the system wasn't sure what he really was. But I didn't have any doubts. Not this time. It was obvious, the thing in front of me was a monster. And monsters are meant to be killed. A scythe? Wait, are you that scythe hero or whatever? Ha, ha ha ha, perfect, at least you won't break right away. These useless toys snap too fast. Reaching behind the remains of the throne, he pulled out a one-matched-handed axe. Come on, hero, entertain me. The stone floor beneath his feet cracked with a web of fractures as he charged at me. But he wasn't even close to the leper undead. And I'd gained quite a few levels since that fight. Huh, the stupid sound of surprise left his mouth the moment his lunge ended with him getting slammed into the floor. Before this ends, I've got a few questions. My foot pressed down on his solar plexus, and then dropped lower. A sharp crack rang out. AGHH. Bastard. I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. Ha ha ha, I'll slaughter every last one of you, and that little useless bitch, I'll make sure she gets special treatment. Ha ha ha. The girl with the dog ears flinched hard at those words, curling even tighter into the corner of her cage. His skin went even paler, the blood vessels in his eyes burst, and violet veins began creeping down his limbs. Ha, grr, but there's something good in this. He was slipping. Any second now and I wouldn't be able to get a single word out of him. But I had no idea how to stop it. Talk, speak, you freak. But he just kept laughing, violently convulsing no matter how much pressure I applied, no matter how many bones I broke. And then, my eyes itched again. But this time, it was sharp, like a razor across my vision. SPEAK. Skill activated. Life absorption. New skill acquired. Death's whisper. The body under my foot suddenly went still. No more spasms. No more laughter. Just wide, glazed matched over eyes. It looked a lot like that nun from the church, after my eyes burned that time. Death's whisper, a soft breath of death itself, light as a breeze, tempting lost souls to let go of their burdens and slip into stillness. A dreamlike trance, fogging the mind and pulling it into the bottomless waters of oblivion. That's how the skill was described. Up to now, every skill description I'd seen had been blunt and direct. Mechanical, clear matched cut, No poetic metaphors. No abstraction. No lyrical prose. But this. Goosebumps crawled across my skin. Your name, I managed to get out. Quote. Alfred, he replied, completely emotionless. I hadn't recognized him because he wasn't wearing any clothes, and, honestly, he barely resembled anything human anymore. Tell me about your plan. How you got the core. About Gray, and everything that's happened these last few days. I heard a rumor, he began, speaking in a flat, monotone voice. In the end, it all came down to one thing: Alfred wasn't the one at the top. There was someone above him. Someone from the Melromark nobility, by the name of Lucas. Alfred himself had heard a rumor about a dragon that had been living in the mountains near the village for some time. There was an old belief among the locals that dragons were obsessed with hoarding all kinds of treasures, which, of course, caught the interest of bandits. And soon after, he learned that a hero just so happened to be passing through the area. Didn't take long for Alfred to come up with a plan: use the hero to kill the dragon, and then claim the hoard for himself. With some basic manipulation and a few well-matched bribed villagers, he managed to point the hero toward the dragon. The job was done. The dragon was slain, and the naive hero didn't even take anything for himself. Instead, he left the materials behind for the villagers, so they could rebuild the town they had supposedly destroyed to frame the dragon. But in the dragon's lair, instead of golden relics, they found only a single girl. Aside from a few basic items and crude furniture, just enough to sustain life for a person, or, in this case, a demi-matched human. Frustrated and furious, Alfred decided to take what little he had found. He figured a child raised by a dragon couldn't possibly be ordinary. So he made her a slave, intending to sell her for as much as possible. That was the only reason she was still alive and intact. He wanted to learn everything he could about her first to raise her price. He got so fixated on her, he completely forgot about the dragon's core. Only Lucas, that same noble, kept insisting it be delivered to him for reasons Alfred himself didn't understand. But by the time they got back to it, the core had already begun to fester, soaked in the dragon's lingering death energy. Alfred wasn't about to risk his own skin, and sending his own men to die for it made no sense either, not when he was their leader. That's when he remembered a certain simple matched-minded peasant, or so he thought, who had been hanging around the gang, hoping to be accepted. From there, the picture basically assembled itself. Gray, offered the chance to join a major organization, went out to retrieve the specified item without complaint. Maybe he had doubts, maybe not, but the fact remained: Alfred wanted to be sure the core wasn't dangerous. So, for a while, Gray kept it on him, slowly soaking up its death energy. The effect didn't show immediately, it changed its victim little by little. Alfred would come to experience that firsthand later. Once infected, Gray completed the mission, and, obviously, was no longer of any use. So they simply got rid of him. I don't know how he ended up near his home village. Maybe even as a monster, something inside him still tried to return to his wife, fragments of a past self pushing him homeward. But in the end, he became a new source of contamination, and that's what doomed the village. Now it all really starts to make sense, I muttered as the scythe's blade pierced the head of the living corpse. After that, I walked along the row of cages where the surviving slaves were kept. Though for many of them, surviving wouldn't last much longer. Eventually, I stopped in front of the cage with the girl, the one with dog ears and a tail. She was still trembling, eyes full of tears, her face frozen in fear. "And what's your name, little one raised by a dragon?" I said, crouching down in front of the cage. Quote. W matched Windia, 22 comments 0 vote. Chapter 33. In the end, all I had to do was get the more matched or matched less alive slaves to the surface, and that's where my responsibilities ended. I wasn't planning to care about what would happen to them next. That wasn't my business. It's stupid to take responsibility for every person you save. I'd already freed them from a fate you wouldn't wish on even your worst enemy. Everything else was up to them. After Alfred's death, the slave mark vanished from every girl. But before I could leave this wonderful place, I had to collect the thing I started this whole mess for. Yeah, doesn't look great. The dragon core was about the size of a grown man's fist. Normally, it was probably supposed to be red, but now it looked like it had started rotting, covered in black and purple blotches. Which made me unsure if feeding that thing to Scythe was a good idea. So I tossed it into my belt pouch for now. I'll try to find a way to purify it later. Holy water might be worth a shot, who knows. Then again, saying that here might not sound very appropriate, huh? Upstairs, in the tavern itself, Knight was already waiting for me, along with the tavern owner, Orb, quietly sitting at the bar. Oddly enough, he was sitting on the customer's side, sipping some drink with a gloomy expression, chatting with my bird. By the way, most of the mess I caused had already been cleaned up, somehow. But the freed girls still looked around with visible fear and disgust at what remained. Not that it bothered anyone else, apparently. I stepped behind the bar, gave the shelf a quick scan, and picked something to treat myself with. Then I placed a second glass next to the first one and filled them both. On the house, I said to the bartender, who gave me a glance. HMPH, he grunted, downing his drink in one go. I shrugged and did the same. That pleasant burning feeling rolled down my throat again. Too bad it looked like getting drunk wasn't happening, unless it'd take a truly astronomical amount of booze. Or, just one berry. Though yeah, I wasn't ready to test that just yet. If I manage to raise my poison resistance to level 5, then maybe. What do you plan to do next? I asked, swirling the liquid in my freshly filled glass. Ha, you're not planning to kill me, right? No, well, you probably should've. He chuckled and shook his head. If the guy behind Alfred comes after me, I'm in for something worse than death. Lucas Blattwine, huh? I muttered under my breath. My drinking buddy's eyes widened so much I almost mistook them for the bottom of our glasses. What, did I say something shocking? He gave you a name. Yeah, is that surprising? Surprising, I'd say it's borderline impossible. People don't say that name. Not even on their deathbed. Sure, it might be over for the dead guy, but if he's got anyone he cares about, that man will make them wish they were dead. Damn, what kind of person are you, Lucas? Then again, I probably don't care. I got what I came for, and I'm not about to keep digging in all this filth. And since I only use the battle scythe, which kinda looks like a spear, chances are no one's gonna peg me as the scythe kiddo. Hopefully. Well, I've got my own ways of making people talk, I said, vaguely waving my hand through the air. I'd like to ask who you really are, but I guess you won't answer, huh? Exactly. I finished off my drink and stood up. Well, this was a nice chat, but I gotta go. You're a good man, Orb, try not to die. What am I supposed to do with them? He asked, still stunned, nodding toward all the girls I'd just freed. Whatever you want. Unlike you, I'm not a particularly good person, so I don't like taking responsibility for my actions. Especially when I can dump it on someone else. Later, right before turning away, I saw Orb's eyes go unnaturally wide. Yeah, poor guy, he'll manage, probably. Let's go, Knight. Yep, the bird chirped and trotted after me. And just as we were about to cross the tavern's threshold, wait, I heard someone shout, followed by the sound of someone aggressively pushing their way through the crowd. A few seconds later, the face of the same girl raised by the dragon appeared from between the people. Please, take me to the mountain. She blurted out, squeezing her eyes shut and clenching her fists. Why, that one caught me off guard a bit. I have to say goodbye to my father. Please, I'm begging you. Tears welled up in her eyes again. I mean, it's not like it's hard for me to do. But, is it necessary? I could just teleport away right now. No problem at all. What do I get out of it? Honestly, you could call me a moral degenerate. I only asked that question to mess with her. I'd already decided I was going to take her, no matter what she said. Now that I think about it, I've done stuff like this before too. There are a ton of monsters up on that mountain. That's a lie, Knight and I cleared most of them out not too long ago. You could say my escort service is high-matched level protection. What do I get in return for taking you there? Why you already took my father's core. What more do you want? That's my trophy, doesn't count. GHH, the girl puffed up her cheeks, groaned, tried to think of something, but couldn't come up with a word. She could have just lied and said she knew about some secret treasure the dragon left behind. Alright, forget it, let's go. I waved her over. What? She blinked and looked around in confusion. I said let's go, we're taking you to the mountain. But, what about the payment? She looked completely lost now. I was joking. I gave her the cutest smile I could manage. And I think I actually pulled it off. Windia's face didn't twist in horror, instead, it flashed through an entire rainbow of emotions. Adorable. She's kinda funny, and even a little cute. But she's still got nothing on Knight. No contest. Come on already. Without waiting for a reply, I finally stepped outside the tavern. Night followed right after me. Then, after yelling something again, Windia came running out too. This really doesn't feel like a good idea. What are you talking about? See, I don't really know how to put this gently, but a dragon's body is kind of a treasure trove of valuable and useful materials. I really didn't know how to say it nicely. Her father's corpse had literally been taken apart, and the rest of it, I fed to Kosa. No need for her to know that part, obviously. Which is why I had no idea what kind of goodbye she was planning to have. Oh, I get what you mean. The girl instantly grew sad. People are disgusting, especially heroes. Oh, she suddenly slapped her hand over her mouth, not sure if she said that without thinking or realized too late. She looked around 13 or 14, by the way. Not much older than how Night looks. Yeah, you're not wrong. She looked surprised that I agreed instead of flipping out. But she didn't say anything else after that. In total silence, broken only by the occasional strange glance Windia threw at Night, we made our way almost to the top of the mountain. Though toward the end, our pace slowed a lot. Well, her pace slowed, and Night and I just matched her. She probably didn't even realize she was slowing down with every step, like she didn't actually want to reach the top. You know, you don't have to go all the way up there, right? No, I have to. Gotta admit, she was stubborn. If she could just turn that into actual resolve, she'd be doing great. Somehow, we finally made it. We reached the place where all that was left of the dragon still lay. Father. Windia slowly walked up to the bones of her father. Yeah, it sounded as bad as it looked, and there was nothing I could do about it now. Who would have guessed the dragon Ren killed was playing dad? That somewhere in his caves, he kept a treasure way different from what humans imagine. I sure didn't know, and neither did Ren. To him, it was just a monster to slay for XP. And honestly, I would have thought the same. Every single one of us must have dreamed about killing a dragon at some point. It's practically a requirement for anyone dropped into a fantasy world. Meanwhile, Windia just stood there, silently, staring down at what was left of her father with an empty gaze. Do you hate him? What? She snapped out of it, shaking her head. The hero who killed your father. Do you hate him? I don't know. Her face twisted with a mess of conflicting emotions. Maybe, yeah, he took away the most important thing I had. He took away my happy life. Because of him, even if just for a short time, I was a slave. And, if not for you, she actually started trembling, clearly imagining what could have happened if I hadn't shown up. So yeah, I hate the sword hero. I see, that's fair. I paused for a moment, then got curious. So, what are you going to do now? I don't know. I have nowhere to go. I spent my whole life in that cave with my father. I've never seen the world. I get it. Then you'd better leave Melromark. This country isn't exactly kind to demi-matched humans. I don't think I can. Windia dropped her hands, and her ears, looking totally deflated. In his last words, father told me to live a happy life, but, what does that even mean? I had nothing to say. I mean, I'm not exactly the guy to be giving life advice. Please, take me with you. She suddenly blurted out, turning toward me with the most serious face she could manage. What? Seriously, this girl just keeps throwing me off. And it's supposed to be the other way around. Why would I want you? That one I asked seriously. Night was more than enough. Once I figure out how to upgrade her class, everything'll fall into place. I'll have a loyal, all-matched purpose companion who'll do whatever I say. Windia, though, she didn't exactly scream, useful addition. I can get stronger. Father taught me a special kind of magic, I can teach it to you. I'll be useful, I promise. Special magic taught by a dragon. That actually did sound tempting. But still, the idea of expanding the team didn't sit quite right with me. I can cook, handle chores, and, you matched I can do a lot of other things too. Why are you blushing? Isn't it a bit early to be offering those kinds of services? I don't get it, why are you suddenly so eager to come with us? Because I have nowhere else to go, man. The speed at which her emotions flipped was wild. Just a second later, her ears perked up again and she raised her little fists. And you're nice. And strong. I'm sure I'll be better off with you. Yeah, I shook my head. That may be true, but there's one thing you got wrong. Now it was my turn to pull a sad face. I'm not nice, Windia. I'm selfish. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I cut her off. I only help people when I feel like it. Orb, the tavern owner, will probably die a pretty unpleasant death because of what I did. I abandoned all those freed slaves, even though they were in shock and had no idea what to do. I'm a jerk and a selfish bastard who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything. That doesn't matter. Windia shook her head furiously. You saved me, and that's a fact. That's all I need. Ha, all I could do was let out a heavy sigh. I had nothing left to counter with. At this point, it was either reject her flat matched out, or give in. So, I guess I'll go with, I have one condition. Yeah, Windia leaned forward, clearly nervous and excited. You have to become my slave. She froze in that excited matched leaning pose. The only thing that moved was the light fading from her eyes. There's a reason for it. You'll understand later. She looked into my eyes, clearly unsure. Then, all right, I accept, she said like she was diving headfirst off a cliff. Well then, welcome to the team, Dragon's daughter. I smirked and sent her a party invite, which she accepted immediately. Yes, you matched then she froze again for a few seconds. Wait, hold on, Scythe hero. Hey match day, there we go, my turn to catch her off guard. Mr. Knot, where are we going next? The girl asked, eyes still closed, hands folded in a little prayer pose. Evening was falling. In that short time, we'd managed to place the slave mark on Windia, sort out the basics of how things would work between us, and move away from the village. We stopped at a small hilltop clearing. From here, you could clearly see both the village and the place that had once been Windia's home. It was from this spot that she said her final goodbye, to her father, and to the place she grew up in. We're heading to Zeltobel. Zeltobel, I've heard of that country somewhere, but, the girl frowned, trying to remember. It's the land of mercenaries and colosseums. Legal ones, and not so legal. And, what are you planning to do there? She asked, eyeing me with suspicion. And when a grin slowly crept across my face, her ears drooped, and her whole posture deflated like a popped balloon. Obviously, I'm going to win every underground tournament I can get into. I grinned from ear to ear. And I'll finally do something I should have done a long time ago. Windia stared at me even more warily. My grin only grew wider. I'm going to become a mercenary. 17 comments 0 vote. Chapter 34. Whether it took long or not, our path led us to Zeltobel, the land of mercenaries and colosseums. I had a lot of personal goals lined up for Zeltobel. Starting with the simple stuff, like making as much money as possible, and going all the way up to learning blacksmithing. The country was pretty big and full of all kinds of activity, so finding someone to teach me the basics shouldn't be too hard. Naturally, we traveled there riding on Night. Windia was a petite girl, and Night, in her philolele form, was big enough to easily carry both of us without a problem. By the way, is it just me, or has the bird gotten bigger? I'm not sure, but I think I might be able to grow bigger, that was her response when I voiced my thoughts. Interesting. If I remember right, the philolele queen can grow and shrink in size as she ages. Vittoria, for example, could get absolutely massive. But Night hadn't even been alive for a month yet. Could it really be that choosing the egg with the strongest life energy made that much of a difference? I wonder how long it'll take before she can catch up to Vittoria. Speaking of Windia, Orb told me where to find someone who could place the slave seal, so there were no issues there. The girl was now officially my slave. Which, honestly, is a whole story on its own. So, you need my hair? She asked, giving me a suspicious side glance during one of our breaks. Yup, and a drop of blood. Maybe something else too, I don't know yet. Don't make up anything else. She shook her head frantically. Is this really necessary? Yes. Fine. But I still have my doubts. Why is she looking at me like I'm some kind of perv? I mean, sure, I've got some traits worth worrying about, but still, I haven't even given her a reason to be suspicious yet. That's actually why I put a slave seal on you in the first place. Slaves and monsters bound to heroes get massive stat growth boosts. By the way, what level are you right now? Level 7. Father never let me fight, he always handled hunting himself. And the monsters around us were too scared to come close because of his aura. So I barely ever had to battle. That's fine, I didn't take you with me for combat anyway. I've got Night for that. I waved it off. We'll level you up just because we can. Night doesn't gain experience anymore, and it'll help you not instantly die if something happens. That's not very reassuring. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I just shrugged, and I wasn't saying that to make her feel better. The truth is, she was genuinely helpful. She was great at daily chores, which made sense, honestly. I doubt a giant dragon was the one doing the cooking, cleaning, laundry, and all that. So when it came to handling everyday life, Windia was a perfect fit. As I expected, feeding Scythe the ingredients for the slave seal, the ink, her hair, and her blood, unlocked a new Scythe path, the Slave Master branch, which boosts stat and level growth. So, are you planning to upgrade Knight's class in Zeltobel? She asked, a totally reasonable question, while shooting me a very suspicious look during the process of feeding pieces of herself to Scythe. Nope, not yet, it'd be way too inefficient right now. Windia gave me a confused look, but I didn't bother explaining. Sure, I could wow everyone with my future knowledge, but why bother? It'd only attract the kind of attention I absolutely don't need. What I should be thinking about instead is maybe getting a house somewhere. Or building one. No, too much hassle. Better to just buy one. Thanks to teleportation, I can instantly travel to any place I've already been. So even with my nomadic lifestyle, it makes sense to have a place to call home. I'll try to scout something out in Zeltobel. On the road, I also kept training Knight, regular sparring sessions and combat practice. She kept surprising me. At this point, she'd already learned a few new spells and massively improved her sense of battle. Her ability to read the flow of a fight got way better, and now she had a much stronger chance of adapting to unexpected situations. As for me personally, I was making progress too. On the minor side of things, I managed to level up my dual scythe mastery to 3 during those sparring sessions, and also improved both my mana and chi control. But the real achievement was learning that special kind of magic Windia had mentioned before. Although, why is it called that, exactly? I asked, half-matched despairing, half-matched serious. Well, because this magic lets you draw power from the environment and probably from the earth itself, I sighed, letting out a nervous little laugh. You match yeah. Windia clearly didn't get the joke, not that I blamed her. I highly doubted she knew anything about the folk medicine naming conventions from my old world. Thanks to earth power, you can pull energy from underground ley lines to cast spells. And yeah, this magic was definitely unusual, and super effective. It would have been perfect, if not for the name, which had me on the edge of a laughing breakdown every time I said it out loud. But whatever, with earth power, just like she explained, I could cast spells using mana from the environment instead of my own. Technically, I could even combine both sources, my own and external, but only for magic specifically tied to earth power. So I couldn't use it for the regular spells humans normally cast. Then there were the so-matched called underground ley lines. I never got a clear explanation from Windia about what they actually were, but apparently, somewhere deep underground, there are massive magical veins that crisscross the whole world. Or the whole planet, I dunno, who knows how literal you're supposed to take that. These lines held such an insane amount of energy it was honestly kind of terrifying. During one training session, I managed to connect with one for a moment, and what I felt. It's hard to even put into words. I get the feeling those lines are part of the world's foundation itself. The flow of energy in them was just so dense, so thick, so massive, it was overwhelming. Because of that, it turned out that you could draw magic from those lines pretty much endlessly. The only limit was how much I could channel through myself, and how good I actually was at using that power. The difficulty of tapping into those lines was obvious from the fact that I only managed to acquire the actual earth power skill around the middle of our journey, which, mind you, took over a week. Meanwhile, I picked up the skills for mana and chi practically right after I started working with those energies. Definitely a note for the future, this branch of magic deserves more focus. It's just so, how should I put it, mystical. Honestly, I was sure there was still a ton I didn't know about this world. And the ley lines were a perfect example of that. There wasn't much time left until the next wave, but after it's over, yeah, I should probably dive deeper into research. Not to mention it might be time to learn more about the other world, the one on the far side of the waves. Yeah, lots to do. What's that up ahead? Windia asked, leaning out from behind my shoulder and pointing forward. I was focused on chi manipulation at the moment, trying to get a better feel for my body, so I wasn't really paying attention to the road. I'd left that part tonight. And up ahead, a small procession of wagons was moving along, escorted by a light guard detail riding what looked like oversized lizards. And man, I really hope they don't call those things dragons in this world. Slow down a bit when we get close, Bertie. Okay. Knight nodded in her philoleel form, which, by the way, looked kind of hilarious, and began gradually slowing her pace. We'd been moving at a pretty decent speed, and I didn't want them mistaking us for bandits or something. But also, I didn't really feel like going around the whole convoy either. And my plan almost worked. The caravan guards were eyeing us suspiciously, but didn't make any moves to stop us or interact. We'd nearly passed the whole group when, oh my, incredible, what a magnificent philolele, I've never seen one like that before. A roundish man, probably in his 30s, leaned out of the second wagon from the front. Fancy clothes, jewelry practically everywhere he could hang it. Just moments ago, his expression was pure boredom, not even changing when we passed him, but then it looked like something finally clicked. He spun his head toward us and called out. "Wait, sir, you there, are you the owner of this philolele?" he asked, and I had no choice but to signal Knight to slow down a bit more. That's right, I had serious doubts this conversation would lead to anything but trouble, but I wasn't too worried either. Doubt even this whole escort detail could do much to me, and having teleportation kind of kills any real sense of danger. How about I buy her from you? I've never seen a philolele with this appearance and coloring. I promise I'll take excellent care of her, he assured me. She's not for sale, we've been together too long for me to give her up. I smiled, ruffling Knight's head feathers. The bird let out a pleased little purr and nuzzled against my hand. I see, that's a shame. His shoulders slumped as he lowered his head, but then he perked right back up, looking at me with hope. Then perhaps, is she some kind of special breed? One I've never encountered before. Did you breed her yourself? I bought her in a lottery from a, monster merchant in Melromark. Guess I just got lucky. Ooh, could it be some kind of rare Melromarcian variant? He murmured to himself. Pardon me for pressing, but would you mind telling me who exactly you bought the egg from? He's probably the most well-matched known monster seller in Melromark. I think his name was Belucas. Wears a tailcoat, top hat, round dark glasses, and curly mustache. I'd gotten his name from Elhart when I wanted to learn more about his reputation. Oh, yes, I think I know who you mean. In that case, I'm even more surprised you got something this unique. What's that supposed to mean? Ah, right, I get it now. With how Belucas operates, it does make sense that the odds of winning something good from his lottery would be practically zero. Belucas was definitely a textbook merchant, a man with principles he wouldn't break for anything. And that's exactly why he'd never willingly sell something valuable at a loss, unless there was a really good reason. For a while, neither of us said anything. The man seemed lost in thought, and I was busy figuring out what to do next. But just as I was about to slip away while things were still quiet, he came back to his senses. Say, by any chance, are you heading to Zeltobel? That's exactly where I'm going. Oh ho, what a coincidence. I'm on my way back to Zeltobel myself. How would you feel about joining my delegation? You and your philolele look quite strong, so I'd even be willing to pay you for the escort. By a lot of standards, this offer looked extremely suspicious, but by just as many, it looked equally tempting. Whoever this man was, he clearly had some kind of influence in Zeltobel. The fact that he knew a monster slave merchant from Melromark made that pretty obvious. And something told me their connection was strictly business, not just a random passing acquaintance. This guy could be a solid connection for getting a foothold in a new country. If not for Windia, I wouldn't have even hesitated. Knight could easily handle herself. But the girl, she was my weak spot right now. If they took her hostage, my options would shrink fast. Sure, I could just abandon her, or ignore her safety and fight my way through, but that's not how I do things. I made the conscious choice to take her under my protection. I'm not going to treat that lightly. I have my own philosophy, my own principles. If I toss those aside, then I'm just an empty shell. With all due respect, sir, while I was deep in thought, one of the guards spoke up, trying to interrupt the man. What is it, Raynor? Do you have a problem with my decisions? Despite the warm smile he'd shown me, his tone toward the guard turned cold, now sounding a lot more like a high-matched level businessman. My apologies, Lord Pelg. I spoke out of turn. Letting out a short chuckle, the man simply turned away from him and looked back at me, his expression once again cheerful and welcoming. Then I suppose, I'll accept. I see no reason to turn down good company. Excellent, simply wonderful. In the end, I decided to play nice too. Time would tell whether or not this was the right call. Worst matched case scenario, it'd be a learning experience. But I really hoped I wasn't wrong. Because I could already imagine how bad things might turn out, both for them, and for me. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 35. So, what did you say you're planning to do in Zeltobel? The road was calm, almost too calm, to the point I started feeling a bit bored. What made it bearable were little chats like this, usually started by Remus Pelg, the merchant I'd met along the way. I hesitated, wondering if I should mention the Colosseum plans. I'm hoping to find a blacksmithing teacher and join the mercenary ranks. Blacksmithing. That's an interesting choice. He paused for a moment, eyeing me thoughtfully. So you haven't considered entering the arena fights? Your intuition never fails to surprise me, I said, shaking my head. Yeah, the tournaments in Zeltobel are way too tempting for me to pass up. Now it was Pelg's turn to fall into thought, once again giving me that sharp, analyzing stare. What's your opinion on the betting scene there? If I trust my gut, I'd say you have all the makings of a dark horse. Merchants really are terrifying, especially the seasoned ones, like Pelg. Through our talks, I'd learned, indirectly, since he never outright said it, that he and his family weren't just big players in Zeltobel but in the entire trade world. Ideally, I should probably stay on good terms with him, but I've never been the type to kiss up. I can fake a functional relationship when needed, but that's about as far as I go. Who knows? And just like that, the conversation fizzled out, and I was bored again. We actually got attacked once on the way. I thought, finally, here's my chance. I even started reaching for the battle scythe, but didn't even have time to blink before the poor raiders were already flattened by the hired guards. And just like that, another fantasy trope snapped in two. So, yeah, we made it to Zeltobel without any serious incidents. We even got through the border without the slightest hassle, all thanks to my new acquaintance's influence. The guards didn't even glance our way, standing stiffly at attention as the entire caravan passed through. What irresponsibility, Windia muttered her own take on the situation. No, that's called not wanting to create problems for yourself. The girl once again poked her head out from behind my shoulder. Wasting the time of people with that much influence can cost you dearly, especially if they're not in the mood. No one wants to risk their job over it. Influential, she sounded genuinely confused. Ah, right, I keep forgetting, Windia's still a kid. Well, a teenager, to be more accurate. One who spent nearly her entire life in a cave with a dragon. Of course stuff like this wouldn't even cross her mind. Pelg, I began, judging by all his slips and hints, is a pretty influential figure in the world of trade. I might be overestimating him, but I might just as easily be underestimating him. So be careful what you say to him. Better not to burn that bridge. Oh, matched okay. Got it. I could vaguely sense her embarrassment. She definitely got flustered when she misread things or made a mistake. Yep, total teenager. Well then, Pelg spoke up as soon as we passed through the city gates. I suppose this is where we part ways, Mr. Knott. Looks like it, I nodded. Forgive me for being forward, but what do you plan to do first? I'm still very interested in seeing you participate in the tournaments. He smells money from betting, Can't blame him, I'd probably be thinking the same thing in his place. First, I need to find a place to stay. If I end up liking Zeltobel, I might even buy a house here. After that, I can start thinking about the Colosseums. In that case, I may be able to help. Pelg rummaged through his pockets. Here, take this. A moment later, he handed me something that looked like a business card. This has the address of my family's main estate, and a seal that'll get you in right away. Once you've settled in, do come by. I'd be more than happy to assist with some of your endeavors. And I'd gladly become your sponsor in any Colosseum. I'll keep that in mind, I said, nodding as I took the card. Well then, I hope to see you again soon, not matched San. With that, Pelg gave the signal to move out, and his procession quickly disappeared around the bends in the road. So, what do we do now? Windia asked, curiously taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. We'll deal with things as they come. Let's go. Honestly, that was a bit of a blunder on my part. I probably could have asked Pelg for tips on where to find temporary lodging. Now I'd have to dig for that info from random strangers. I didn't even have anywhere to teleport back to, really. Melromark was basically off matched limits, except maybe for the blacksmith uncle's shop. Too many potential surprises waiting to blow up in my face there. And I hadn't stayed long enough anywhere else to register a new location. After asking around a bit, I finally managed to find something like a tavern that also offered rooms. But the price is there, yeah, no. That was rough. So I ended up wandering around town until almost evening, looking for a more reasonable option. And I actually did find one, thanks to a guy the first ran into just as I was about to give up completely. After hearing my situation, he just chuckled good-naturedly and gave me very detailed directions to a regular old tavern with a decent little inn attached. Turns out the whole problem was that I'd been searching in the city center, where, of course, the prices were insane. Should have figured that out myself. I'm so tired. Windia flopped straight onto the bed the moment we stepped into our rented room. Wait, why are there two beds? Because Night only sleeps with her master, came the deadpan response from the bird, who walked in right after me. But that's indecent. Not that my emotionless bird gave a damn about social norms. Or anything at all, really. She just calmly curled up next to me the moment I sat on the bed, reading through the last few pages of my ice magic book. It was mostly theory at this point, but still worth going through. As such, depravity, Windia whispered, clearly scandalized by the scene. Seriously though, how does someone who grew up in a cave with a dragon even know a word like that? Not that any of it stopped the whole gang from passing out soon after. Unsurprisingly, I was the last one to fall asleep, just as I finished the final page. Though honestly, I wasn't even tired. I was just dozing off for the vibe. Of course, I didn't pass up the chance to give Night some scritches. She'd wrapped herself around me like a koala again. Though, gotta admit, this whole cuddling thing is starting to have a cumulative effect. I used to lie next to her without a second thought, but lately, it's been stirring up some very specific thoughts. I should probably figure this out soon. And now there's Windia, too, who, with some level grinding, could probably grow up into a pretty attractive girl, one who belongs entirely to me. Realizing my thoughts were headed way off track, I finally let Morpheus do his thing and drifted off into a dreamless sleep. For whatever reason, all my dreams had been like that lately. I'm guessing this is the place, yeah, I said, looking up at the monstrously large mansion, complete with an equally monstrous estate filled with greenhouses, gardens, terraces, and all kinds of little fancy corners. Are we really going in there? Windia asked offhandedly. We need to find the actual entrance first, but yeah, we are. Pelg could help solve a bunch of our problems. And he'd speed up our reputation-matched building in Zeltobel, help us reach the right people a lot faster. The girl lowered her ears and said nothing. That's something I really liked about her. She could express disapproval, confusion, or even frustration. She might argue, but she never resisted outright. In the end, she'd either agree or, like now, just stay quiet. That kept her from feeling like some blank slate who'd just given in to being a slave. She still came across as her own person. Though somehow, Night managed to pull all that off without saying a word. Not that surprising, really. Night is perfect. It took us about 15 minutes to circle around to the right part of the property. There, by the gate, stood a man who looked exactly like you'd expect a butler to look. Black vest, crisp white shirt, straight posture, the whole package. "Excuse me," he said, perking up the moment he spotted us. "Would you happen to be Lord Knot? And your companion, S?" He paused, clearly thrown off by the sight of Night next to me. Remus probably only accounted for Windia. Night had stayed in her philolial form the entire time he knew us. "That's right. Master Remus has been expecting your arrival. Please, come this way." Well then, am I really that predictable? Or did Remus just have this poor guy standing out here all day, maybe even multiple days? Who knows with rich people? Money sure talks. The whole walk up to the mansion, Windia was spinning her head in every direction, totally mesmerized by the scenery. Beyond the greenhouses and terraces, there were also carefully sculpted bushes trimmed into the shapes of animals, monsters, abstract swirls, and more. I even saw a damn fountain. "Oh ho, not matched San, I've been waiting for you," Remus greeted us from the sitting room, already seated at a table with 4 cups of tea. So he did account for Night. Or maybe he only just got the memo. I won't say no. I nodded and took a seat. Windia sat down a moment later, clearly unsure if she should. Night, as usual, didn't give a single feather. "Now then," Remus began, "let me start by saying I've found several skilled masters who might be a good fit to teach you blacksmithing. What are your thoughts?" His eyes held nothing but polite interest and curiosity. "Before that, I'd like to ask you one question." Yes, I'm all ears, not matched San. "Why are you doing all this?" I finally voiced the thing that had been bugging me, and dropped the whole formal speech pattern while I was at it. It had started to make me feel a little sick. I could believe in the kindness of a peasant. I could even believe in the goodwill of a noble whose life I saved. But never in my life will I believe a merchant offers help to a near-matched stranger for free. Ho matched oh. The man chuckled cheerfully, his mustache twitching. I can't give you a reason right now, but trust me, there is one. He took a sip of his tea, let a small pause hang in the air, and continued. Let's just say, esteemed Scythe hero, there are people in this world who want to support you in any way they can. Not everyone is a blind fool incapable of recognizing the value of what heroes bring. But I didn't say that. That was unexpected. I didn't even want to think about how many indirect routes or connections he used to figure out who I was. At this point, I was seriously starting to doubt our meeting had been coincidental. Though I suppose it's possible that luck simply aligned with some larger plan already in motion. You should understand one thing, I won't consider myself in your debt just for accepting your help. If you want something from me, say it up front. I've got no issue building a business relationship. I shrugged. No, the merchant waved his head quickly. Personally, I want nothing from you. Think of this as a small fraction of what the people of our world truly owe you. And, if I may add, don't think too harshly of the one reaching out a hand to help. She's currently very busy, and to be frank, things aren't going well for her. So please, try to understand. Wait, is he talking about the Queen? It has to be her, right? Unexpected. I didn't think she'd make any moves before returning herself. That's really interesting, and even more interesting are the connections she clearly has. So it turns out I didn't bet on the wrong horse. Morelia really could be a powerful ally. More than that, working together might benefit both of us, and I'm sure she understands that. She's definitely got more brains than her dear husband in his current condition. Well then, I'm open to cooperation. Where do we start? Well then, Lord Not, Remus said, setting his cup down and folding his hands together in front of him, here's my plan. And from the sly, eager look on his face, I could tell one thing for sure, the time before the next wave was going to be very interesting.